Hello, everyone. I have some technical problem. I'm sorry, and I gonna show you a rerun about Malta, and enjoy. Thank you, and I'm so sorry.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, Diogo. Can you hear me? Diogo? Welcome to SQL Saturday Malta. In a moment, we are going to watch speaker Mikey talking about automating management tasks using Elastic Jobs in Azure database. Let's watch a video presentation of him. Hello, Mikey. How are you? I think you're
Yes.
yes.
Very small
Okay.
icon. Yes. Good morning. Thank you. I'm very good. How are you guys?
Diogo, I think your microphone is closed. Yet. I'm fine, thanks. And very nice presentation of you. You live in UK.
Yes, I live in the UK, but I'm originally from Poland, and the presentation used some secret photos of myself.
Oh,
someone hacked my Twitter account.
Oh, shit. That sucks.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah, that was very good presentation.
Yes. And today we talk about automate management tasks using Elastic Jobs in Azure SQL database.
Yes, that's right.
And what do you expect about that, the learning to share?
Yeah. So it's just an overview of the feature in Azure, which is in the previous state at the moment, and it's been like that for a few years at least. So it's evolving. So hopefully it will be there at some point.
Oh, nice. Nice, very nice.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Diogo.
I'm here.
Yeah, good, good. And we are talking a little bit. Mikey, you want to start now? We have a few minutes to talk, but feel free to start.
Okay, I can start. So let me see. How can I share my screen? Oh, share my screen. Share my screen.
Yes, I will put your screen in the live. Sure, good.
Whoa, that's my
Yes.
screen. Okay, so let's start. So welcome everyone to the session on the Malta Data Saturday 2021. My name is Mikey Bronowski, and I will be talking about automating management tasks using Elastic Jobs in Azure SQL Database. So you've seen the video about me a little bit, but a few details about myself. I'm a husband and father of 2 years old Arthur, who's going to be 2 tomorrow, so big birthday. I'm a database engineer currently working in Southampton, England, and I'm as well Microsoft certified trainer. I happen to write a blog sometime, so you can find it on bronowski.it/blog, and my Twitter handle, LinkedIn, and Gmail. They follow the same pattern. It's Mikey Bronowski, no space. So if you want to get in touch with me, just use one of these media. I don't have an active YouTube channel or Facebook for that matter. So yeah, use all other stuff. Oh, it switched automatically. Thank you, our sponsor, to Redgate, so we can have this event today and we can share the knowledge and learn something useful. That's very good to have the companies behind this kind of events. And this is organized by Malta Microsoft Data Platform User Group. So if you want to learn more, just go to one of the links on their social media and sign up on Meetup to get the news about the latest events and meetings. So thank you very much, all the organizers, for having me today on the event. Agenda for today, it's quite simple. So it's what are the Elastic Jobs, why we use them or why we would like to use them, and finally how we will configure them or how you can configure them in Azure. I have 2 demos planned for that. Hopefully it will work. So thanks, Dennis, for the slides. I can learn a little bit of Malta. I have never been to Malta, so it will be great to just looking at the pictures. So what are the Elastic Jobs? The Elastic Jobs are a scheduling service to execute T-SQL scripts, one or multiple servers. We configure that on one central server, job server, and then we can spread the scripts across the targets. And the targets of the Elastic Jobs are Azure SQL databases, Azure SQL databases Elastic Pools, and Azure SQL databases in Chart Maps. So these are the targets. The feature is still in preview. So it's evolving, and as I mentioned before, it's in this state at least for a few years. First time I've heard about this was 2018, I believe. And just a summary, it's like master and target servers in SQL Agent for just SQL Server on premises. So if you've heard about the master and target servers in SQL Server, that's what the Elastic Jobs are. I will just quickly show you the master and target. So that's my local machine. It's is a Docker in a Docker container on Linux, and I won't configure the whole master and target. Just will show you where you can find it. So if you go to the SQL Server agent and right-click on that, and there is multi-server administration, you can make the server master or make this target. If you make it master, just go through the wizard, and then you can select all the targets you have. I don't have anything right now. It's just a single instance, just in a container, so it would be difficult to configure the master servers at the moment, but that's where you can find it. And I've wrote a blog post about the master servers and target servers as well, and there will be somewhere presentation about this, as I was talking about master and target servers in the past. So that's how it looks like on premises, but the Elastic Jobs are the counterpart in the Azure. So the Elastic Jobs contain 4 components, main components. This is the Elastic Job Agent, which is basically Azure resource you create, and it's assigned to the job database, which is an Azure SQL database, and it is similar to MSDB database, which is place the resource for all the jobs on the on-premises SQL database, SQL jobs. And we also have target groups, which can be either servers or Elastic pools or shard maps, or just single databases. We can configure that in many different ways. And the most important thing of the most important component is job, obviously, where we create the job, define the steps, and run T-SQL across the target groups. So it is really similar to regular SQL agent job. I will just show you a little bit. I have a separate slide for the target management, so you can understand this a little bit more. These are examples from the Microsoft website, so there you can go there, and the documentation describes them really well. But you can see that we can send the jobs for specific databases. Like this is the Elastic pool containing 2 databases, but we can actually send the job to one database and then one other database outside the Elastic pool. We can also send a job to all databases on the server, so we just point to the server, or we can also exclude some databases. And there are a few other examples. I didn't include them into the main presentation, but they are on the website on the Microsoft Docs, so I encourage you to check this out to understand better what are the options. And now I'm going to show you how to create the Elastic Jobs in Azure portal. First, a quick checklist. We need the targets, of course. So It will be Azure SQL Database or Elastic Pool or Shard Maps. We need the Azure SQL Database for a job database for the MSDB, which has to be at least SO as a minimum, and the targets can be lower, can be basic. And we need the Elastic Job Agent on the server, on the database. We also need to create some credentials and users. So we need to create for this demo. I'm just going to prepare job execution credential and job server refresh credential, and the one is used to execute the jobs, and the other one is to refresh the server and enumerate the databases on the server. And we also need the logins on the target servers in the master database and SQL users on the target databases, as well as the user for the server refresh in the master database. Then finally, we need to define permissions, additional permissions for the job, what it needs to do. If it's just to create a table or run some procedure or query the database, yeah, it depends on the scenario. Finally, we create the target group and its members, and then we add the Elastic job. I will just show you the piece, what we can do in the portal at the moment. That's not it. That's not it either. So I'm in the portal, Azure portal. I can search for Elastic Job Agent. Ignore this one. This is a backup, just in case something goes wrong, as I was doing the demo yesterday, and it took forever to create. So just in case it's there. So I'm going to create an Elastic Job Agent. I can name it as Malta Agent. And I'm choosing my subscription, and I need to select the job database. And these are my backups, so I'm not going to use them. So there is no way to create a new server from this wizard. So we need to create the Azure SQL Server and SQL database before creating the agent. So as you can see, I cannot use an option to create that. So let's go back here, and we are going to create the job database, which is Azure SQL database. I'm going to use the new resource group. It's called Malta. Now I'm going to use the name job database for the database name. And here I can create the server. So I'm going to create a new server, which is Malta 2021. And my login and password. And I'm going to pick up the UK South, where I'm the closest. I don't want, yeah, so that's okay. I don't want to use the Elastic Pool for this, and I'm just going to change the pricing, basically. So for the default option for the server, it should show me the price here. It's over 200 euros per month. So I'm just using the cheapest possible for the job, which is the standard, and it's S0, which will be 15 euro per month. So apply that, and now we need the access, so I can connect from my laptop to the server. I'm going to add my IP address, and we need also allow Azure services and resources to access the server so they can communicate. And that's almost there. The security we can skip. Additional settings we leave the default. And tags. Tags are a useful thing where we can add extra nodes. Just wanted to show you this. So we can add like created and a date and select our resources. So in case we do a lot in Azure or some testing, we can tag our resources and then find the tags. If you want to learn more about tagging, there's a great post, like I think 2 posts actually by Jess Pomfret about tags in Azure. So I encourage you to try this one. And now I'm going to review. It's 15 euro, so I won't be broken after this presentation, and create. It will take a while to create the server. It might take 3 minutes maybe. So I'm going to create the target now. Because we've created the job database, so this is the central database to send the jobs. And now I'm going to create the the database for our job to do some work. So again, SQL database. Let's call it target DB. I'm going to create a new server, which is Malta 2021 target. Same thing, password and user. So it's not the best practice to use the same password, the same user, maybe, but just for a demo. And I'm going to change the config of the database. So in this case, my target can be anything basic. So it will be even cheaper than the standard. It should be around 5 euro. Yes, it's 5 euro. So I want that. And again, need to have access from my laptop and between Azure services. And I'm going to skip all this stuff and tagging as well. That's not important in this demo. So it's all there. Perfect. Let's create and see what we have. Oh yeah, we have our new server now. Let's see if we have the database. The job database, it's there. Wow, it was really quick. Last night it was really long. So that's our database, job database. And if I connect to this database now, you can see it's empty. It doesn't have anything. It's just empty database with nothing there. So at this point, I'm going to create a job agent. And now I can select my server, the central one, and my job database. It's okay. Automation option is just for the template, so I'm just going to create that. The agent should be here in a minute. It's still deploying. Well, let's see if we can see any tables. No, not yet. So it's going to create, it should run around a minute or so. So we need to wait for this to show up. When we have I will show the backup. That's what is the backup for. When we have the Oh, did I do the server in the wrong resource group? Anyway. Yeah, so the agent has been created. Let me see one more thing. I might just create the database in the wrong. Yes. No, it's on the server target. Okay. Yes, I moved it to different. I'm just going to move it. Oh, okay. I'm going to create the, well, actually we can see if that works. So let's go to the agent. The agent that I've just created is created on the server Malta 2021 and the job database. It has the jobs, but we cannot create anything from here. It just shows us if there are any things here, and we can have target groups as well, credentials, but nothing is really. We cannot create anything here from Azure portal. So now that's the good place when we can go and create the stuff in T-SQL, because we can connect to the T-SQL now. And I'm connected to, let me change the connection because that's the new server. And I'm going, just in case, I'm just going to create the database again in the proper resource group. So it will, yes, I picked the wrong resource group. Oh, no, not this one. I want the database. Apologies for this. Yeah, I'm just, that's the reason why clicking through the GUI is not the best way to create stuff in Azure, because you can make a mistake easily. Malta 2021 target 2. Okay. Target DB2, just in case we have problems with that. And I'm just going to set this. The resource group is okay, networking. And create that. So in the background, it will be creating another database. So let's go back to the job database. We need the, so we are creating the target. We've created the job database. We've created the job agent. And now we need to create the credentials and the users. So I'm going to create the master key and database scoped credentials in the job database. So now our job database is here. Let's run these two. So one is job credential to execute the jobs, and the other one is refresh credential to check how many databases and what databases are on the server. Now we need to wait for the target server. I haven't tested the scenario between two different resource groups, but I guess it shouldn't be any problem. And so we can see, just in case it works. So there's the database target DB, and we can change connection now to that. server. And I need to create logins for both credentials, so refresh and job, and in master database. And I need to also create the user for refresh credential in the master database, because that will be used to see all the databases on the Azure SQL Server. Then I need to connect to my target database and create the user for the job execution. And I just add extra DDL admin because in the demo I'm going to create the table. Okay, the deployment succeeded, so we can switch to the proper one. And it's much quicker because we are using the code now, scripts. So again, target server master database to create logins, and target server target database to create the user and extra permission. And now I'm going to create a target group, which I need to, of course, go to the job database because I have the node here. And I need to pick up the job database. So I'm going to create the target group and add members. And my member will be the target2 server, which I just created. So in order to add the target group, target group members, I need the name of the group, membership type, it will be include, exclude. Target type is a SQL Server. In this case, refresh credential name, refresh the one that can see all the databases, and the actual server name. And now I can query my target group and my target group members. And the last piece is to add the job. And this procedure looks almost like the one we can see on premises. So the job name, description enabled, and I will just run it once. And the job needs steps. So in my step, I will create the table. Here's my command. Microsoft suggests to use the commands that can be, you can rerun them without any errors. So if you run once and create a table, and if you run the second time and the table exists there, it either say it won't create anything because it's already there, or recreate it, but it won't fail. So you can write scripts this way. Job credential, and here is the actual job execution credential, and the target group name where we are going to point the job to. And now we can see the details of our job and job steps. Excellent. So where I will be going to switch to the portal, I'm going to execute the job I just created. And we can switch to the portal to see the Elastic Job Agent, the one I have created, and see what we have there. Jobs, we can see our job now. Target groups, but we cannot see the members. Credentials are there. So portal is missing a few details here and there, but hopefully it will be better next time. And I can see the jobs executions in the jobs executions table. So I can see my job completed and it's all good. And now I'm going to connect to the proper target. It's my target db2 and the moment of truth. Yes, the table is there. So I've created the table from the server 2021 as a job server, and I created a job that runs the query on different target, and the job history will be cleared up after 45 days. But if you want to clear it up more often, you can use the stored procedure that's in the job database. So that's SP purge history. And that was the way how to do it in the Azure portal. And one more demo left. But first, why we want to use the Elastic Jobs. So as the first reason is the SQL Server agent is not available in Azure SQL databases. So whatever we were doing, scheduling tasks, automated tasks, running scripts, management tasks, or any other task with the agent, there is no such a feature in Azure SQL databases, and that's one of the reasons why we want to use the Elastic Jobs. Automating management tasks like backups or CheckDBs with Ola scripts or any other tasks that require running scripts on multiple servers. We can also collect data in a central database and table. So imagine we are running some queries and we collect them in one place, so we don't have to query each server separately. We just query the one local server. I think that the master and target servers, they don't have this option on premises, so that's one step forward. And we can also use this for data movements as well. So it has its use cases. And I'm going to show you the way to create the Elastic Jobs with PowerShell, and the last scenario on the list is collecting data in a central table. So now I'm going to switch to PowerShell, and what do you need for the work to be done in PowerShell? First, you need the az.sql PowerShell module. Currently, it was 2.17.1, and that's enough to run the whole thing. I also use DB tools for some of the SQL pieces, and I just wanted to be in the PowerShell all the time without switching between Portal, PowerShell, and T-SQL. So let's start with providing my credential, my password. And I'm going to create the resource group using the new AZ resource group. Right now. Also, if you've noticed, I'm connected to the Azure at the moment. But when you start it from the beginning, you need to run, I think that's connect AZ account, and then you will be prompted for credentials. But I'm already connected. So my resource group is created. Now I'm going to create, it will take even up to 15 minutes, which is not ideal, but that's why I have the backup running. So I'm going to create 3 servers, 3 SQL servers. All of them are names of the islands in Malta, I think, Comino, Malta, and Gozo. And this will be my job server, and these are going to be my target servers. And the command is new as AZ SQL server. And while it is running, I will just show you a little bit what I'm going to do next. So the firewall rules, you remember the security tab. I'm going to add the firewall rules. First one is to add my IP, and the next one is the allow all Azure IPs to connect with each other. For my own IP and to script this out, I'm using this this link. Keep how to get your external IP with PowerShell core using REST API. So there are a few ways how to get your IP address, and one of the way is to use the this website. When I open that, it will just show my IP address, which is very useful for scripting. After I finish with the firewall thing, I'm going to create the databases. So here I'm creating the servers, and I'm going to create the databases. This will be my job database. I can give it any name, so it doesn't have to be job database. Like MSDB has to be MSDB. It can be anything. So I picked a city on the island as my name, and then I'm going to create the Elastic Job Agent, which I believe is the post service on Malta. So it will deliver my scripts to different other cities. Well, I just decided to use the different city, not Valletta, as my target, as my job database. Then I'm going to create the databases, and once that's done, I will add the credentials. So as you can see, there is a PowerShell bit. In Azure Portal, we stopped around this step. Just add the Elastic Job Agent, and that was it. I had to switch to databases. I had to switch to the T-SQL, but we have Azure Elastic Job Credential command, so I can create the credentials on the job database and job server. And then I'm going to use T-SQL, but execute via DBA tools, invoke DBA query. If you are not familiar with DBA tools, that's a PowerShell module created by SQL Collaborative and maintained by SQL Collaborative, created by Chris Lemaire. And there's a whole website and documentation about DBA tools, so you can go there and check everything you want to see, like invoke DBA command query. Sorry, that's the documentation about the command I'm using. And just if you are not familiar with the DBA tools, just go there and find yourself. It's very useful. Someone said it's SQL Server Management Studio in command prompt, where you can actually run anything that SQL Server Management Studio can from PowerShell. Okay, so my servers are done. 3 minutes. Well, my server, it's one server. Oh, no, all of them. Oh, wow, that was quick. I didn't expect that. So I'm now going to change the firewall, add the firewall rules. Firewalls done, and the job database is here. Let's create the job database first, and we can see what we have in the portal now. So this is another set of SQL databases and SQL servers. So SQL database It will be not backup. It is going to be so many of them. No, I didn't create the database yet. So SQL servers are here. So yeah, all SQL servers are here. Malta 3. Yep. Just waiting for the job database to be created. It should take about a minute. Wow, it's really fast today. And now I'm going to create the agent. So my database. Oh, apologies. Whoa. Not this one, this one. My database is now, well, it's still not there. It will show up eventually. The job creation is also around 1 minute, although I think it's running a little bit longer. Yeah, so the database is here, the job database, and it doesn't have any other things configured. The job agent is here. So I'm going to run the databases, the target databases. So I just created basic databases. 4 databases on one server and 1 database on the second server. I'm going to run this, and let's switch to the agent I've just created. So that's the previous one, that's the backup, that's the one I've just created. And it's also empty because I haven't created anything here. So we just need to wait for the target databases to be created, and then we can add all the credentials and configure the jobs and stuff like that. It should take around 3 minutes. Do we have any questions at the moment?
Mikey, at the moment, not yet, but I have some questions. I think it's amazing feature because we can concentrate some tasks about the rebuild index and other things in just one job, and we can apply in every servers that we have in the Azure, like someone like that.
Yes, that's really true, and it makes the life much easier. And as you can see, with the PowerShell commands, we can script this out and just pass from person to person on keeping the source code repository. So that's really good, and I prefer this way rather than the portal. But yeah, it is great feature.
Yes, we have one question. It's from Giovanni Guarino.
Okay.
He asked, it is possible to use the same credential of the Azure login? He completed asking
yes.
Active Directory. Sorry.
I don't know the answer to that question, unfortunately. So Azure. Yeah, I need to check that. I don't know.
No problem.
But one thing about the accounts, it's really important to know about the credentials, that the one we create to execute jobs needs to be considered really carefully, as it can run scripts on every server in the target group. So if it has too much permissions on the servers, someone or something can do the damage. So it's good to just level the permissions to the bare minimum. So if someone needs to just do a bit of a task, just don't give them DB owner or more elevated permissions.
Mikey,
Hello.
let me make a question too. What would be a good scenario for us to use Elastic jobs? You can give some example.
Oh yeah. So now I'm going to show you the example of the of collecting the data from different servers in one central database. SQL databases, Azure SQL databases, Elastic Pools, and Azure SQL databases in Shard Maps. So these are the targets. The feature is still in preview, so it's evolving. And as I mentioned before, it's in this state at least for a few years. First time I've heard about this was 2018, I believe. And just a summary, it's like master and target servers in SQL Agent for just SQL Server on premises. So if you've heard about the master and target servers in SQL Server, that's what the Elastic Jobs are. I will just quickly show you the master and target. So that's my local machine. It's is a Docker in a Docker container on Linux, and I won't configure the whole master and target. Just will show you where you can find it. So if you go to the SQL Server agent and right-click on that, and there is multi-server administration, you can make the server master or make this target. If you make it master, just go through the wizard, and then you can select all the targets you have. I don't have anything right now. It's just a single instance, just in a container, so it would be difficult to configure the master servers at the moment, but that's where you can find it. And I've wrote a blog post about the master servers and target servers as well, and there will be somewhere presentation about this, as I was talking about master and target servers in the past. So that's how it looks like on premises, but the Elastic Jobs are the counterpart in the Azure. So the Elastic Jobs contain 4 components, main components. This is the Elastic Job Agent, which is basically Azure resource you create, and it's assigned to the job database, which is an Azure SQL database. And it is similar to MSDB database, which is place the resource for all the jobs on the on-premises SQL database, SQL jobs. And we also have target groups, which can be either servers or Elastic Pools or shard maps, or just single databases. We can configure that in many different ways. And the most important thing of the most important component is job, obviously, where we create the job, define the steps, and run T-SQL across the target groups. So it is really similar to regular SQL agent job. I will just show you a little bit. I have a separate slide for the target management, so you can understand this a little bit more. These are examples from the Microsoft website, so there you can go there, and the documentation describes them really well. But you can see that we can send the jobs for specific databases. Like this is the Elastic Pool containing 2 databases, but we can actually send the job to one database and then one other database outside the Elastic Pool. We can also send a job to all databases on the server, so we just point to the server, or we can also exclude some databases. And there are a few other examples. I didn't include them into the main presentation, but they are on the website on the Microsoft Docs, so I encourage you to check this out to understand better what are the options. And now I'm going to show you how to create the Elastic Jobs in Azure portal. First, a quick checklist. We need the targets, of course. So it will be Azure SQL Database or Elastic Pool or Shard Maps. We need the Azure SQL Database for a job database for the MSDB, which has to be at least SO as a minimum. And the targets can be lower. Can be basic. We need the Elastic Job Agent on the server, on the database. We also need to create some credentials and users. So we need to create for this demo. I'm just going to prepare a job execution credential and job server refresh credential, and the one is used to execute the jobs, and the other one is to refresh the server and enumerate the databases on the server. And we also need the logins on the target servers in the master database and SQL users on the target databases, as well as the user for the server refresh in the master database. Then finally, we need to define permissions, additional permissions for the job, what it needs to do. If it's just to create a table or run some procedure or query the database, yeah, it depends on the scenario. Finally, we create the target group and its members, and then we add the Elastic Job. I will just show you the piece, what we can do in the portal at the moment. That's not it. That's not it either. So I'm in the portal, Azure portal. I can search for Elastic Job Agent. Ignore this one. This is a backup, just in case something goes wrong, as I was doing the demo yesterday, and it took forever to create. So just in case it's there. So I'm going to create an Elastic Job Agent. I can name it as Malta Agent. And I'm choosing my subscription, and I need to select the job database. And these are my backups, so I'm not going to use them. So there is no way to create a new server from this wizard. So we need to create the Azure SQL Server and SQL database before creating the agent. So as you can see, I cannot use an option to create that. So let's start. Let's go back here, and we are going to create the job database, which is Azure SQL database. I'm going to use the new resource group. It's called Malta. Now I'm going to use the name job database for the database name. And here I can create the server. So I'm going to create a new server, which is Malta 2021. And my login and password. And I'm going to pick up the UK South, where I'm the closest. I don't want, yeah, so that's okay. I don't want to use the Elastic Pool for this, and I'm just going to change the pricing, basically. So for the default option for the server, it should show me the price here. It's over 200 euros per month. So I'm just using the cheapest possible for the job, which is the standard, and it's S0, which will be 15 euro per month. So apply that, and now we need the access, so I can connect from my laptop to the server. I'm going to add my IP address, And we need also allow Azure services and resources to access this server so they can communicate. And that's almost there. The security we can skip. Additional settings, we leave the default. And tags. Tags are a useful thing where we can add extra nodes. Just wanted to show you this. So we can add like created and a date and select our resources. So in case we do a lot in Azure or some testing, we can tag our resources and then find the tags. If you want to learn more about tagging, there's a great post, like I think 2 posts actually by Jess Pomfret about tags in Azure. So I encourage you to try this one. And now I'm going to review. It's 15 euro, so I won't be broken after this presentation, and create. It will take a while to create the server. It might take 3 minutes maybe. So I'm going to create the target now. Because we've created the job database, so this is the central database to send the jobs. And now I'm going to create the the database for our job to do some work. So again, SQL database. Let's call it target DB. I'm going to create a new server, which is Malta 2021 target. Same thing, password and user. So it's not the best practice to use the same password, the same user, maybe, but just for a demo. And I'm going to change the config of the database. So in this case, my target can be anything basic. So it will be even cheaper than the standard. It should be around 5 euro. Yes, it's 5 euro. So I want that. And again, need to have access from my laptop and between Azure services. And I'm going to skip all this stuff and tagging as well. That's not important in this demo. So it's all there. Perfect. Let's create and see what we have. Oh yeah, we have our new server now. Let's see if we have the database. The job database, it's there. Wow, it was really quick. Last night it was really long. So that's our database, job database. And if I connect to this database now, you can see it's empty. It doesn't have anything. It's just empty database with nothing there. So at this point, I'm going to create a job agent. And now I can select my server, the central one, and my job database. It's okay. Automation option is just for the template, so I'm just going to create that. The agent should be here in a minute. It's still deploying. Well, let's see if we can see any tables. No, not yet. So it's going to create, it should run around a minute or so. So we need to wait for this to show up. when we have I will show the backup. That's what is the backup for. When we have the oh, did I do the server in the wrong resource group? Anyway, yeah. So the agent has been created. Let me see one more thing. I might just create the database in the wrong. Yes. No, it's on the server target. Okay. Yes, I moved it to different. I'm just going to move it. Oh, okay. I'm going to create the, well, actually we can see if that works. So let's go to the agent. The agent that I've just created is created on the server Malta 2021 and the job database. It has the jobs, but we cannot create anything from here. It just shows us if there are any things here, and we can have target groups as well, credentials, but nothing is really we cannot create anything here from Azure portal. So now that's the good place when we can go and create the stuff in T-SQL, because we can connect to the T-SQL now. And I'm connected to, let me change the connection because that's the new server. And I'm going, just in case, I'm just going to create the database again in the proper resource group. So it will, yes, I picked the wrong resource group. Oh, no, not this one. I want the database. Apologies for this. Yeah, I'm just, that's the reason why clicking through the GUI is not the best way to create stuff in Azure, because you can make a mistake easily. Malta 2021 target 2. Okay. Target DB2, just in case we have problems with that. And I'm just going to set this. The resource group is okay, networking, and create that. So in the background, it will be creating another database. So let's go back to the job database. We need the, so we are creating the target. We've created the job database. We've created the job agent, and now we need to create the credentials and the users. So I'm going to create the master key and database scoped credentials in the job database. So now our job database is here. Let's run these two. So one is job credential to execute the jobs, and the other one is refresh credential to check how many databases and what databases are on the server. Now we need to wait for the target server. I haven't tested the so the scenario between two different resource groups, but I guess it shouldn't be any problem. And so we can see, just in case works. So there's the database target DB. We can change connection now to that server. And I need to create logins for both credentials, so refresh and job, and in master database. And I need to also create the user for refresh credential in the master database, because that will be used to see all the databases on the Azure SQL Server. Then I need to connect to my target database and create the user for the job execution. And I just add extra DDL admin because in the demo I'm going to create the table. Okay, the deployment succeeded, so we can switch to the proper one. And it's much quicker because we are using the code now, scripts. So again, target server master database to create logins, and target server target database to create the user and extra permission. And now I'm going to create a target group, which I need to, of course, go to the job database because I have the node here. And I need to pick up the job database. So I'm going to create the target group and add members. And my member will be the target2 server, which I just created. So in order to add the target group, target group members, I need the name of the group, membership type, it will be include, exclude. Target type is a SQL Server. In this case, refresh credential name, refresh the one that can see all the databases, and the actual server name. And now I can query my target group and my target group members. And the last piece is to add the job. And this procedure looks almost like the one we can see on premises. So the job name, description enabled, and I will just run it once. And the job needs steps. So in my step, I will create the table. Here's my command. Microsoft suggests to use the commands that can be, you can rerun them without any errors. So if you run once and create a table, and if you run the second time and the table exists there, it either say it won't create anything because it's already there, or recreate this, but it won't fail. So you can write scripts this way. Job credential, and here is the actual job execution credential, and the target group name where we are going to point the job to. And now we can see the details of our job and job steps. Excellent. So while we going to switch to the portal, I'm going to execute the job I just created. And we can switch to the portal to see the Elastic Job Agent, the one I have created, and see what we have there. Jobs, we can see our job now. Target groups, but we cannot see the members. Credentials are there. So portal is missing a few details here and there, but hopefully it will be better next time. And I can see the jobs executions history in the jobs executions table. So I can see my job completed and it's all good. And now I'm going to connect to the proper target. It's my target DB2, and the moment of truth. Yes, the table is there. So I've created the table from the server 2021 as a job server, and I created a job that runs the query on different target, and the job history will be cleared up after 45 days. But if you want to clear it up more often, you can use the stored procedure that's in the job database. So that's SP purge history, and that was the way how to do it in the Azure portal. And one more demo left, but first, why we want to use the Elastic Jobs. So as the first reason is the SQL Server agent is not available in Azure SQL databases. So whatever we were doing, scheduling tasks, automated tasks, running scripts, management tasks, or any other task with the agent, there is no such a feature in Azure SQL databases, and that's one of the reasons why we want to use the Elastic Jobs. Automating management tasks like backups or CheckDBs with Ola scripts or any other tasks that require running scripts on multiple servers. We can also collect data in a central database and table. So imagine we are running some queries and we collect them in one place, so we don't have to query each server separately. We just query the one local server. I think that the master and target servers, they don't have this option on premises, so that's one step forward. And we can also use this for data movements as well. So it has its use cases. And I'm going to show you the way to create the Elastic Jobs with PowerShell, and the last scenario on the list, it's collecting data in a central table. So now I'm going to switch to PowerShell, and what do you need for the work to be done in PowerShell? First, you need the az.sql PowerShell module. Currently, it was 2.17.1, and that's enough to run the whole thing. I also use dbtools for some of the SQL pieces, and I just wanted to be in the PowerShell all the time without switching between Portal, PowerShell, and T-SQL. So let's start with providing my credential, my password. And I'm going to create the resource group using the new AZ resource group. Right now. Also, if you've noticed, I'm connected to the Azure at the moment. But when you start it from the beginning, you need to run, I think that's connect AZ account, and then you will be prompted for credentials. But I'm already connected. So my resource group is created. Now I'm going to create, it will take even up to 15 minutes, which is not ideal, but that's why I have the backup running. So I'm going to create 3 servers, 3 SQL servers. All of them are names of the islands in Malta, I think, Comino, Malta, and Gozo. And this will be my job server. and these are going to be my target servers. And the command is new as AZ SQL server. And while it is running, I will just show you a little bit what I'm going to do next. So the firewall rules, you remember the security tab. I'm going to add the firewall rules. First one is to add my IP, and the next one is the allow all Azure IPs to connect with each other. For my own IP and to script this out, I'm using this this link. Keep how to get your external IP with PowerShell core using REST API. So there are a few ways how to get your IP address, and one of the way is to use the this website. When I open that, it will just show my IP address, which is very useful for scripting. After I finish with the firewall thing, I'm going to create the databases. So here I'm creating the servers, and I'm going to create the databases. This will be my job database. I can give it any name, so it doesn't have to be job database. Like MSDB has to be MSDB. It can be anything. So I picked a city on the island as my name, and then I'm going to create the Elastic Job Agent, which I believe is the post service on Malta. So it will deliver my scripts to different other cities. Well, I just decided to use the different city, not Valletta, as my target, as my job database. Then I'm going to create the databases, and once that's done, I will add the credentials. So as you can see, there is a PowerShell bit. In Azure Portal, we stopped around this step. Just add the Elastic Job Agent, and that was it. I had to switch to databases. I had to switch to the T-SQL, but we have Azure Elastic Job Credential command, so I can create the credentials on the job database and job server. And then I'm going to use T-SQL, but execute via DBA tools, invoke DBA query. If you are not familiar with DBA tools, that's a PowerShell module created by SQL Collaborative and maintained by SQL Collaborative, created by Chris Lemaire. And there's a whole website and documentation about DBA tools, so you can go there and check everything you want to see, like invoke DBA command query. Sorry, that's the documentation about the command I'm using. And just if you are not familiar with the DBA tools, just go there and find yourself. It's very useful. Someone said it's SQL Server Management Studio in command prompt, where you can actually run anything that SQL Server Management Studio can from PowerShell. Okay, so my servers are done. 3 minutes. Well, my server, it's one server. Oh, no, all of them. Oh, wow, that was quick. I didn't expect that. So I'm now going to change the firewall, add the firewall rules. Firewalls done, and the job database is here. Let's create the job database first. and we can see what we have in the portal now. So this is another set of SQL databases and SQL servers. So SQL database, it will be not backup, it is going to be so many of them. Oh, I didn't create the database yet, so SQL servers are here. So yeah, all SQL servers are here. Malta 3. Yep. Just waiting for the job database to be created. It should take about a minute. Wow, it's really fast today. And now I'm going to create the agent. So my database. Oh, apologies. Whoa. Not this one, this one. My database is now, well, it's still not there. It will show up eventually. The job creation is also around 1 minute, although I think it's running a little bit longer. Yeah, so the database is here, the job database, and it doesn't have any other things configured. The job agent is here. So I'm going to run the databases, the target databases. So I just created basic databases. 4 databases on one server and 1 database on the second server. I'm going to run this, and let's switch to the agent I've just created. So that's the previous one, that's the backup, that's the one I've just created. And it's also empty because I haven't created anything here. So we just need to wait for the target databases to be created, and then we can add all the credentials and configure the jobs and stuff like that. It should take around 3 minutes. Do we have any questions at the moment?
Mikey, at the moment, not yet, but I have some questions. I think it's amazing feature because we can concentrate some tasks about the rebuild index and other things in just one job, and we can apply in every servers that we have in the Azure, like someone like that.
Yes, that's really true, and it makes the life much easier. And as you can see, with the PowerShell commands, we can script this out and just pass from person to person on keeping the source code repository. So that's really good, and I prefer this way rather than the portal. But yeah, it is great feature.
Yes, we have one question. It's from Giovanni Guarino.
Okay.
He asked, it is possible to use the same credential of the Azure login? He completed asking
yes.
Active Directory. Sorry.
I don't know the answer to that question, unfortunately. So Azure. Yeah, I need to check that. I don't know.
No problem.
But one thing about the accounts, it's really important to know that about the credentials, that the one we create to execute jobs needs to be considered really carefully as it can run scripts on every server in the target group. So if it has too much permissions on the servers, someone or something can do the damage. So it's good to just level the permissions to the bare minimum. So if someone needs to just do a bit of a task, just don't give them DB owner or more elevated permissions.
Sure.
Mikey,
Hello.
let me make a question too. What would be a good scenario for us to use Elastic jobs? You can give some example?
Oh yeah. So now I'm going to show you the example of the of collecting the data from different servers in one central database.
Yes.
So one article I found is by John Martin, was showing how to like if you use Ola scripts, Ola Hallengren's maintenance scripts, there is a command log table that collects all the details of the command that was executed, and it is stored locally in a table. So John showed how to get all these details to your central database, so you can actually then run some analytics on the central database and look for failed tasks like index maintenance or backups or anything like that. So that would be one scenario if you want to just run reports from single place, not across all the servers. And it's also like someone can have access to one server to do reports and just read only, instead of just running between the target groups and servers and have access to multiple Azure SQL databases. So it will reduce some risks as well.
Okay, nice.
Mikey,
Yeah.
we have another question. It's about billing. Joseph asks, are there any other costs besides for the job database?
The agent is free. Right now we can run 100 jobs in parallel. That's the limit, I think. And the only it is a cost, but if the jobs are not performing well, you probably want to move it to the higher tier instead of S0. So although it's the minimum and it works, sometimes it might be too not enough for that. And I'm not aware of any other costs related to the jobs itself.
Okay, thank you.
I just need to go back here a little bit just to see where we are. Okay, so the database have been created. So let's keep some other questions for the end. I'll just carry on with the demo. So now I'm going to create the credentials, and my password is very difficult. So please don't memorize that. I know this session is recorded, so I need to remove that resource. I've created the credentials on the refresh credential and job credential on the job database, the same way as we did in the T-SQL. And now we are going to create the logins on the target servers. So my target servers are here, server 1, server 2, and it will be created in the master database. And I'm using the variable, the AZ credential that was generated before that. That's to connect, and that's the login. So the script is not foolproof yet. And I'm going to run the query to yes, all of them. So 2 logins and 1 user. And I cannot use the new DBA login from DBA tools because I will get the warning Azure SQL Database is not supported by this command. Probably yet, maybe. I haven't looked if there is an issue open or it will be, or will it be supported, but at the moment it's not. But at least invoke DBA query is working properly and get DBA database is working there as well. So I'm now going to grab all the databases from my environment, from my 2 servers, target servers. And I need to use the SQL credential, which is my Azure credential. And I'm just excluding system databases because I don't need them. So my target databases look like that. I have 4 databases, one server and 1 database on the other server. They are really tiny and they're just empty. And now I'm going to create the user and add the DB owner role to each user. Remember when I told you do not grant DB owner if you don't need to, but hey, it's Saturday. That's done. And now I'm going to create the target groups. And here is the bit of the different than the previous demo, where I'm going to add the first group has the whole server. So I'm going to add just the 2 servers there. So first create the server group. It is empty, and now I'm going to add the target groups. The targets. And as you can see, it's target group 1, SQL Server, my server, the one I added, and no database specified, no Elastic Pool specified, no shard map specified, just the whole server using the refresh credential and include. That's because I'm including the servers. And we can also add the target group with specific databases. So I'm picking up the 1 database from each server. And it will look a little bit different. So you can see the servers are the same, but I'm actually listing the databases here. And they include as well. And the third group, I'm going to exclude a database. So I'm going to add the target group, all databases on the server 1, the one with 4 databases. And I will just exclude 1. I'm excluding Malta, I think. So Birgu, Cospicua, Master, Senglia, and Valletta have been added in the first step. And then in the second step, I've excluded the Valletta database. So it says exclude. So that's how it looks like. So I have 3 target groups now. And I will create a job called job. That's an original name. It will run once, but you can define any schedule for that. And the job will have 3 steps. Each step will create its own table. So just to show you the difference between the target groups. So that's to create the tables, and that's to create the steps. So the first step will target this the first target group, which is both servers. The second step will target second group, which is 2 databases only, 1 on each server. And step 3 will target all databases on the server 2, but on the server 1, excluding Valletta. So I'm going to create the job steps. And before we run this, I'm going to grab the tables from both servers. And I think I lied to you, as that was my first example in PowerShell, but my second example is collecting data. And now we don't have tables yet, so I'm going to run the job with start AZ SQL Elastic job command, and we can see the execution status here. It's in progress. The status changes. It succeeded. Perfect. Now when we grab the tables, we should see all the tables created. And does it sort it on the fly? Yeah. So the target group number 1 was applied to both servers. So all 5 databases got the table. Target number 2, just 2 selected databases, and target number 3, all databases from server Malta except Valletta. So it worked, and that's how we can control the targets. And for the last demo, I think we are running out of time a little bit, but it shouldn't take so long. I'm going to create a separate credential. It's job collection. So I'm going to create the credential on the target on the job server, but it can be on different server. But I'm using my job server as a central server, and I need to create the users on the targets. Logins on the targets and users on the target databases. So I'm repeating the steps for the job credential. And in order to collect the data in central place, we need to create a table. So I'm going to use DBA tools again to the new DB table command to create the table. And what's important, we need to include the internal execution ID column as unique identifier, because that's the output from the targets. So I'm going to create that on the job database. And the job will be called job collection. And the query I'm running is a simple one. I'm picking up the server name and the get date just to see how it works. And I didn't include the third command here because it will be added by the output. It's similar to the CMS, I believe, when we run the query against multiple servers from central management server, it will add the server name as an additional column. Here is the ID. And running this command, which has extra parameters. I have extra output parameters. Output schema name, which is a collection. Output table name, which is central output. Output credential name, the one I've created. And my resource name, which is my central database. That's what's created. And now let's execute the job. And I will quickly switch to Malta Camino. and the collection table is here in the central output. Let's see if we can run the query. Yes, then that's, wow, that's quick, really quick. Wow. The time is, I don't know what the time is. Is it GMT? But that's something I just run. It was empty because I just created the table. But yesterday it took, 10 minutes at least. So, yep, the job completed and created. We should see it succeeded on all servers on databases, and that's another query where we can see the output. So yeah, it's exactly the same. And that's the example. That's the second example how to use the Elastic Jobs in Azure. And Azure was really nice to me today, as it ran smoothly rather than sluggish as yesterday. So as a summary of the topic, Elastic Jobs are fancy SQL agent jobs, if you like, with a mixture of master servers and target servers and CMS, plus some other features as well. They are still in preview, and you can create them in multiple ways via Azure Portal and SQL. Azure Portal doesn't allow you to create them fully. You need to use some SQL, and we can use PowerShell to use them from the start to the end, which is really good and very really useful. So it reduces the number of mistakes, as the one I made with the resource group. And also you can use the Azure CLI for that, but I didn't show that today. And that's it really about the Elastic Jobs in Azure. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much for inviting me to the conference today. And that was really fun. And if you want to get in touch with me, the contact details are at the bottom, mikebronowski@gmail.com, or LinkedIn, or Twitter, or I invite you to read my blog about stuff like DB8 tools or management, master servers or target servers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikey. Very good presentation. Congratulations. I believe it gave you an overview about the concepts of Elastic Jobs, and how to create it. So I think it generates some insights to listener where to apply these, né? So yep. Very, very nice. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. I hope you have fun with the rest of the day and great sessions as well.
Yeah, yes, we hope to. Thank you. We have another question, but I think it is not about the topic. So I think it is that
the forest one.
Yes, you know.
No, I don't know this, unfortunately. No.
I don't know too.
No, sorry.
Oh, no problem. So it's lunchtime. I think it's in UK. It's almost in the middle of the day. I'm all right.
Yes, and I haven't had my breakfast yet, so it's my breakfast.
No, sure. I think it's 3. Nice. Okay, feel free.
Yep. Thank you for having me, and see you later. Bye.
See you. Bye, Mikey.
See you.
So guys, it's Mouth Zone. This is a presentation. It's almost in the lunchtime. We will have a break at 7 o'clock in Brazil. It's we have a break we have some presentations in the track 2. We go at the at noon goals. We invite you to go to the track 2, and Dennis will doing some presentations, and we will come back at 1 o'clock here with the topic about locking in database SQL Server. It's very nice. It's a very nice topic to understand. So, Diogo, you want to talk anything?
No, just talk that in some minutes and some hours we will have more presentations here, then come back.
Okay. So I will put the presentation of the Malta.
these ingeniously simple tools. And we try to make things easy and simple to use. And so we've got a poll here that you can take to see what you guys are using. And we sell our tools to Fortune 100 companies all over the world, all different industries, all different types of development platforms, development ideas, all that kind of things. And so really our goal in Redgate is to just help you build software better. And now as we move into the DevOps area, we want you to build better software faster. We also support the community. Part of what Redgate believes in is not only do we sell software to the community, but we want to support the community from the knowledge standpoint, that we are part of the community. And so we have simpletalk.com and SQLServerCentral.com where we provide information that isn't specific to Redgate, isn't specific to our products. It's really to help you get better at your job, help you become better technologists across the years. And so we firmly believe in that. And it's one of the reasons I'm an evangelist for Redgate, and Grant Fritchie is as well. We travel all around the world speaking to people about software, trying to get them better at using SQL Server. Sometimes we talk about Redgate, sometimes it's just generic technology, but we really want to be a part of the community. So let's close the poll. There we go. And let's jump further. So the DevOps idea is really that we want to bring developers and operations together, that we don't have the wall where we throw code over and we yell at each other, that we really want to make sure that everybody works together. And part of the problem with that is that our data is a challenge. Our databases have to maintain state because we want to keep data from deployment to deployment as our software changes. And we want to ensure that we keep that data intact, secure, and available all the time. And that's one of those challenges when we try to make a database change in a process where there are developers that build application software, web software, are trying to go extremely fast. We got to maintain state, which is not something the application people have to do. What happens when we don't have a good development process? Well, I'm sure all of you have struggled at different times. You've had different things go wrong at different companies or different projects or different times. And often what really becomes is that our databases are our bottleneck because we get scared that our changes are going to cause downtime. We're not coordinated with the changes that are occurring in the application. We don't often know what's changed, or the developers don't know what's changed by the operation people, and vice versa. Certainly rolling back is always a challenge for databases. Because of that data, it's just a difficult problem. And so as we get scared, as we develop fear, we release less often, we stack up more changes, and we create more risk. And a lot of this just results in just kind of some friction and some inconsistency in how we release application software and database software. And that results in inefficiencies where we spend a lot of time doing it. So we're trying to make this better. When we talk about database lifecycle management, or DLM, and database DevOps, what we're really trying to do is make things repeatable and reliable, and we're trying to lower our risk. So we want you to understand and be aware of what's going to happen when you release the software. I want to know what the impacts of the change are. We don't want to forget anything. We want to make sure the complete releases go out. We want to eliminate all the human error. We want to make things very repeatable because we use automation as much as possible to ensure that we just don't make mistakes. As humans, we're really good at creativity. We're really good at building solutions, but we're not great at repeating the same thing over and over again. So we want to try to make them more repeatable using a DevOps process. We also want to try to make smaller units of change. So we want to be able to deploy things in smaller batches because that lowers risk. In the database world, that gets challenging because sometimes we think, I need to deploy a whole bunch of table changes and then a whole bunch of view or store procedure or function or other changes as well for application. And ideally, though, what we'd want to do is release those in smaller increments. Can I change one table without affecting my application, and then another one? And then when I think I've got enough stuff, I can add in store procedures and other code and my application code and all that other stuff. So we're trying to do small units of change to lower our risk so that we can stabilize and understand what's going on. And then, of course, we want to test our software as we're doing this so that we try to understand, if I make a table change, is that breaking the application? Is it breaking any other things that are occurring inside of our database, right? Can I still handle inserts if I've added or altered a column? We do that with automated testing, and that's my big focus as well. I really believe in automated testing, which is one thing in the database world we're really immature at doing. So we're hoping to show you some of this. Puppet Labs does a State of DevOps report every year, and they've done it, I think this is the 4th one now, or 5th one, but they survey it used to be hundreds of companies, now it's thousands of companies all the time about how they deploy software, and are they using a DevOps process, whatever that means to them, and what does that mean? And what they tend to find is, first of all, the number one predictor of high IT performance is version control or source control. And if you use version and source control, and I'm sure some of you do, that already gets you so much further along because it provides you some stability and some basis on which you can then track and move all your changes around. But more importantly, the IT organizations that perform highly, that are more agile, that deploy code regularly, they have less failures in their deployments, they have less bugs in their applications, and they're able to achieve more profitability in their organization, whatever that means, whether that's dollars, whether that's more services or something else. They're just much more likely to get things done because they release more often, because they can count on these releases working. They have the opportunity to get code out to their users and see what the feature usage is or what the value is. For myself, most of my career, we spent a lot of time developing code, and then by the time we get it to users, sometimes they don't need it, or it's not what they want, or they need to do something different. If I could release in smaller chunks and have them actually start using smaller pieces, it helps to target my efforts in an area that are more important, more appropriate for my organization. That's what we're trying to do. So what can Redgate do for you? Well, what we try to do is give you the option to use lots of different tools and platforms and products, and we plug into various places in the process so that we smooth out your database development. Now on the screen, you should see developers on the left-hand side and operations and production on the right-hand side. And what we really try to do is, as we flow code from developers to version control to continuous integration, et cetera, we want to plug into various options. So if I start on the left, we want to make sure that database developers use version control just like application developers. And as you can see at the bottom, we don't care if you use Git or Perforce or Vault or Mercurial or Subversion or even SourceSafe or CVS or really any version control product. We plug in with SQL source control to help you ensure that your code gets there. And then we also provide tools like prompt and test that allow developers to be more efficient. And so as you create your code, we want to make sure that all that code gets stored back in the version control system. And in our particular philosophy, as Arnie will show you, we always store things as create statements at the head of your version control. So the latest version is always a create statement. That way you can always see what the table looks like or any other object. And then we want to implement continuous integration. Some of you may be application software developers. You've been doing these for years and years and years. Some of you may not be using it. Some of you may do daily builds or weekly builds, but really we want to help you include a database in a continuous integration process. And again, we don't care whether you use Bamboo or Cruise Control or TeamCity or TFS or Jenkins or Hudson or anything. We just want to plug in there and allow you to build and test a database inside of your continuous integration process. And then we want to help you with release management. And we have our DLM automation product that really helps kind of build and deploy database code to multiple environments and do it in a consistent way so that when I release the test or QA or staging or
Hi, Shane.
Hi, mate. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good, good. Is it Vinicius?
Yes, Vinicius.
Vinicius. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
No, no problem. Very nice your video.
Oh, yes, thank you. It was a great video. I really loved it. Seriously, great.
Yeah,
Look amazing.
was made by Slowmir.
Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome.
Yes, and you live in Australia, Melbourne.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm in Melbourne, Australia, and I've been living here since I was about 10. And before that, I was born in Sri Lanka, and I lived there till I was about 10 years old, and then came here with my mom.
Very nice, and
Mm.
very nice. And you working some employee in Melbourne or all country?
Yeah, yeah. So I work at a place called Campus Education. We are based here in Melbourne. We have offices around Australia, and we have a few offices in London and Ireland. We basically we make software for schools, education sector. Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
So we try to streamline and help teachers teach better by taking away all the paperwork and making that job a bit easier. And we help parents stay connected with the students and kids at school. So yeah, that's what we do.
Okay, and your topic is about locking. It's amazing
Yeah, thank you.
because it's very common. The customer call to DBA. Oh, my database is locked. Something is wrong.
Yeah.
Anything works, and we need calm down. Lock it's
Yeah.
normal. Let's see what's happened.
Yeah, exactly. You might get like a call saying my report is taking ages to finish. Normally it takes a few seconds. Why is it taking so long? And then you just find that for some reason transactions just left running and it's not finishing. So
Yes,
Yeah.
someone put a big intran and don't
Yeah.
commit it.
exactly.
Yes, it's normal.
Yeah.
Nice. And you want to start now?
Yeah. Well, whenever you guys want to get going, I'm happy to. No
Yes,
worries.
perfect. Perfect. Yeah. I think that we can start.
Awesome.
I'm anxious to watch this presentation. I like so
Yeah.
much.
Awesome. So I'll
Okay.
share on my side. So share screen.
Okay, I will put in the live.
I'll share it right now. Awesome.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, it's your word, your time.
Awesome.
Make a good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Oh, all right. Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming to my presentation, Lockpicking Your SQL Server Engine. And I see our SQL Server. I say engine because it can be your SQL Server, it can be Azure SQL, it can be Azure Synapse Analytics. Anything that uses SQL Engine generally has lock-in involved with it, and these tips and what we're going to talk about can be applied to all that. So yeah, let's get right into it. So thanks again for that great introduction. But yeah, just quickly, my name is Shane Olgama. My full first name is Shane, but everybody calls me Shane. It's easier. I'm a DB at Compass, and something I want to mention is I used to be a robotic vacuum salesman back in the day. And that's when I was back in university. And when I graduated, I used that as my part-time job in university. After graduating that, went on and became a junior DBA, and now just a mid-level DBA at Compass. And yeah, I got an MCSA in SQL Server database development. So let's go through. Thank you again to Redgate for sponsoring DataSat Day at Malta. It's always great to get that community support from big organizations. If anyone wants to check out the Malta Data Platform user groups, there are plenty of ways you can reach out to them on Meetup, on Facebook, or even that YouTube channel. So yeah, feel free to check those out. Always support the local communities. Okay, so quickly on what I'll be talking about, the agenda. Obviously, this talk is about lock-in, and it'll generally go around that as an umbrella topic. I want to give an idea of what lock-in is in very simple terms. We'll also have plenty of demos throughout the talk. It is about 6 or 7 demos because I find that lock-in can be a bit dry. So I really want it to be a bit more engaging, and hopefully these demos can really showcase what happens when things get locked up and how to resolve that stuff. We'll go through ACID compliancy, and what that is and how it actually, goes relation to lock-in, you'll find that isolation is the one that we'll really focus on. Lock-in granularities, lock-in modes, compatibility, escalation, and how we can control the escalation. Lock escalation is a really cool feature, by the way. I love it. It's something that SQL Server has, and you'll notice that other relational model database management systems don't have it. Like Postgres doesn't have lock escalation, so it's a bit of an interesting feature, which I quite like. We'll talk about deadlock analysis tools. So what you can use to actually go and troubleshoot deadlocking issues that if you are facing them in your environments, and some application considerations. What I mean by that is like some things we can consider if we are seeing how to prevent or how to handle deadlocks. Maybe some proactive steps you can take to resolving deadlock issues. Now, there we go. All right. So also again to the organizers, I love the template you guys gave. It's really beautiful pictures. So yeah, it's amazing. So a general idea of lock-in. Lock-in. Okay, so basically, right, lock-in is not a bad thing. As some people might, when they ever talk about lock-in, it's always about problems, about issues, it's about resolving it. It's not a. It's an essential requirement for the relational model, right? We need that in databases. So to have a very healthy, successful, and to manage successful transactions, we need lock-in. It's an essential because we don't. For example, we don't want when we want one user interacting with the database, we want that user to feel like they're isolated from everyone else's sessions or everyone else's transactions. If one user is currently updating a record in a database, in a table, they don't want that record to be touched by another user midway, right? You want to finish what you're trying to do and then let the other person come in, right? Generally speaking, if they want to modify, of course. Or even read. So lock-in is not a bad thing. It's an essential requirement. It's great for multi-user environments. It's actually needed. It's 100% needed. This is something that I really want us to remember while going through the talk. It's very important, I feel. Locks are in-memory data structures, and they're 96 bytes in size. That is important because it'll make a lot of sense why things like lock escalation exist and why we even use that. So keep in mind, one lock is a object in memory. So if there are many locks, maybe memory pressure can come into play. So these are things that I feel that we'll start to discuss, how to balance that memory pressure and resource contention. It gets really interesting. And yeah, lock-in is designed to uphold data integrity. It allows SQL Server to be ACID compliant. And with that being said, what is ACID compliancy? Again, another beautiful photo. Right. So ACID compliancy, every single relational model database management system has to be ACID compliant. It's what is required by the relational database management system. A stands for atomicity. Now you can read what I have there, but basically what that means is that, let's say if you have a let's say big intran, and then there's like about 4 or 5 DML or statements within that big intran, and then you end it with a commit, right? Let's say that's what you got, one transaction with a couple of statements inside it. What you will notice is that if one of those transactions fails, then what SQL Server will have to do is, since it's one single unit of work, roll back the entire transaction. So either everything is completed or nothing, right? That's just that's the kind of way you can think about it. Now, consistency can refer to things like if you create indexes, for example, on a table, non-clustered indexes, and it's referring to a clustered index, the base table. Those non-clustered indexes should be consistent with that base table. They should all hold the same information. The indexes shouldn't have extra records or extra rows that might not be present in the base table. That won't make any sense. So consistency is important in that case. So yeah, basically requires a transaction must create a valid state of data. Then isolation, that's the one that I think we'll have to keep in mind when going through this talk. It plays a big role, especially with lock-in. I like to think of isolation as, every user be in their own little world, in their own little environment when they're interacting with the database. And what I mean, and what that means is, like, if, like I mentioned earlier, if a user wants to go ahead and while they are making changes to a certain record in a table, another user can't come into play, and it'll block out another user coming into play and changing that data or trying to view that data midway, right? It'll be locked by the original user. So that's where isolation comes into play. And durability, you can think of durability as, say, like, I don't know, like the SQL Server, just someone unplugs it at the data center, something crazy like that. You would want your data to be, to remain contact, and hopefully you can bring it back online. Hopefully there's no corruption. That's why durability plays a part. And things like the transaction log, that concept plays a big part with durability, to bring things back online, to restore to a current point in time. So that's in compliancy. Also, like, if there's any questions, I guess just leave it for the Q&A. If I believe it's a bit difficult for me to answer anything if there are any questions on the fly. So a general idea of lock-in. So now this is a very basic example, just to get us introduced into the topic. There are two users here, Jan and Jason. They're both trying to read, let's say, the exact same record in a database and in a table, right? So they're going for the exact same piece of information. And if they're both reading, that's fine. They can both share that, and they both can view that exact same record. No issues there. Now let's say Jan, she didn't want to read. Let's say she saw some data and she wanted to change that data, some specific row. She writes an update statement, trying to update that record. So she goes ahead and attempts that. Now Jason tries to read that specific record while Jan is carrying out her update. So update's not finished yet. Let's say it's in the middle of it, right? She's in the middle of updating a single record. And while she's doing that, Jason over here tries to read that record. He'll be blocked out. So he'll be blocked by Jan's session. So he won't actually be able to see anything. What on his side of the screen, it'll be just like executing, and like the circle just going round and round and round until Jan releases the lock that she has, because she has a lock currently, an exclusive lock on that specific record. We'll go into more detail about that a bit later. And Jason won't be able to see that record till Jan releases that lock. So after her update's finished, immediately when her update is finished, Jason will be granted access to read that specific piece of information. Right, now lock-in granularities. Again, another beautiful picture. Give me a quick water. Okay, so lock-in granularities. SQL Server is designed, the SQL engine is designed to go to the most granular level when trying to go as granular as possible when dealing with when we're trying to grab data. So it tries to go to the page, the key level, to the certain records if possible. So it'll try to go as granular as possible. And then doing this, so you can see on the right hand side of this screen, you can see I got a little hierarchy, starting with the database. Then we go down the table, then you go to the page, and then go down a row. So if you ran a select statement trying to read a specific row, this is the kind of hierarchy we can assume that's going to happen from the lock-in. When we talk about lock-in, you have to think about it as a hierarchy. That's what's happening in the backend. So there will be a certain lock on the database level. Then on the table level, there'll be a certain lock. Then on the page level, and then the row level. What those locks are, we'll talk about a bit later. But there will be some type of lock on those levels as we go down and down. And this is all assumed in the default isolation level, which is read committed. Right? These are all assumptions based on that. Now, let's say Now, these are a few different types of what these are actually different levels of what the locking granularity can be. I got this from the Microsoft documentation. So some of the most lowest levels we can go is RID and key. RID is basically a row in a heap. So what's a heap exactly? A heap is a table that has no order to it. There's no order to any of the data. There's no clustered index, basically, right? So there's no, it's just a heap of data. That's just, that's where I guess the term comes from. There's no structure to it. There's no order to it. So that's RID is talking about a row in that kind of format. We're talking about a key. We're talking about a row within a index. So a clustered index or a non-clustered index. Then page, a page is very, just 8 kilobyte data. Is 8 kilobytes worth of data. The data pages, index pages. I'm sure we have all come across, this kind of talk about pages, especially when we talk about logical reads by query. So pages, and then extents are just a group of 8 pages. Then we got HOBT, which is a heap or B tree. Tables are tables, as you can assume. A file, database file, application, metadata, allocation unit. Oh, allocation units like, I should explain that one. Allocation unit is like a set of familiar pages that are grouped together. And then database is just the highest level possible. So that is locking granularity. Now, lock-in modes. Lock-in modes is something that's a bit more interesting. So there's actually quite an extensive amount of different types of modes for lock-in. You can see that I got a table right over here that showcase some lock-in modes here and with a bit of a description. But we'll go through all of them slowly. But I want to start with the big ones. So shared locks, you'll see a lot of them if you diagnose lock-in. A shared lock is basically this type of lock just goes ahead and reserves a page or a row just for reading purposes. So it's when you write your select without any DML, it's just a select statement. You'll see that it'll apply a shared lock on the lowest level in the hierarchy. What I mean by that? So for example, in this little diagram over here, you'll see that, let's imagine this was a select statement, trying to select a specific row, right? Let's just assume that that's what's happening. We write that query and it's going to select a specific row. It starts at database level, it'll apply a shared lock on database. Now you might be wondering why, Shane, why do we put a shared lock on the database? What's the point of that? Oh, well, the reason why we actually put a shared lock on the database is because we want to make sure when that user is running this query, we don't want that database to be dropped or to anything to happen to that database. And I don't want anyone to run any statements on the database, not run any statements, but just drop in the database or anything like that would be prevented if we have a shared lock on the database level. So that's why that exists. Then we do what is called an intent shared lock on the table level. What does that mean? So an intent shared lock is, as the name kind of suggests, we are intending to apply a shared lock, but it'll be lower in the hierarchy, right? So at the table level, we got an intent shared lock saying, I'm going to go lower in the hierarchy because I'm going to be applying a shared lock eventually. Now we go to the page level and we apply a intent shared lock. And now we want to go apply a shared lock, and we find the row that we want, and we're going to apply a shared lock on that, right? So that's where the final shared lock comes into play, and that's why the intents were before that. I hope that makes some sense. Hope that makes some bit of sense. Now, so that's what intent locks are. What's an update lock? An update lock, you can think of it as if we had an update statement running, and that update statement was trying to place an exclusive lock, which is what which is a type of lock that is reserved for a resource that's saying that, look, I'm going to be actually modifying the data here. But before the exclusive lock can be placed, let's say there's another lock already applied to it that the exclusive lock is not compatible with. The exclusive lock then will have to apply before an exclusive lock is placed, an update lock will be there. And the update lock is saying, right, I want this resource. When this resource has no more locks on it, my update lock is going to change into an exclusive lock. So it's kind of like booking a table. You know what I mean? It's going to book that resource for when it can actually apply that exclusive lock. So that's part of update lock. That's how you can think about update lock and how it works. Now, I want to actually showcase a small demo with what we talked about so far. A few things that we talked about so far. So I believe you guys can see my my SSMS open up here. There are two sessions on the, you probably see one session on the left side, other session on the right side. I hope the writing is big enough and the result set and the result grid is. Please let me know, anyone, just if it's not big enough at all, or if we want to increase the size. Now, okay, so what am I going to do here? I have a, on the right-hand side, you can see I'm going to be running this transaction, right? I'm going to only run the begin tran, and then this section over here, the select star from orders, where order ID equals 10,384, right? And I'm going to leave that transaction open, and I'm not going to commit the rollback, right? So I'm going to keep this part commented out. I'm only going to run this part over here. Now you might be asking, what's all this over here? I'll explain that as well. So this TSQL v5 is a database that I got from Itseng Benga's website. Itseng Benga is like godfather of TSQL. He's an excellent educator with TSQL. I highly recommend checking him out if you want to learn anything about SQL Server or TSQL related. So that's from his website. You can get it on his website. Now, you can see here I've declared something called a context. Real reason why I'm doing that is because I want us, when we're troubleshooting this or when I'm showing the demo, I want it to be easier for us to visualize which session is doing what. So basically, I gave this session over here on the right side is going to be A, and then the session on the left side is going to be B, right? So I got two windows over here open. Okay, so this one's going to be B. This one here is going to be A. Now, also set context info to context. That's again with this with the context of what I just spoke about. I've set this transaction level to repeatable read. Reason being is because when I want the locks to stay on and not to actually release the locks. If you keep it on repeatable read, it will the locks will be remaining on till I roll back or commit the transaction. If I left to the default isolation level, which is recommitted, the locks will actually be released before I can commit or roll back it. Or it might just go too quickly. And then, so basically it's just for this demo purposes. That's all it is. And then set lock timeout to -1. That just means no matter how long the transaction, no matter how long the lock is applied for, just keep going till a commit or rollback comes into play. Don't ever time out, basically. That is actually the default. So this let's set lock -1 is the default. So in a production environment, if you have an open transaction running, it will not resolve till you commit or roll back it. I applied this here because I'm paranoid when it comes to demos. I just want to make sure everything works as intended. So I've specified everything. And then on the left-hand side here, I have my little troubleshooting query. Basically, the main DMV here, we can look over here, is the sys.dm_trans_locks. It's a very, very helpful DMV, dynamic management view, when you're using to troubleshoot locking issues. It'll give you an insight of what's actually going on, and we'll use it right here so you can see what I mean. Right, so let's begin. I'm gonna start running the right-hand side query first, right? So just give that a Control E. Now you can see I ran. Fine. Okay. Now I didn't commit the rollback, so this transaction should still be open, right? The rollback is committed, is commented. Now on the left-hand side, you can see. I'll just go ahead and run this transaction to find out what is going on in the environment. I picked only a few columns because I don't want to get all the columns. It gets very messy. And I coupled this with the sessions DMV so that we can get each session going on. Now, you might see a session B here. So you can see there's 5 records here. Session B. That's because I did run the other transaction over here earlier, but it's committed now. It's committed, but the database shared lock is still open because the session's still open. And I was doing testing of the demos earlier. That's why you see that here. But ignore that record for now, right? So forget about number 5. only look at through 1 to 4. You can see these are all session A, so they're all from this side over here, from this session. Now you can see there's different granularities, resource types, right? We got database, key, object, and page. So what's going on here? This transaction on the right-hand side, it's applying on the, so it starts at the database, right? The hierarchy. It's got a shared lock on the database, right? That's to be expected. Then we go down to the object level, which is the table, in this case, which is a table. And we got an intent shared lock, right? That's intent shared lock. Then we got a page lock, which is intent shared. And then when we're looking for a specific row, where odd ID is 10,384, then we come to the key level and we apply the shared lock there, right? So we have the intent shared locks up higher above, and those intent shared locks are there because we want to uphold the data integrity. So those intent shared locks actually prevent other users from changing those upper level database objects. Don't change the table, don't alter the table in any way. I'm trying to look at this resource. So it'll protect that user from looking at that lower level resource. And you can see request status is all granted, which just means like everything is right now applied, right? It's being granted, it's not blocked on anything. It's gone and it's doing its work. Now I'm gonna run that rollback. You'll notice that all goes away, no worries. Now, what I want to do is, I'm going to do this 2 different ways. First, I got now obviously you can see I got a new transaction open up here. What I want to do is I want to run the update statement first. So this statement over here is updating a record order ID 10,384. Right now, this is an update. This is not a read. This is an update by session B. Let's run that. Right now, it's currently running because rollback. I didn't run that part. Now let's go ahead and do that same query that we did earlier from session A, where it's reading that 10,384, which is the same record that's been updated by session B. Let's run that. I can see session A, it's not actually completing. It says executing query on the bottom over here, and it just keep going around in circles. Okay, interesting. Let's see now what's going on. Let's run our diagnostic query, dm_trans_logs. Now we can see we got a bit of a different result set. We got 4 records in session A and 4 records in session B. Right, so what's going on? Now, session A, which is this session over here, is trying to read that record 10,384. So let's see what's happening. Same as earlier, shared lock on database. Yep, that's all good. Then we go to the table, intent shared lock. Yeah, we're trying to intend and go. We're trying to apply a shared lock on the lower levels. Fair enough. Then again, page, intent shared lock. All right. Now at the key level, we got the shared lock requested, but request status is wait. It's not granted. It's wait, which means that this lock is waiting on another lock to be released before it can be applied, right? And what that lock is from session B. So session B on the database level has a shared lock, right? Even though this is an update statement, the database level is going to be a shared lock, right? It's not going to be an exclusive lock, right? It's not going to block out everybody else. And then from there, it goes to object, intent exclusive, because why? We are intending to apply exclusive lock on one of the lower hierarchy objects. So the higher ones are going to intent exclusive, right? So that's the table. Then you go to the page, we got another intent exclusive. And now we go to finally the row, the key, and we apply that exclusive lock, and it's been granted, right? So now that lock is currently being applied and exclusively locked onto that row. Exclusive locks and shared locks are non-compatible. So while that exclusive lock is there on that row, a shared lock cannot be applied to it. So a shared lock is going to hover and wait till that exclusive lock is over. When it's done, the shared lock can come in, right? So if I go ahead and roll back that update statement, keep your eyes on this side over here. You'll notice this side will finish up real quick. There you go. The statement came up with no worries, real quick. Now, sorry, let me just check something. Yeah, okay, all good. Yeah, so now that the lock was released, and then the read was able, like, right, I can read the data now, so I'm gonna grab the data. Awesome. So now I'm going to roll that back as well, because I got to remember to close the actual transaction. All right, now they're both rolled back. So now I first ran the update and then I ran the read. Let's do the opposite way. Let's run the read and then the update. Let's see if anything changes, right? If there's any differences in the lock-in. So here I run the read. Now this time it came up real quick because there's nothing locking that resource currently. Now let's update. Does anything change? Well, now the update is now taking a while to do its work. You can see executing query and just, green circle, green circle. Let's have a look what's going on. Right. Now you can see that there's a bit of a difference with what's going on at the session B and session A, actually. Session A now has that shared lock on the row and it's been granted, right? So now session A has that shared lock and it's all good. It's just doing its thing. Now session B is looking at that same row and it notices it can't apply the exclusive lock onto it, right? It can't. So it's waiting to apply that exclusive lock. It's waiting to convert another lock into the exclusive lock. And what that other lock is the update lock that it has here. You can see there's an update lock by session B that's being granted, correct? So like I said earlier, update locks are like reserving the resource for the exclusive lock to come into play when that resource is finally free. So that resource that we're talking about right now is that row that session A has under a shared lock. The exclusive lock can't be applied to it. So the exclusive lock, what's happening by session B is that it's putting an update lock, and that's being granted onto the shared lock. When the shared lock is finished, the update lock is going to be like, right, now the resource is free. I'm taking it, and I'm going to convert into an exclusive lock. So that's what's going on here. That's essentially what's happening here. And that's why it looks a bit different. So yeah, depending on the, oopsie daisy, roll this back. There you go. Now both are rolled back. Yeah, there we go. Done. Depending on the order as well, the locking can change. Right, now, if I run this, there should be only 2 shared locks in the database. Perfect. And something else that's quite interesting if you guys want to use, that I recommend if you're a DBA or it's anyone who's looking after a database to use, is a store procedure called whoisActive. It's made by a guy called Adam Mechanic. He's famous in the SQL Server in the SQL community. A real smart guy. He made this store procedure, and it works as basically as a very lightweight. You can think of it as a troubleshooting tool. I use it as a monitoring tool. I got it running on a SQL agent in my production environments at Compass. Runs every minute or so, and then it gathers information that is running at that time. So if, for example, we had this update statement going, that's open right now, it's running. If we run the SP whoisActive, you will see that it has found a session, it's 75, which is this one over here, is a 75 session. And it's been running for, like, it's at time of execution, it was running for 3.7 seconds. It's got the query right over here. And yeah, it's just super useful. It'll tell you where the login name is, CPU, gives you all kinds of interesting information. It'll even tell you if there's a lock-in session ID, if there's any lock-in, happening there. Status of the session, and yeah, database name. Really interesting information. So if you've never heard of that, I highly recommend just type whoisActive on Google. Believe me, you'll find a lot of information about that. Now let me just is this over here? Roll back, and awesome. Right. Now that's a bit of a demo. This was an early demo. Let me get back to the slides. Here we are. Okay, awesome. Right, awesome. Ooh, sorry. Which slide was it? Demo time. Oh, sorry guys. Let me just quickly get there. Apologies for this. Okay, yeah, demo time. Right now, yeah. Hopefully, that gave you a quick idea of what's going on in that. Just a very general idea of what lock-in is. We'll get into a bit more interesting topics in a quick second. So regular intent locks. Regular intent locks are what we discussed earlier and what we saw in the demos. Intent exclusive locks, intent shared locks, intent update locks, basically are saying below this resource, below this high level of resource, in the lower level resources, I'm thinking of applying a, so if in case of intent exclusive, I'm thinking of applying an exclusive lock on the lower level. In case of an intent shared, a shared lock on the lower level. So it'll be, that's how you can think of it. And as by these diagrams, can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can. But you can see in these diagrams, that's how it works along the hierarchy, down the hierarchy. A little bit about what's going on. So actually, let me go to conversion locks first. So now we talk about conversion locks. And you saw a little bit of what a conversion lock can be. So a conversion lock is basically saying that, so SIX, SIU, UIX. So SIX, for example, is shared with intent exclusive. So what that says is, under this high-level resource, let's say table, all the resources at a lower hierarchy and will be will have intent exclusive locks to modify, and then lower that, and then along that hierarchy, there'll be multiple exclusive locks applied on a lower hierarchy object. So that's the difference on this and the earlier version of regular intent locks. It's just this one saying like all resources below the conversion lock, where I'm hoping to apply some type of lock to it, right? So all the resources will have some kind of lock. Now, if you think about it, that's quite expensive, because remember what I said, one lock is about 96 bytes. And so now if you're looking at all these locks being applied, a lot of more memory is going to come into play. So I just want to keep that in track while we go through. And yeah, so we got those kind of locks, and we have a few different type of modes. So these modes are schema modes. Schema level locks come into when you do like I don't know, like altering the columns in a table. You'll see schema level locks come into play. Bulk update comes into play when you do like a bulk insert. So yeah, that's generally there's some use cases when these kind of locks come into play. Now, lock compatibility. This is pretty important to understand. It's a bit dry, but pretty important to understand. This is just basically what I'm trying to say here is how do different locks play with each other? How do they get along? So in this table, this left-hand side here, you can think of it as the current lock that's applied on a specific resource, table, row, page, whatever. And on the top side over here, this side along there, you can think of it as the incoming locks. So we got a current lock that's applied on a resource and an incoming lock. And then you can do this matrix to find out if they're compatible or not. Now, you would notice by looking at this graph that intent shared locks are the most compatible level lock with most other locks, except exclusive locks, right? Exclusive locks, they don't play nice with. Exclusive locks don't play nice with anything, right? They when you're having exclusive lock on a resource, all other locks will be blocked out from accessing that resource till that exclusive lock has fully freed the resource from its operation. Now, this locking compatibility can get quite confusing, especially when you look at all the possibilities that can happen. This is a direct copy and paste from the Microsoft documentation. You can see how how many different varieties and levels and granularities you can get to when you really look at the whole picture of what locking compatibility can be. Locking compatibility can be. I won't really recommend to study this. It's just something, out of interest. I just wanted to show you guys. If you want more information on this, you can check out the documentation for that. But yeah, it can get quite complex. Lock escalation. Now, lock escalation is one of my most favorite topics when we talk about locking, if not the most favorite topic. It's so basically what it does is, right now, all this talk about locks and how it applies in a hierarchy, you can start to understand that if each one is about 96 bytes of data, it starts to really add up as you have more and more locks, right, that are being applied. Now, let's look at this little example I have up here. Let's take this as let's say I ran an update, right? So forget the bottom part, right? Just look at the top line. Let's think of it as an update statement. Let's say we're trying to update a couple of rows, right? A lot of rows, right? So an update statement, one update statement will start with a shared lock. Yeah. So that's 96 bytes. right? The very first level lock shared on database, 96 bytes. Then we go to the object level, which is in this case table, and we're going to apply an intent exclusive because we intend to apply exclusive lock. That's going to be another 96 bytes, right? Then we go to a couple of pages, right? Not just one page. We're going to do a couple of pages under that table that belong to that table, and we're applying several intent exclusive locks. Altogether, they come up to about 180 kilobytes, right? Now you can see a little bit of adding up here. Then we go to the row level, and we have a lot of rows we need to put locks on, exclusive locks on, because we're going to update those, a lot of rows. And now we have 2.88 megabytes on that row level alone. So database has 96 bytes, the table has 96 bytes, this page level has 180 kilobytes, and the row level has 2.88 megabytes. All that added together is how much memory this one transaction is taking up. Now you can start to see how this starts to pile on, right? This is just one transaction. And this is, depending on what your environment is, this could be heavy or this could be quite lightweight. But you can start to see now how this can now start to take a toll, how locking can take a toll on your memory or your RAM in SQL Server. What lock-in escalation does is, lock-in escalation would take this massive bunch of rows and page lock-in that's happening right now. It take all these lock-in, all these locks, and escalate it, go higher up in the hierarchy, so escalating it to the table level. And in that case, instead of having all these granular, fine-grained locks, you can have this one big lock on the table, right? So that's what happened on the bottom side here. So this is what happens with lock escalation. The database level is going to have a 96 byte lock on it, and the table level is going to have a 96 byte lock on it, and that's it. That's the entire memory consumption by this transaction's lock-in capabilities. But now you're probably thinking, right, I mean, that's awesome for memory, but I mean, we got an exclusive lock on a table now. That means all other sessions will be blocked out from accessing that table. And a table is a pretty big resource to be locked out. So lock escalation, like I think of it as a double-edged sword, right? There's benefit and there's drawback. By default, lock escalation is enabled in your environment, and it goes to the table level every time, right? If there is any kind of, it doesn't go like from rows to pages. It goes rows all the way up to table, like straight away. And apply exclusive lock on that level. Now, you might ask, right, so then what are some triggers for lock escalation? Like when can I expect it to happen? Well, generally when a single transaction, when one unit of work is going to apply around 5,000 locks by itself in total, SQL Server will be like, right, I'm going to carry out lock escalation. So 5,000 locks can trigger lock escalation. Also, when you tend to push certain memory thresholds, internal memory thresholds, but generally speaking, a rule of thumb is 5,000 locks is when, by a single transaction, that's when you can expect to see lock escalation. And keep in mind, that's why when I say single transaction, I mean the entire transaction. So if you got a big intron and then commit or rollback at the bottom, and in the middle you got like 5 DML statements of 5 statements, and all of them apply a total altogether over 5,000, then that transaction is considered a lock escalated transaction. It's not a single statement, it's an entire transaction. Right. So that's lock escalation in a nutshell. Now, how do we go about controlling lock escalation? Apologies. Just so the throat was getting a bit sore. So how can we go about controlling lock escalation? Now, generally speaking, I haven't personally come across a situation where I had to mess around with lock escalation. Like I don't have to change any settings of how lock escalation is by default in my environments. And the default, like I've said, is if there's many locks happening in the rows and pages, it'll just be shifted right up to a table level. That's the default, right? Table level escalation. You can have two other options. You can alter a table and set it to two other options here, as you can see. So table is the default level. Then you have two other options, auto and disable. What does auto mean? Auto means that if the table is partitioned, so if you have a few partitions on the table, auto will take the page and rows lock-in and escalate it to a partition in that table. Not to the whole table as itself, but to a partition. Now that could be that some of you might think that might be quite useful, because then part of the table that's out of that, a different partition of the table, is still accessible by other sessions, which is true. It is. And there can be some benefit of that in certain environments. It depends on your use case. It depends on your environment. But there is a bit of a drawback with that. I'll explain that in a second. And then the other option you have is disable, which means just don't do lock escalation whatsoever. So that just means, just look, maybe your environment has a lot of memory and you have the leeway to just give way to memory. Then by all means, don't ever lock escalate. Just let the memory go. You probably have a lot of RAM, and you can just let all the locks be applied. That can allow a lot more throughput, a lot more concurrency, because you're not getting those table locks. But I generally recommend don't go in that part, because you just don't know when a developer might push a query in that just creates so much lock-in that you could really face some serious memory pressure. But that depends on your environment. Now, why did I say auto can be a bit scary? Because it goes to the partitioned. If your table is partitioned, it'll go to that partition. That's kind of useful. The reason why is because in this diagram below, you can see as well, I've got a small diagram over here. Let's say there's two transactions, right? Two separate transactions. Transaction one is, doing an update to some row in a certain partition. So in the same table, right? A certain partition in that table, it's got an exclusive lock on that. Transaction two is going to that same table, but different partition, and doing another, let's say another update. Another exclusive lock is going to be applied onto another row, right? A separate row. Now both those locks are granted, right? So far no issues. Let's say part of that transaction. So let's say that transaction had two statements in it. The second statement in that single transaction had to access data which was in partition one, right? Now partition one is currently fully exclusive locked by this transaction, right? Because this is auto lock escalation. So that second part of the transaction two will have to wait. If transaction one had another second part to it, so now the transaction one also had another second statement that wanted to apply a lock onto the partition two of that same resource, of the same table, it will wait. It'll have to wait till that exclusive lock is finished, till this transaction is over. Now both transactions are waiting on each other because they both need what each other has, and either one of them is not going to give it up. So now we're going to run into a deadlock. So SQL Server will pick one of them and fail it, right? So that's deadlocking, but we'll get more into that later. So this is my issue with auto. Auto, you can run into deadlock situations. So you got to be mindful of that if you do ever set your lock escalation to auto. But generally speaking, you don't have to mess around with it. Table level lock escalation is pretty good. Now let's get into another demo, a very interesting demo. 2 seconds. So let me quickly. Oh, wrong folder. Radio. Yes. Here we are. Right. So what I'm going to do here now, what I have here, simply put, I'll just quickly guide you guys through it, is, let me change that to 94. Right. Is on the left-hand side is basically I have, this is a very simple database DBA trick where you use cross-join to create a row generator, essentially. This just creates rows and rows. That's all I'm using it for, just to create rows, right? That's all you need to know about that. And I'm going to insert a lot of records into the order items table. Right now I'm going to insert 100 records. Okay. So real simple, just insert 100 records, run that. I didn't roll back, I just ran that part. Now let me look at what is going on. Let me comment that out. Don't need that. Let me run what's going on. You can see there are 103 rows when we looked at this. When we look at the lock-in, what's happening in lock-in. So we inserted 100 records. That means there's 100 row locks, right? And you can see all these resource types are keys. Request modes are exclusive and they're granted. That means there's 100 exclusive locks applied on the row level, which is because we're inserting 100 records. And one shared level lock, right? So the 100 row level locks, one shared level lock on the database, so 101 records now. And the 2 remaining locks are the table level intent exclusive lock and the page level intent exclusive lock. And altogether 103 level locks. Now let's bump that up to 1,000 records. Let's insert an additional 1,000 records, right? Now what happens? Now we have 232 records. So not 1,003 or 1,103. Now we have 232. So SQL Server has gone like, right, I don't need to apply all these key level locks. I'm gonna have some allocation unit applied. The allocation unit, like I've said before, is basically, you can think of it as a familiar set of pages. So it's more than 8 pages. It can be more. If it's 8 pages, they call it extent. And those are applied. And the object level still has an intent exclusive, right? So object is the table is still intent exclusive. Now let's really apply a lot of locks. Let's apply 10,000 locks. What happens then? Only 7 locks are there in total. If we applied 10,000 records, but only 7 locks are now applied. So now what happens there? Sorry, my voice came a bit sore. So what happens there? Now we can see at the object level, it's no longer intent exclusive. We have an exclusive lock applied. So now this means that now the object, the table, is exclusively locked. This is a demonstration of what lock escalation in action. So lock escalation has occurred here. It's taken all those pages, all those rows, and bumped it up, escalated those lower level locks into a full table lock, which because it probably triggered the 5,000 lock by a single query threshold, and SQL Server thought, right, I don't want to put that much memory on a single transaction, so I'm going to reduce my memory pressure by doing this. But now this might interfere with your concurrency, as now in a full resource, a massive resource, a table is now exclusively locked out. But like I said, that's a trade-off you get with these things. You got to hope that the query runs fast. But yeah, that's lock escalation in action. Let me just roll back. I'm going to do that like a few times now. Awesome. And let me just double check. Yeah, awesome. That's lock escalation in action. Let me quickly go back to the slides. Oh my God. Sorry about this, guys. Okay, beautiful. Nope. There you go. Right, deadlock analysis tools. So now, how do you go about looking at deadlocks, and how do we go about actually trying to fix them? Deadlock analysis, you can use SQL Server Management Studio and Extended Events. The reason why I specified SMS there is because if you're using Azure Data Studio, you won't be able to do some of the features that SMS can do that don't exist in Azure Data Studio. That's why I specified it here. So again, let's go quick demo about what that is. So 2 seconds, guys. Awesome. So let me put this on here. You might be looking at this and be like, there's a lot of little tabs open. Yeah, trust me, it takes a while to get to know what's going on. But anyways, okay. So for this demonstration, I'm going to use this as my troubleshooting query. It's using the translock as well, but I've added a few other small things to get a bit more detail. Sys partitions. And again, we're using sessions over here just because I want to separate the sessions up. Right, so now, if I got these 2 transactions as well. So that's the diagnostic. I should have showed you diagnostic. Now I'm going to show you 2 sessions with 2 transactions open up here. I'm going to be running both transactions one by one. So I'll show you what's going to happen here. So I'll flag in my view. Let's start with this session over here. We'll go with, I'm going to run this first half of this transaction. All right, awesome. Then we'll run the second half of this transaction. Now, in that same transaction, I'm going to run the second part of it. So now you can see I updated, I should explain this first. I updated the customers table, and I set the company name to a value, NA, and where customer ID was 49. In this case over here, this one's talking the orders table, so complete separate table. I'm setting the customer ID to 1, where the order ID equals 10,384. Then the second part of this transaction is updating the orders table, which is being touched here in this first part, as you can see, where order ID is 10,084, so the exact same record as well, exact same change as well. And then you can see I've done the same thing on this side over here. Right. Now, let me run this part of the query. Now, this is going to continue running, right? And it's not going to time out because until this guy over here releases the lock. Then let me go and run this and see what happens. So if I now run this should go and try to get this resource over here that also is locked out. And then what should happen? So let that run for a little bit. There we go. On the left-hand side, this session over here, completed. Okay, so that went fine. But the session on the right-hand side was deadlocked, unlocked resources. And basically saying that this session over here was chosen the deadlock victim, right? If you want to read the whole error message, that's basically what it says. And then it asks you to rerun the transaction if you want it to complete. And generally speaking, that's what you would probably do if you wanted that transaction to run. And if the other transactions are completed, you probably rerun this other one and try again. But now you can see that's a deadlock that has happened in real time. Let me roll back both these statements. Oh, that was already rolled back, and let me roll back this one. Now, let me also quickly showcase what was happening. Something I forgot to do. Could you see clearly on this session? No, I'll probably show it different. I'll show it differently. I'll show it on the deadlock graph because I do have only 5 more minutes left. Yeah, so that's a demonstration of deadlocking in action. Let me go ahead now and quickly check my other demos. Another thing you could do to actually capture deadlocks that are happening in your environment, you could create extended events. They're quite lightweight. They're basically a lightweight monitoring tool that's built into SQL Server. There's actually many ways you can diagnose deadlock events, but this is one way you could do it. So basically just create a deadlock extended event session, and then set it to a certain file that you wanted to go to. All these demos, by the way, I'm happy to email it to anybody that wants to have a look at them. And then you start that session. And then you just double check whether it started. Yeah, awesome. Now, if I go to another SQL Server Management Studio, quickly go to not maintenance plans, events, sessions, watch live data. Right. Now I'm going to go ahead and force that deadlock again that you just saw earlier. Just real quick. There you go. That was quick. Now, if I go back here, you'll see that my extended event that I created also captured that deadlock that just happened. And if I go here and just click on the deadlock tab, you can see a little deadlock graph that has come up. This is just the deadlock that just happened just a few seconds ago. You can see that the server processor number 95 was selected as a victim. You might be wondering why. How does SQL Server pick the victim? It just picks the session that's easy to roll back. That's essentially what SQL Server decides to do. So if it's easy to roll back, SQL Server will be like, right, this one's easier. I'm going to roll back this guy over here. So in this case, session 95 is what is considered to be easy to roll back, and that is the victim. Deadlock graphs are quite useful because you can see it gives you a lot of data of what's going on. It goes over what the resource that I were under locking. what kind of locks that were requested or applied by the sessions, by the transactions. If you hover over the little bubbles over here, you can see the exact query that was fired, the statement. There you can see updates. You might not be able to see it properly because it might be a bit tiny, but it says you update customers, set company name, blah, 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 blah. Same on this side. Update sales orders. So you can really see quite a lot of information about what goes on in the specific deadlock. And you have this deadlock graph when you use deadlock graphs. And you actually can even use this, and you can save this to a file and keep like a historical, an archive this data if you wanted to maybe compare last week's to the next week's performance, whether your deadlocks are increasing or they're worsening, what times they're actually happening. So this is quite useful into tracking that in your environments. If I quickly go back with the last few seconds I have, I want to quickly touch on, I'm not going to press the present button because it just goes straight to the beginning, but you guys can see this. Some application considerations that I want to take place when thinking about deadlocks. So on this side here, handling deadlocks. Now, these are more like business questions, not really programming tips or tricks. If you're going to be applying a deadlock, if you're not going to apply one, but if you know deadlocks are happening in your environment, or if it can happen, you should probably discuss with the business and ask, like, is it okay if you let this transaction be the deadlock victim? Is it going to affect any reports that are going to come up later on, or it can be afforded, basically? If you can, well, then maybe it's not a bad way to go about it if your business is okay with it. Another thing you can do is just retry the operation till it works. You can actually specify to keep retrying that transaction that has become a victim till it actually proceeds. So the two ways you can actually handle deadlocks. And then to avoid them, deadlocks tend to happen when you have these long, these multi-statement transactions. So if you have transactions that have 7 DML or 7 statements within it, DML, data manipulation language, you might notice that your chances for deadlocks increase, right? Because now the single transaction has to do all this work before it can commit or roll back. So when you have long transactions, you are actually increasing the likelihood of something to happen. So keep your transactions short if you can, right? That's something simple. And also you could, you can, in your T-SQL, in the queries, you can actually specify a query to be you can specify deadlock priority. So you can say like deadlock priority for this query is high or low, or you can even use numbers. Like you can use like 1 to 10, how important is this query to run? How important is this query to us, successfully running it? Are we okay if this one fails with this one? There's a quick little demo I have on that as well, just real quick. So left-hand side, you can see this transaction. Right-hand side, you can see this transaction. Key thing to look at over here is I have set a deadlock priority for the session as high. And on right-hand side, I've set one as low. So if I go ahead and run that, and then run that, there's a 10-second delay, so it's going to take a while to run. But essentially, you'll see which one fails, given that I've set the deadlock priorities for these sessions. So give it 10 seconds. Hold on. Why are these not finishing? Apologies, I'm not sure why those queries weren't finishing. Let me just double check what I did there. Begintron. That. Oh, I think I might know why. Yeah. Okay. I see what happened. I think the earlier sessions, I didn't actually complete them properly. So my earlier demonstrations, there we go. That was still open. And then 5B, I was finished. All right. So 5C was actually blocking my current demonstrations. Apologies for that. So let me quickly run that again and run this. Hopefully now it works in 10 seconds. Apologies for that, guys. That's my fault there. But regardless, what's meant to happen here when you specify deadlock victim, when deadlock priority, as you can see here, the deadlock priority with the low setting, so on the right-hand side, was chosen as a deadlock victim, regardless if it was easy to roll back or not. That's one that's going to roll back because we have specified that in the session level. You can also use, like I said, numbers -10 to 1 to 10. This is more granular level setting, so you can be very specific in what transactions are important to you and what are not important to you. So that is one way you can handle deadlocks. Let me go quickly back to the presentation. And yeah, thank you guys for listening. Sorry if I took a bit of time there at the end, and apologies for some of my demos being a bit funny. But yeah, if you guys want to reach out, or if you have any questions, ask now, or if you want to ask later, you can email me at shashanwilgama.com, shashanwilgama@gmail.com, and shashanwilgama.com is my small blog. Feel free to connect me on LinkedIn. Happy to chat, happy to discuss anything. And yeah, let's pass on to you, Vincius.
Yes,
Vincius.
Daniel, was an amazing presentation. Very cool.
Thanks, man.
And
Awesome.
Log escalation is a very important topic, because without escalation, logs could require a significant amount of memory and
100%.
resource. So,
Exactly, 100%.
so SQL Server is so smart to prevent such situation. SQL Server use log escalation.
Yeah, exactly.
So, on the other side, we have the problem of the block of the audit table.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So the concurrency can be an issue. So yeah, it's definitely something. It's like a double-edged sword. You got to like whatever works for your environment, you got to go with that. And but I like having that option around, because I know like things like Postgres unfortunately doesn't have log escalation, which is a bit of a shame. But I'm sure eventually they'll also get some kind of mechanism like that. But yeah, I think it's nice to have around.
Yes, we have some question.
Yep.
It's I will put in the screen. And Lillian asked, read commit the snapshot isolation. Do you usually suggest this option for an environment with a lot of blocks?
Read commit snapshot isolation. It really depends of what you're trying to. If you notice there's a lot of blocking happening, maybe try to. I wouldn't suggest going, read uncommitted or anything like that. I mean, it depends. If you can afford dirty reads, then fair enough. But I would suggest maybe trying to look into what's actually causing the blocking, what queries are causing the blocking, see why they're taking a long. So essentially, I would imagine these queries are taking a long time to run. So why they're taking a long time to run? Is there any way you can tune those down? But yeah, that's what I would look into. Maybe try to see what the query is and try to reduce their runtime. Therefore, you should reduce the lock time as well.
We have another question, Giovanni. He asked, is needing to monitor the deadlocks, maybe?
Oh, and sorry, I think there's a second part to Liliana's question about. So I just read that. I'm looking at the chat right now. How do you get the assessment of the biggest blockages? You could look into wait times in your environment and find out what are your biggest waits. If you're seeing things like page IO latch has a great wait time, then probably sh page IO latch _sh. It might be you might have just it might be bad index designs. You could also look into what kind of queries are taking up the most runtime in your plan cache, and then try to fix those down, because those long-running queries are probably applying those blockages. That's, I guess, how I would think about it. But yeah.
And in the middle of the workshop, you said about the SP who is active, that there are parameters that you store the info in the table, and you put a job, maybe.
Yes, 100%. Actually, that's a very good point. SP Who's Active is smashing if you want to use it to find out what is running your environment at a certain time in the day, because obviously you can't, you're not having 24/7 like eyeballs on your environment all the time.
Yes.
So SP Who's Active is a very lightweight way to go about it if you don't have a monitoring tool like Redgate or something. If you don't have
Yeah,
that.
and the customer usually, yesterday my environment was very with a lot of blocks. What happened? And you need a story key. So
Yeah,
it's cool.
exactly.
Yeah. And now it's Giovanni ask. He asked he's monitoring deadlocks. Maybe.
Is there a need to monitor deadlocks? Is that what I think what he means?
I think it's happened a lot of deadlock in his environment. I don't know how.
Right. Fair enough. If you believe that it will have deadlocks in your environment, one thing you can do is like create that extended event, run it during the time. Let's say if you get a lot of errors and you believe the deadlocks happen during your peak periods, your peak period might be 9 o'clock in the morning, whenever that may be. Run the extended event for 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour during that peak period. Make sure that extended event is not adding too much overhead. It shouldn't. They're quite lightweight, so they shouldn't. But if you're working at a bank, it might cause a bit of a slight difference. Depends on your environment. But yeah, having that extended event running for however much time, and it collects the deadlocks that are happening over time, and then you stop the extended event, and then you just analyze. You analyze what you collected, and then you can see whether if the actual deadlocks are happening, how many are happening, what is causing them, and then you can diagnose the issue further from there. But I would go about using extended events if you want to monitor deadlocks. But yeah.
Yes, cool. So very nice. Thank you for your time. It's very interesting topic. So thank you again.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. No, it was happy to give the session, and awesome work by the organizers of this of the Malta Data Saturday. Seriously, you guys did a great job. I love the amount of effort you guys put in, and it's a really good service for the community. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
All right, let me just quickly.
So guys, next we will have a schedule with Brandon, and the topic is a DBA guide to proper handling of corruption. It's a very nice topic. So we have a break, 15 minutes, and soon we will start. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Next, we will see a presentation of the next speaker, Brandon. He will talk about a guide of proper handling of corruption. We will start the video now. Welcome, everyone. If you run a DBCC CheckDB and found an error message, you are in the right place. And if you don't execute this command, then you really need to watch this. So I will put Brandon with us. Hi, Brandon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Awesome. I've got my webcam turned off for now because there's no virtual background. We're going to spend most of the time in the slides and demos anyways.
No
So
problem.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, sure. It's a really nice, important topic, I think so. And let's go.
All right, so I will share my screen here.
Okay.
Let's see. Screen one. This may look weird for a second until I get my slides up.
Okay.
And you can see the slides?
Now, yes.
Awesome. Just took for it to come up. So before I get started, I wanted to kind of thank you all for having me here and for attending this session. This is a topic that unfortunately I had to learn about at 3 in the morning one day. Groggy, not prepared at all. It was bad, and to be honest, there were a lot of lessons learned, a lot of things that at that time I could have handled better. And so, there aren't that many sessions or people talking about this topic, especially from a very beginner's perception. Usually when someone talks about this, they pull out a hex editor, right? And I wanted this to be a session for people who are just kind of dipping their toes into this for the first time, so that when you get that call at 3 a.m., you don't have to figure out and learn everything on the fly.
Yes.
So I also want to thank Redgate for sponsoring this event. It's companies like Redgate who help pay the bills for events like these, making them possible for all of us to come together and learn. So please give them a big thank you. Of course, let's not forget your local user group. User groups are where I got my start. I wouldn't be an MVP today without the user groups in the New England area and elsewhere in the U.S. You know, if you've got time, you've got an opportunity, help volunteer to help out the user group. They user groups often need help. You know, arranging speakers, you know, putting on events like this. You know, an event like this takes a lot of volunteers. So do please consider getting involved if you haven't already. To give you a little background on myself, I can't actually say which company I work for, but I work for one of the largest hedge funds in the world, and I sit on the database engineering team there. So what does that mean? That means that unlike your traditional operational DBA, my focus is on being an SME for SQL Server as a platform and automating and building the future state to make our operational DBAs' lives a lot easier. So think, you know, building self-managing self-service platforms on top of to manage SQL Server, basically. I've been involved with SQL Server for well over 20 years at this point. I tend to be very involved in my local communities, and I also absolutely have this inherent need to dig in and learn everything I can about something. My parents like to remind me of the time I was 8 and I disassembled the TV to figure out how it worked. Apparently, I needed help to put it back together, which was a whole other thing. So, what are we going to talk about today? Well, we're going to talk about corruption, but specifically, we're going to talk about corruption in the data files, what causes it, how we can monitor for it, the importance of backups, and how we can also respond to it. So with that in mind, we're going to move quickly onto this slide here, and we're going to define database corruption. So database corruption is, in our terms, we're not going to talk about corruption within the data as in, you know, your values aren't in a valid state. We're going to talk about corruption in terms of something has broken the physical structure of your database. Maybe you had your SAN crashed, right, in the middle of a write. And as a result, when the database came back up, it didn't come back up in a good state because the physical files were damaged, right? So physical is the key word here. However, no matter what, obviously this requires immediate attention and resolution. I've seen times where people have just kind of tried to limp by, and what's happened is they've ended up with failing processes or even bad data downstream due to physical corruption. So, you know, corruption can kind of spread after the fact in interesting ways. So we really want to jump on these things as fast as possible. Now, when we deal with database corruption, we need to understand a few things, and we need to think about the you know, DR mindset, especially as it relates to corruption. So the first thing you need to know is that it's going to happen, and it's going to happen to you, and it's only a matter of time. There are too many factors, too many variables for you to control to really see or to avoid it entirely, right? So we can't completely prevent it from happening, but we can at least try to prepare ourselves for that through proper protocols in place to react to it, and proper monitoring to detect it. So normally when I do this in person, I like to take a moment and pause and ask people where they think in this diagram corruption can be introduced. And the unfortunate answer to that is anywhere, right? So if we're in an all physical server, we can look at the right. You know, something could happen in the database engine itself, or at the OS layer, or then we get down to our RAID controllers, our Flash, our NVMe, you know, old spinning Rust, as we like to call it over here. And it gets just as crazy when we're using a SAN, because people think that SANs actually help protect you from corruption, and they do help at the array level. But the problem is, you know, something could happen in transit to the switch, or from the switch to your SAN controllers, or from your SAN controllers to the disk array, right? So it's not, SANs are not a perfect solution in that sense. They're very common, and vendors like to tell you that they're very robust, and that is true that they've got a lot of redundancy built in, but they won't entirely save you from corruption. In fact, many storage arrays can cause corruption. Some of them do what's called write reordering, which can be very bad. So SQL Server requires that your writes happen in a certain order. You have to write to the log file before you write to a data file, and it enforces this. And you can end up in a situation if you've got a write to your log and a write to a data file, to your data file coming in at the same time, and the SAN decides to switch them. That will break your database, and it will put it into suspect state or worse. So let's talk about the mindset. We've already said that you have to accept that the disaster is going to strike, right? But I like to look at this as, you know, you don't want, you know, an emergency responder showing up to your house for a medical emergency, seeing what's going on, and then freaking out, right? We need to be confident. When corruption happens, people look to us to find some level of comfort and hope. You know, this is one of the worst things a DBA can deal with, and it's one of the most important. So we need to be calm and collected. That means we need to know what steps to take. We need to ideally know before our users know when it happens. And we also need to document it thoroughly so that we can get better, right? This is called, that last part is called a postmortem. We're analyzing, you know, what happened, what steps can we take to prevent it from happening again. I'll tell you that there's nothing quite like a DR event to get the business to spend money, because they feel the impact immediately. It's fresh in their mind. At that point, they're willing to spend money on hardware or whatever is needed to directly prevent this from happening again. I've unfortunately been in environments where that impact is monetary in value, and then it becomes especially true for them. So we've talked about the need to monitor and to respond. So I've tried to keep this free of third-party tools. I just want you guys to kind of see some of the native tools you already have and how to use them to deal with corruption. So the first is SQL Agent Alerts, right? Now, SQL Agent Alerts allow you to be notified of specific errors or specific severity levels. Now, a severity level will encapsulate multiple alerts. It will tell you a condition has happened. And as the numbers go higher, it gets more and more severe. Once you get to about 19 to 25, once you get to about 19, you absolutely really should be investigating these. I'll actually, next slide, go over a few of these for you, but I put them in a slide format so that you can, read that and see that later. And I've got a script I'll show you to actually create alerts in SQL Agent for all of these for you. Right? But Agent is not going to alert you on things you haven't set up, so it's up to you to set them up, create operators, and set notifications appropriately. I'll walk you through that. All right, so let's talk about all of these, right? Let's start with 19. So some non-configurable limit exceeded and process was terminated. That means when they say non-configurable limit, that means some internal limit that you don't have control over and can't set or change its threshold. As a result, that particular process was terminated. Then when we get to, let's talk about 21, right? Well, let's skip to 21. A problem occurred that affects all tasks in the database, but the database seems fine for now. Could be failing hardware. You should investigate. That one's pretty self-explanatory. Oftentimes, before hardware fails, you will start to get issues or see issues pop up. Hardware usually doesn't have kind of a sudden massive failure with no warning. There's usually signs. Maybe your memory is going bad if you're physical, right? Now, obviously, you don't have control over the hardware in the cloud, and you're far less likely to see this because in the cloud, Microsoft underneath the hood could be migrating your database or your instance at any point in time, and you just don't know. So 22 is where we have definitive corruption, right? 22 means a table or index is damaged. You at that point, you need to be either doing a restore or dealing with the corruption in some other fashion, whether that's rebuilding an index or what. So the integrity, 23, the integrity of the entire database is in question. That's really bad. Yeah, that means you've probably got some corruption. You've got corruption in your page free space pages, IAM chains, all these internal structures that support your database in the data file. 24, well, at that point, pretty much something's failing, right? Hasn't fully failed necessarily, but you're getting close. And 25 is absolutely 100% you have failing hardware. Any of these, you should be going to your sysadmins and getting them to check the hardware itself. So I am going to go over to my VM here, and I'm going to show you a few things with SQL Agent. So, by the way, this is the script. I do want to talk about this guy because it's not explicitly called out. This is an example of a specific error. And in this case, it is error number 825, read retry required. What that means is that SQL Server tried to read from memory, couldn't, and had to try again. So that could be a sign of failing memory. Now, if I wanted to create this alert, I could just run it. Now, I've already done that here. Let me start up Agent. And that'll come up in a second. And then we can go in there and we can look at alerts. So I've already created all of these from this script. Now, if I pick on one and I go to Properties, you'll see that I specified the error number here, or I could have chosen a severity.
Brandon, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. It's possible you zoom a little zoom in the screen because we can't see.
Okay, yeah, give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Let me just.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you for letting me know. I have to go and do it this way. Somewhere on this USB, there it is. And yep. There we go. And hopefully that takes into the art, and it doesn't. 1 second. Gonna copy that. And I am gonna go to desktop. Paste that. And there we go. Awesome. All right.
Good.
All right. Thank you. All right. So just to show you, right? So here we can see the list to choose from if we wanted to do this manually. What I really want to show you is over here on the left in the response pane. So I'm going to go over to there. And I've already created an operator. Now, I could do one of two things when this kicked off. I could have it execute a specific job, right? Or I could have it notify an operator. Now, that operator could be an email address that's connected to whatever system you use for paging, like PagerDuty or Xmatters or any of those, to trigger an alert and set off the on-call DBA's phone. So when you do this, you definitely want to include the alert error. I would prefer to also have some additional information in the text, maybe a link to documentation on that severity level or error, whether that's internal documentation or books online, something like that. So creating this stuff is relatively simple. The next step before you can actually set the responses, you have to cut down here and you have to create an operator. So let's look at that quickly. So here you create a name for the operator. You basically put a schedule together for them to be working. And from then on, you can send them or have a SQL agent send them the alerts for you. So this is one way of getting notified about corruption. The next thing that I would talk about is, if I go back here to my slides, right, is the suspect pages table. Now, when anytime that SQL Server thinks that there might be corruption, not that there is, but that there might be, say it has an issue reading a page out of your database, what it will do is it will make a note about that. And there's a special table in MSDB called suspect pages, and it'll put an entry there. The thing is, you can monitor that table. You can set up a process to periodically check to see if there are any rows in that table, and if there are, trigger out an alert. Now, the thing is, this table doesn't clean itself out. So, after you do your investigation, it's up to you to truncate that table. It's real simple. I'll demo it when I demo CheckDB in a little bit. So let's talk about CheckDB. When people think of monitoring for corruption, this is what they always think about. But there are some gotchas with this. It can take a lot of time to run. It can take a lot of resources. Really, most people, unfortunately, don't plan for CheckDB when they're right-sizing their systems, speccing out for the next generation. To be honest, what I tell most people to do is to take, right-size the box for their workload, and then add 30% to your resources to account for things like CheckDB, backups, index and statistics maintenance, etc. This should help ensure that you have a good, solid amount of resources available to you to run these things. Now, CheckDB, everyone says should be run on a weekly basis. I'm going to take it a step further, though. I'm going to say that CheckDB should be run as often as possible, right? The more you check for corruption, the better off you are. Think of the situation where, Saturday morning, you run CheckDB and it comes back fine. But then corruption is introduced Saturday afternoon. If you're going a whole week, well, your restore point that you're going to need to go back to if you need to do a restore is up to a week old if you don't see that in time, right? And not all corruption causes issues immediately. You may not detect it. That's why one method of detection alone isn't ideal. For something like this, you want to have multiple ways of catching it. So checking suspect pages, setting up alerts, running CheckDB combined gives you a nice coverage, because if one thing doesn't pick it up immediately, chances are the others will catch it pretty quick. Now, people do get themselves into trouble with CheckDB. Take that situation where it's 3 in the morning. MSDB has gone corrupt. And yes, you should be running this on your system databases as well, by the way. And you go to Google for what to do. And you come across this page on the internet that says, oh, run repair allow data loss. I have actually seen that page on the internet. And I will tell you straight out, you should never run CheckDB with the repair allow data loss option. And the reason for that is you have no control over what data you're going to lose and what CheckDB is going to do to remediate that corruption. Additionally, I mean, you don't have any way of knowing after the fact what data it is you're going to lose. All right. So think about what's stored in MSDB. Right? We've got our agent jobs in there. We've got service broker stuff in there. We've got a whole bunch of things in MSDB that support features you may be using. And let's go with the job example. It's completely possible that CheckDB will literally remove a job step, leaving the others intact and syncing them up. So in that situation, what do you do? How do you even know that happened? You unfortunately don't until something goes wrong downstream. So I don't care what someone on the internet told you. The only time you should use repair allow data loss with CheckDB is when you've contacted Microsoft, gotten them on the phone, and they have told you to run this, right? They won't support a database where you've run this, first off. But if they tell you to run it, well, then that's on them. So absolutely make sure that you do not run this until you talk to them. We'll all be happier for it. And remember, CheckDB is repair allow data loss. This is a method of last resort, right? This is you have no other choice. So let's look at CheckDB here and go back to our VIA. So let me make this a little bigger for you, just so that now I've actually got a few options that I've specified for CheckDB. So if I just run CheckDB against this database right now, and there is some corruption in there, right? But you can see that there's a lot of stuff here, and most of this is just success messages. We don't care about those. So that's why I have the no info messages tag here. So what I am going to do is I am going to run this with 2 options: all error messages, no info messages, and actually I'm going to do a third, table results. And you're going to see how much easier this makes it. It's going to print out every error message, and it's going to it's going to cut out info messages. So if I run this, we get a much cleaner set of data. Now, the thing is, ignore the repair level column. The repair level column is only what CheckDB thinks you should do. So, sorry, I have a phone here that is not supposed to be going off, but is. So let me just clear that out for you. All right, so I'm going to expand this column over here, and then we're going to dig in a little bit to its values. So let's look at this first column here. And that is, what that is doing is that is telling us that there's an issue with a table. Specifically, gives us the object ID and the index ID. Now, I can tell just from the index ID that this is a non-clustered index, right? So that's great news, because dealing with non-clustered indexes when they go corrupt is much easier. Now, if this had been an index ID of 0 or 1, I would have known that it was a heap or a clustered index. And from there, would have been able to go and fix it. So let's actually fix it. So I need to get out of Zoom. And let's see. So, because I know the index ID, right? I know that, and the object ID, I can get the name using the object name and passing in the object ID. I can then query sys.indexes to see what non-clustered index that is. Then, since I've already done all that, I need to do 2 steps. I need to first disable that index, and then I can rebuild it. The reason I need to disable it is because sometimes it will not let you rebuild the corrupt index until you've disabled it. So I just combine those as one step, and then I can run CheckDB again. And you'll notice that I have no output. What that means is my fix was successful, right? So I figured out exactly where the corruption was, and then I went and based on the information it gave me about the corruption, I was able to identify where that corruption existed, right? It was in an in-row data page for an index. Real simple fix. So not much to do there. However, let's look at suspect pages. You'll also notice that we had entries about this in suspect pages, probably from when we ran CheckDB, but it could have been from someone trying to read from that index. So we need to truncate that. So that's what I'm going to do now. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our presentation here. We're going to start talking about backups for a minute, because there's a sad truth here. And that sad truth is that if you haven't tested your backups, and I mean doing a full-blown restore, you don't have backups, right? You cannot trust your backups. You have to verify them. And you have to understand that you're verifying them for that point in time. There's also this myth that SAN and VM snapshots are fine. You shouldn't, don't bother with native SQL backups. Your VM admin's doing backups for you. Well, I will tell you 90% of the time when they try, if you've got any sort of transactional volume running against your databases, your VM admin's gonna bring up your server and the databases are going to be corrupt. The reason for that is that when they do snapshots, they do not freeze the data and log volumes at the exact same moment. And so things end up in a mismatched state. Nor are clusters and availability groups. Those are not backups either. They are additional copies of your database, yes, but they are not backups. A backup should be stored off-site, right? A full copy of the database. Plus, in a failover cluster instance, well, your database is on shared storage, so if one server goes corrupt, your database is corrupt, period. In an availability group, it's possible for corruption to go from one replica to another, right? So do not depend on these things as backups. As I said, we have to test our restores. Restoring the header only is not an excuse. Do not rely on that. I would consider having a dedicated instance to perform your restore testing on. Build a system in your DR data center. It may not cost you anything. If you have software assurance, well, you get you basically get a system you can use for this, for every SQL license you have. So this is great. Is that all right? Well, let me go one deeper on this. So one thing you really want to consider having is picture this scenario, right? I have all my SQL servers log shipped to a set of systems. I take my backups on those systems, right? My full backups. So now I'm testing my logs as I'm taking them. And then I'm taking full backups. And then I ship the backups and the logs over to a DR data center where I have systems that see those files and immediately start doing restores. So they're testing everything end to end in terms of the restores. Then once they've done the restores, they're doing CheckDB. Now, what this is essentially, I know that those databases over on the other side restore correctly and they're free of corruption. So should the worst happen, I have a much higher level of confidence. And that setup's not hard to build. It really isn't. It'll take you a little bit, but it's well worth it. And as I said, may be covered already under your software assurance. But it tells you that you've done end-to-end test and everything's good. The only way you could really make that better would be to also check DB before you take your backup. Think about that. So let's talk about incident management for a minute because this is important. Good incident management means having an incident manager on call. So what is an incident manager? An incident manager is someone designated in the organization that when something goes wrong, something happens, it's their job to coordinate and lead management of that incident, right? You call them, they alert the proper stakeholders, They get everyone into the war room, and they pull out the policies, SLAs, and they lead the discussion. They will also help put together the postmortem with input from you after the fact. And typically, in a post-mortem, what I like to see is something called the 5 whys. You know, why did the database suddenly corrupt? There was a SAN outage. Why was there a SAN outage? Because work was being done on one of the SAN controllers and the other one failed. Well, why did the other one fail? Right? You can see how we're digging in here. And as we get deeper, we get closer to our root cause. You know, so very simple system. Really helps with troubleshooting, not just for corruption, but for anything. So I would suggest you if you don't already have a resolute process for troubleshooting and postmortems, consider using the 5 whys. It's worked very well for me over the years. And it looks great to management because, as I said, after an incident, you can use the 5 whys to, well, get changes actually made, get new hardware, whatever you need, right? But a postmortem at the end of the day should suggest changes to how we do things and to systems to reduce the likelihood of this. Typically, you know, a post-mortem action items will be created in something like Jira, whatever ticketing system, and then followed up on. We then want good metrics to report on, and really all of this is the job of the incident manager. You focus on the post-mortem. So, when corruption strikes, the first thing you do is you inform your stakeholders, typically the incident manager on call or whoever the system owner is. I'd also recommend calling in another DBA if you have them. That way, you can go and have someone handle communication for you while you focus on, you know, digging in. There's an important thing to understand here, though, and that is one of the most common mistakes DBAs make is they just act without discussion. Oh, it's corrupt. I'm going to run CheckDB with repair allow data loss. Or I'm just going to do thing X. And you don't necessarily understand the downstream effects of that. This is how, well, DBAs get fired, right? It's a resume generating event when that happens. Really, if you just inform the business, you know, give them the information and let the stakeholders make the decision, then those decisions are on them. And honestly, they're going to feel you have their best interest at heart because you came to them and said, hey, I need you to understand these things and their impact. And here are your options and the pros and cons of those, right? The system owners own the system and the database, not you, not me. So I like to ask some questions. Is it going to be faster to restore than to try and fix this database? Is a restore my only option? In many cases, the answer to that one is going to be yes. How quickly can a restore get us up and running? What errors and alerts are sent? I hope you already know that one, but are we part of a failover cluster or availability group? If we're part of an availability group, then we're likely failing over somewhere else and then taking the corrupt system out of the availability group and working on it. right? Buy ourselves some time, but stop the bleeding, as it's called. Get the business rolling again as soon as possible. I also want to understand the timeline of events. That means what led to what. You know, dig in, talk with your system and see what they see, and start putting together that timeline. Obviously, as I mentioned already, work the issue as a group. Right? And when your stakeholders make a decision, that's when you act. You may have one DBA who, gets all the restore scripts ready ahead of time in case that's the route they take. Really, what I'm after the incident, that's your post-mortem. So determine what can wait. If it is late at night, get some sleep, and then continue your investigation. So let's go over here, because I put something together for you that I really want to show you guys. Where is my VM? There, up there. Yeah. All right, there we are. So you've probably by now noticed that I've got this database that's stuck in recovery pending. So what happens? Obviously, I can't really query this, but let's try. Now, I pre-corrupted the log file on this. That's why it's stuck in recovery pending. It could have also gone into suspect mode, right? If it was in suspect mode, I'd at least be able to get into the log file. But this is where I'd either be. I basically got two options. I can restore from a backup, which is not, which is actually the most ideal option to do. However, what if that's going to take days or hours, right? Longer than rebuilding the log file. That is another option. So SQL Server actually has this mode, this technically undocumented mode called emergency, which will allow you in certain cases to get in and work with the database that you can't otherwise get into. So if I set the database to emergency mode, right, and then I set it to single user mode, and then I go, oh, I don't want to rename that. I just want to do new query. Here, it still may not be able to connect, but as you can see, it's trying, and it is taking its time. So if I go cancel that and new query, we'll do it this way. Yeah, see, that came right up. So suspect DB, because the database isn't actually online, right? That's why it gives us that memory. All right, but if I go back to here, right? I could now run repair allowed data loss, which wouldn't be ideal. What we want to do is rebuild the log. So let's look at this command here, and it's alter database and suspect DB. Right, rebuild logon name. Let's see if it allows us to do it. Right. could not activate enough of the database to rebuild the log. So part of the reason for that is because that log file already exists. So this database is offline. Make no mistake about that. So let's try to delete this. We may have to explicitly set it to oh wait, I can just go back. No, I can't. We may have to explicitly go back to set it offline, but let's see here. Now, I'm doing this live. I haven't actually played around with this demo. I just corrupted the database because I wanted you guys to see kind of what this might look like live. So here's our log file. I deleted it because it's not in use. SQL Server can't work with it. Let's try this command again. And it works. Now, unfortunately, in doing this, if there were any transactions in the log file, they were lost. They no longer exist. The restore chain was broken. You know, what I need to do immediately now is I need to go and run a full backup against this database to make sure that it is, we have a chain to work with and go forward. There's also another step that I need to do. And that is I need to run CheckDB against that database. And we're going to get rid of the repair allow data loss option. So what we want to see now is that we can get into this database. So the first thing we're going to have to do is set it to multi-user. And then we're going to run CheckDB against it. Oh, I forgot to run no info messages. There we go. And you'll see that this is now rebuilt. Everything in the database is working, and we are good. I could now take my full backup, and I still didn't run repair allow data loss. So we are almost done here. So let's talk about a few resources for you and a summary. I've had kind of a hidden agenda throughout all of this, and that's, well, backups are important. Your restores are more important. 9 times out of 10, when we talk about repairing corruption, you're going to be, in most environments, you're going to be looking at doing a restore somewhere. So those are extremely important. It's also important to know your environment, right? And to know your policies. Don't start hyperventilating and act rashly, and document everything you do, right? DBAs make easy scapegoats for things. Document everything. And practice. And actually, I'm going to show you, I've got a link in this presentation to a resource to help you practice with various types of corruption, to help you understand the process and, keep your skills sharp. In fact, that's the second link here. So Steve has a weekly corruption challenge that he did a while back And it's really awesome. He pre-corrupts the database, you download it, and run with it. And see if you can figure out how to fix it. This is a great opportunity to make mistakes, right? You're going to make mistakes, and then you're going to learn when you reset the challenge and you start again. Just make sure you have your own personal instance of SQL Server that you test this out on and do this stuff on. Don't do it on don't do it in your work environment. Also, Paul Randall, well, he led the storage team at Microsoft for a few years, and he actually rewrote CheckDB. He talks a lot about internals and corruption on his blog. It's a great resource for you. I'm sure most of you are already aware of him. And also the CheckDB documentation. There are options where you can because CheckDB itself is a suite of commands. There are a few options to allow you to go and kind of piecemeal it. I'm going to do certain pieces every day, right? Instead of doing all the checks on every database at once. If you're using Ola Halligan scripts, right, you might split out certain databases and say, I'm going to run CheckDB on these this day and this other group this other day. Save some processing power. All right. So one other thing I did want to mention in here, by the way, so when you're doing anything like this, if you are going to, if you think, oh, it's in, recovery pending or suspect DB, I'm going to detach the database and try to reattach it. Don't do that. Do not do that. In most cases, it will not reattach, and you'll have an even bigger problem. So what I recommend you do is avoid that. Try taking a backup of the database, right? And see if you can restore that on another system. The benefit to that is now you've got a database on a separate system that you can mess around on and screw up, right? And it's not going to affect the actual database that has the corruption, right? So honestly, consider doing that, but under no circumstance detach your database. It will be very painful for you to get that back on if you can at all. All right, well, we are at time, so thank you very much. What do we have for questions?
Hi, Brandon. Yes, very nice presentation. You said some advice is very important, like you don't attach the database because it's dangerous. It's cool.
Yes.
Everyone knows that because, like you said, if you type, I have an error in my database with DBCC in Google, you see a lot of bad advices. So you need to know what to do, the right. So very cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, that example of someone suggesting to run repair allow data loss on MSDB, that's actual real advice, and it's still out there on the web to this day.
Yeah. Yes, we have one question. It's from Lillian. She asked some advice for those large database, any parameters. I think she said about DBCC, CheckDB.
Yep. So large databases. So to give you some background, my environment is, I've worked with environments that are measured in petabytes. over 6 petabytes of data, where databases could be 100 plus terabytes in size. So some pretty big stuff. And yes, it really does take a long time to run a corruption check against those. What I might recommend to you is that you actually consider, instead of calling CheckDB directly, what CheckDB is actually doing is calling a series of subcommands, right? So you might consider, for those larger databases, calling those subcommands directly. You can do that. You could have it check tables one night, check your IAM chains or your relations another night, right? You can split up that work if you need to. And beyond that, it's just making sure that you have resources. In 2016, SQL Server overall got kind of a huge upgrade under the hood. And CheckDB was a part of that. It used to be, prior to 2016, there was an issue where CheckDB could actually run amok and take a massive memory grant that it didn't need. It would actually run slower as a result. So if you're post 2016, you really don't need to worry about that. That there aren't many options outside of the ones I listed you need to specify, but you might consider, breaking apart CheckDB into its subtasks and scheduling those separately.
Good. And of course, we know that we need backups. It's very important because something happens, you need to look your backups. If you test the backups, of course, because you make the job, okay, you see the files, fine, but you try to restore, see everything is cool, it's all right, but the people need to know that.
Yeah, so in 2019, I ended up being this person that everyone referred others to when they had issues. And I would pick up my phone and I go, hello, and the response was, hi, we have no working backups and we have database corruption. Help. And it's in some cases, there are ways to work around that. I showed you a couple ways to work around that. Another option might be to look at the data and see if it can be rebuilt from other systems that don't have corruption, right? But in one of the cases, the company in question, they didn't have any options. They didn't have a database, and as a result, they didn't have a business.
Yes, it's dangerous.
Extremely.
Yeah. Well, so very nice, the workshop, the topic. Thank you, Brandon, for your time. And if you want to say anything, feel free.
All right. I just want to say thank you to everyone. I really hope this was useful for you. I haven't heard if there's anywhere I can upload these slides yet, but I'll be happy to upload slides, scripts, and if possible, a copy of Corrupt Database.
Okay, and the advice of the last slide, the link that you can download the database corruption to test is very cool. Yeah, very cool.
Steve Stedman's an awesome guy. I really highly recommend people dig in there.
It's because it's difficult to find sometime a database, and you need to corrupt. It's very difficult. So if we have it to share, it's very nice.
Yeah. Each challenge he has is a different type of corruption. So he really gives a nice broad base there.
Okay. So is that. So thank you.
All right. Thank you all. If you have any questions, my contact info is in the slides. And
Yeah.
give me a day or two to respond.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye bye.
Going.
finally, I get on the plane. When they make that announcement that you can't use your cell phone, well, far be it from me to trifle with the FAA. And then I realized I couldn't make a call if I wanted to because I left my smartphone plugged in and recharging at my house. Next time I am going to duct tape 2 alarm clocks to my head, rigged in series, forming a sort of Cray super alarm clock. It's a good engineering joke.
How can I help you?
Anyway, my entire life is in that phone. My appointments, my contacts, my phone number. Well, obviously my phone number.
Do you have your smart card?
Yes.
Maybe we can get your life back.
Can you believe I left my phone at home?
It's a real shock.
Oh no, I'm late. Okay, excuse me. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry, dude.
Sorry, dude. Call Dr. Andre now.
Dr. Andre's office.
Yes. Hi. This is Steve Masters. I need help.
Just relax, Mr. Masters. Would you mind if I verify your identity?
Sure.
What happened this time, Mr. Masters?
Bike messenger? Don't ask.
I see this isn't your first encounter with a bike messenger. Oh, I see. You're in San Francisco. Now, do you have pain or swelling?
Both. And I'm a tad bit stressy. Sorry.
I can hear that. Do you need to go to the emergency room?
No, please. Is there a clinic nearby that accepts my insurance?
Let me see if I can schedule something.
Good. Scheduling is good.
All right, Mr. Masters. You've got 2 choices. 1, your managed care with 100% of your coverage has a clinic 30 minutes from you. Or your wife's Safety First plan has a clinic 2 blocks away and opening in 15, but you're only covered for up to 8 cents.
Good, 80%.
But then do you want to pay the remaining 20% out of your prepaid medical? You have.
Yeah, great, sure.
Can you approve Dr. Willou accessing your medical records? It will speed things up.
Sure. And can you send a car service like you did with my head?
I think it's some way.
Nasty sprain, Steve. Bike messenger again, huh?
Yeah.
This is highly improbable.
Oh, took the words right out of my mouth, Dr. Willou.
Wallow. Yep. Have to stay on your toes in this. I'm going to prescribe you pain. Okay, great. You're allergic to codeine, so I'm going to prescribe Paradin. All right. You know, I think I'm going to give you morphine instead.
Morphine? Really?
Wow. Should be ready in about 15 minutes. Watch out for bike messengers.
Good one, Dr. Willou. Willou.
I agree with Dr. Willou. It doesn't look like a break, so you should be fine.
Oh, that's good news. Okay, thanks, Doc.
Oh, and Steve, be careful out there.
I'm being a lot more careful. Look at that.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, good night.
All right. Oh yeah, they're gonna love this. Hey Han,
Yeah?
you know we could save some money if we fly out on Friday afternoon instead of Saturday.
Okay, let's check the calendar.
Okay.
Oh, I hope Jenna will be into this.
You know, maybe she could take some video at the zoo for that rainforest project she's got going on at school.
You're good. We gotta do something about my parents' anniversary.
Well, why don't we invite them out to dinner? You know, they can meet up with us pretty easy.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And that place we visited last time should be right here.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Hawthorne's. How can I help you this morning?
Yes, we were wondering about reservations for Sunday, March 9th for 6 people around 7 o'clock.
6, 7 on the 9th. All set. Anything else I can help you with?
Oh, no, thank you. Okay, you finish up by yourself.
No way! We're going to LA for spring break. Cool, let me see. This looks cool. Did I say you could play that?
Start this.
What's
on the
this?
Stove, and then I'm going to put it in the oven and finish it up there. That's another way too, because it's.
That sounds wonderful.
I was wondering when she was going to remember.
So I've got this oil nice and hot. The fish is going to go in, and I'm going to put it in.
That's the car.
Are we in the
Yeah,
express line?
here we go. Here we go. Hey, folks, welcome to the zoo.
Thank you.
Any questions? Need a map? No, thanks. It's showing here. It's going to be on Navigator. Take care of it. Yeah. Right up. Watch your shot.
I got it.
Have a good day.
The chimps are being fed right now.
I've got an idea. Why don't we split up and Sean and I will go see the chimpanzees.
Thanks, Doug.
Okay, and Mom and I can go see the Amazon butterfly exhibit. Yeah, and then you just buzz us when you want to meet up.
Okay.
You guys are going that way, and we're going this way. Okay?
Okay.
All right,
Bye.
see ya. It looks so human.
You know, that makes sense. Well, it says here that they share 98% of their genetic material with humans. It's beeping. What is
Beeping. Oh, hey, Freddy's here. Wow. He's Sean. Hey, what's up, Freddy? When did you guys get here?
that? Hey, listen, ask him if he wants to join up with us later.
Hey, Freddy, you want to meet up this later at the hippo exhibit? I don't know, around 1? Cool. I'll ask my dad. It should be fine. Cool. See ya.
By day, Hong
Oh, look at that. A day at the zoo. That's pretty with the flamingos. You like that?
That is pretty.
Yeah. Good. That's good.
Okay, kids, here are the stats on Joe Java.
Java, that is so 90s.
Yes, height 6'3". Ooh, very strapped. Lines of code per day.
Excuse me? Repeat after me.
Mission, career advancement.
Java and Linux. Come on. .NET, take us away.
Please, let's go save Joe Java.
Let's do it.
Oh my! Oh my God! Oh my goodness! Oh no!
Who are you? Okay, let's get busy. We've got servers to configure. We've got test scenarios to run. We've got code to look at.
Okay.
Hey,
Change your life.
3.
He's a genius.
Okay.
He's a genius.
Be a lamb. What is this?
We have much to do. Let's get out of here. Keep them going. Welcome to the Microsoft platform.
Wow!
Sit him down.
Photo!
Joe. Right here. Let's be honest. How many pounds of unused UML diagrams do you have in your desk drawer?
I have been putting on some extra weight in my design center. I mean, I've just been trying to be rational, you know?
Oh, that's adorable. Listen, the key to have your designs come alive is to link them to your code throughout the application lifecycle. Here in the lab, you'll not only learn about design best practices for .NET, but you'll also get all the information you need about the Whidbey lifecycle tools that'll help you come up with designs your whole development team will love.
Wow.
Love. Going to be the hit of the dev party. What will you wear? Oh.
You.
Hello, Javier.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting for Malta Data Saturday today. We are so happy to have you
It's an
here.
honor to be here.
So before beginning, I would like to thank all of our sponsors. Thank you so much, Redgate, for sponsoring for Malta Data Saturday today. Without your support, this event would not have been possible. Thank you so much, all the attendees, for taking your valid time for attending this session today. Today, we are introducing Javier Villegas. Javier, am I pronouncing your last name properly?
Javier Villegas, but it's close enough.
I'm really sorry if I'm pronouncing it in the wrong way, but we're so happy to have you. Before beginning, I would like to just introduce yourself in the form of a video. So let me go ahead and welcome you by playing the video. Welcome, Javier.
Really nice presentation. Thank you so much.
It's an honor to have you here today. So welcome. So before beginning, let's know a little bit about you. Let's our audience know a little bit about you. So you are from Argentina, right?
I am from Buenos Aires, yeah.
Yeah, and then you are an MVP. So since how long you have been an MVP?
Since 2016, October 2016. This is where I got the MVP award from Microsoft. So yeah, since then, just 5 years.
Awesome! Congratulations.
Thanks.
So how do you feel in presenting all over the countries, right? How do you feel by serving the community? What are your feelings about it?
Well, I've been working really close with our local community here, SQL Argentina, where I am one of the co-organizers here. And, from there and being member of the PAS community for so many years, I had the opportunity of speaking in different events, virtually, in person, in the PAS Summit, in SQL Saturday, PAS Marathons, in English, in Spanish, and nowadays on this pandemic era in where all of us are in front of our computer at home, especially last year, I had the opportunity to literally go all around the world presenting in different events. Right, from Australia, Nigeria, United States, Peru,
wow,
a long list. So I'm really of course, I would love to have the in-person events back as soon as possible. But yeah, this also gave me the opportunity to participate in a bunch of communities that I didn't know. And well, I'm here today.
Wow, that's so impressive. You're talking all around the world. You are a celebrity now, and you are an MVP serving so much to the community. Thank you so much, because it takes a lot of time. As a speaker, I know how much time you will put into this, and I see that you are an IT director at Mediterranean shipping company, right? So how do you manage, being an IT director, you might be having so much of responsibility on you, right? So what are your actual roles, the routine of the IT director, and how do you manage all this stuff?
Well, I'm in charge of all the SQL servers and analysis services globally for Mediterranean Shipping Company. So yeah, it's a hard task, because with the operational part, that is basically the mission critical decision making application for the whole business running on the Azure cloud, on premise, everywhere. And my team and myself, we have to be sure that everything runs fine all the time, with performance, with high availability, without data loss, securely. So yes, it's a challenge, which I love every day. Also, combining this with the community activity, I am also father of 2 kids, 8 and 5 years old. So it's also challenging in this situation, combining all the roles together. I enjoy them all. Of course, the ones I enjoy most are my kids and my family. But yeah, definitely is something that I try to manage to do this, right? And I believe that being able to be part of this kind of events globally also helps you to spread the word, get to know to people who maybe doesn't know this particular technology or want to learn a little bit more, right? I'm part of the whole data platform thing. That is my MVP award category. So, this is what I'm trying to do, just spread the word everywhere, so more and more people know about this.
Wow. So first you are inspiring your kids first by doing all this activity to the community. By looking at you, your kids are definitely so blessed to have a father like you doing all the community service. They are learning something from you. They are watching you. So they will become a very good citizens. As well, they will also do some community work by looking at you. So let me ask you this question. What is the best advice you give to any of the professionals out there who are really looking forward to take that first step into speaking, but then having that fear in their hearts and minds, like, can I even do this? And if somebody is actually willing, but then they are having that, having that fear in their heart just to take that first step, right? What are your advices? Like, what is that one single advice you give to them?
Yeah, this is something that we put a lot of emphasis in our communities here in Latam, right? And everywhere in where we try to, spread the word, as I said earlier. None of us are professional speaker, right? But, we went through doing our professional career for several years, right? So at some point of your career, you say, okay, I have something that I believe that is not only useful to me, and it's going to be useful for many other people, right? So when you do that click, is when you have something that somebody else can take advantage of, at some point of your career, you should say, okay, now it's time to share it. Of course, being in front of a scenario with 600 person give you some fear. But as long as the topic that you know it well. How you gonna be delivering it? Maybe at the beginning it's not gonna be ideal, right? But over time will improve. And let me tell you something. Nobody's gonna chat you if you are, a professional speaker, if your demo maybe are not working well, or if there is something, that is not perfect during the presentation. Definitely not. We encourage everyone to come to this side of the stage, right? Mm-hmm. If you have a minimum thing that you believe that somebody else can take advantage of, definitely you should share it, right? No matter how, right? And this how thing is going to improve over time. Definitely.
Exactly. When I started, I was like literally wanted to hear these kind of suggestions. I did not listen these properly. I mean, I accidentally somehow I came to the Twitter, and many people like you inspired me to take that first step. But many other people don't even have that that circumstances of even knowing that there is this community around. Mm-hmm. They might be not knowing. So all the attendees we are seeing, you have to just take your first step by putting yourself out there. Let that failure move you in front, like let you fall down, just like me. I fall down several times before being in front of the screen right now. So take that first step, trust in yourself, fall down, let that glorious failure be your success story later. So
absolutely. And that's how also give you an additional thing, which is networking, knowing people, right? Knowing other communities that some of them may become your best friends, right?
Yes.
So again, in these particular times, the virtuality thing is a little bit more complicated. But when you go to events and you make all this network with attendees, with other speakers, you spend some time together. It's really comforting because your professional network, right, and your social network also get bigger and bigger. And again, you need to just do the first step, just break that ice. Right. And believe me, it's gonna be something that at the beginning you're gonna feel that what I am doing here in front of all these people, but then moving forward, you will enjoy doing that, right? A lot.
So
as I am doing.
Take that first step to see the beauty on the other side, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Otherwise,
absolutely.
you won't even know that there is another world out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, that's a very good story, and I'm so honored to have you on the stage today. Thank you so much for taking your time for presenting for Malta Data Saturday. So right at this moment, we can go ahead and get started. Like whenever you are ready, just share your screen.
Okay, let me share my screen. Shares. You hear me well, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. So is it coming?
Not yet. So
we need to addition to stream.
So how do we Javier has to share his screen, right?
Yes, here.
I did that already. Okay.
Oh yeah, right now we can see. Awesome. Yay! Welcome, Javier. I'm so interested in this topic.
Yeah, this is a topic that I really enjoy, right? Because I've been there. Right, I definitely had to start collecting some community tools to do SQL Server monitoring, and definitely something that a bunch of people can take advantage of. Maybe some of these things, but not all. So the idea is just to know them a little bit. All right. So let's start. Just 1 second. All right. Almost there. Very good. All right. So today we're going to be talking about SQL Server performance monitoring and troubleshooting using free tools. Those tools are going to be tools coming directly from Microsoft and others community tools coming from another, from another professional like me or you or anyone who, again, has created a solution which consider that could be useful for somebody else, right? So let's start digging a little bit more about what this is all about. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Definitely, without them, these kind of events cannot be running, especially, again, this complicated times. Definitely, this is something that we like to have companies sponsoring this kind of events. And also the Malta Microsoft Data Platform User Group, which, of course, is the one who's organizing this Data Saturday today. Here's all the link information. I believe you're going to see this several times during the day today. So again, a little bit about myself. It was in the initial presentation, which I definitely enjoyed a lot. Thank you for that. I'm working as an IT director at MSC for a number of years, Microsoft MVP, certified trainer, and also technical speaker. I am member of the SQL Argentina community, in where we also have our meetups, right? Our weekly meetings. Before we used to have the in-person, where we were doing social, when we were, just sharing knowledge and spending time together. Today we have our virtual meetings. So if all of them are in Spanish, if you would like to join us, you are more than welcome. I'm also part of an initiative that we started with another colleagues here from LATAM, right, which we call Azure en el Bar, which is basically a space in where different community experts or just enthusiasts just spend time together, like if we are in a real bar, just hanging up with a beer, just talking about working experience, technology, etc. No slides, no presentation, no demo. It's just a discussion about different topics, which we love to do that. Azure en el Bar, also, you can follow both of the initiative in Twitter. There is the accounts over there. On the left side of the screen, you see my contact information, email address, Twitter, LinkedIn, and my blog. I'm quite active in all of them. If you want to reach me for any question regarding to this presentation, or if you just want to connect to expand the networking, I'm glad to connect with all of you. So I definitely encourage you to do that. So let's start with the presentation. And this is something that I really want to emphasize, because it's extremely, extremely important. We can all have a set of tools, software that we buy, community tools, the tools that Microsoft provides us, everything to do performance tuning, monitoring, and troubleshooting, right? But there is something which is extremely important. There is no magic that can fix bad code, right? And with that, I mean, you can have your best tool, your best effort to do this kind of troubleshooting, monitoring activity, but if the code is not well written, it's going to be really, really hard to accomplish this task that I mentioned earlier. So what is my advice in that area, and something that we put in place in the company I work for? Spend time with the people who develop and work on the SQL Server, right? The developers who write code, store procedure, transact SQL, right? Spend time with them, prepare learning sessions, right? Give them the best practices, give them examples on how to use the best practices. So then they will grab this, right? And they will use it in their development. And believe me, doing that, spending time on training the dev team will help you and your own team to do your job much, much better, because you won't have to dig into those crazy problems because the code is not well written, right? So again, that is my first piece of advice, right? Beside the tooling that you would be using to do monitoring, troubleshooting, etc., spend time with the developers, right? That will definitely make your days much, much easier in the long run, right? So definitely something to consider. So now let's start digging into a troubleshooting process, right? This is not a one-time thing, like you just do something one day and that's it. You fix everything for the next month or so. This is a continuous process, right? And with that process, there are certain steps that you have to follow. First of all, you have to observe behavior. What is that? Just collecting statistics, collecting log, seeing how your systems are behaving. And when you start into the next point, which is capture the metrics, right? You need to collect all the relevant points like I/O related, runtime statistics, memory usage, CPU usage, query plan changes, as much as you can collect. When you capture all these metrics, then you start the first iteration, which is adjusting the problems that you found in order to solve them and relieve the performance pressure that you may be having. And the process doesn't finish there. It starts again, right? When the proper fix is in place, right? You need to, again, keep observing, keep capturing, keep adjusting, and this is something that is constantly repeating, right? So based on this, right, that I understand that everybody already knows, right? Let's start going into the toolings that we may have for all these steps. A little bit about some of the points that we will be covering during this presentation. We're going to talk about Performance Monitor and Profiler, definitely tools that every single DBA know. Let's try to dig on something specific that I'm not sure if everybody knows, but to me is really useful, right? We will cover Management Studio, the Activity Monitor, the Performance Dashboard. We will cover Dynamic Management Objects, these views and functions that allow us to do certain things within SQL Server. We're going to dig into this new application, Azure Data Studio, and try to dig a little bit on how to use some of the new extension and notebooks in order to accomplish the troubleshooting, monitoring, and all the things that we would like to see today. We will see extended events and query store. Up to this point, all the things that I just mentioned are coming from Microsoft. Right? So the first part of the conversation is going to be based on that. Then we will go through a set of community initiative from another MVP, professionals, and just enthusiasts that would like to share what they did. We're going to go through SP Who's Active, right? We're going to cover Brent Ozard First Responder Kit, the Plan Explorer from SentryOne, the PowerShell options with DBA tool, the diagnostic query from Glenberry, and SQL Watch. So let's start. Profiler and Performance Monitor. We know what they are for, but let's review it quickly. With Performance Monitor on your Windows server, you are able to capture all the metrics related to your host, your Windows server. If you have SQL Server also at the top of it, there are several SQL Server counters that you are also allowed to capture and store into certain files. So you can see the information, the activity on your host, your SQL Server live, and also you can capture all this information to create what we call the baseline, right? Baseline is something extremely important that will help you to capture the activity on your environment when everything is running, I would say, smoothly, normally, right? And then when you are in trouble with certain performance problem, right, you will capture all these metrics again, and you will be able to compare one with the other. This way, you can easily identify where your problems are. If it is memory pressure, if it is CPU pressure, if there are blocks, etc. Right? You may need to have this point in where you can compare what is happening right now with my baseline. Performance Monitor will help you a lot in this area. Then we have Profiler. Most probably, SQL Profiler is one of those tools that is the first one that everybody gets when they start their DBA career. You can use Profiler to check what's going on in your SQL Server instance. You can capture certain type of events, and you can see the runtime information of every single store procedure, statement within the store procedure, or just ad hoc queries, right? You can see the amount of reads, writes on 10 dBs, the duration, the CPU consumption, etc., etc., etc. You can see this live, and again, you can store this information into a file. What not everybody knows is that there is a way within SQL Profiler that allows you to combine both the data that you capture from Performance Monitor and Profiler. And then within a single user interface, you correlate the stuff you capture from Performance Monitor and the stuff you get from Profiler. And this time, you can see exactly when you were running a particular statement in a SQL Server that maybe is the one that you consider is the troubleshooting one, what's happening at the host level, right? Number of, CPU usage, number of IOPS, and all those metrics. We're going to see it in action in a minute, right? But this is the beauty. If you capture information with Profiler and with Performance Monitor, of course, they have to be running at the same time, because this comparison is going to be made based on the timestamp, right? You will be able to combine both of them to get deeper insight, and that will help you a lot on just understanding what's going on within your system. Then we have SQL Server Management Studio Activity Monitor. one of the things that I will be recommending here is that you always use the latest and greatest version. Normally, Microsoft release one update frequently. Right? Recently, they just released SQL Server Management Studio 18.9.1. Right? So my recommendation in this area is just go grab the latest one. How you can use it in terms of Activity Monitor, or what is this Activity Monitor within SQL Server? Well, it's a graphical user interface that will allow you to see certain charts on CPU, disk, memory usage, etc. You can also see the most expensive queries that are running in your system at this specific point of time, right? And you can also see the runtime and stats usage. What is really important is that in Microsoft with SQL Server 2018, they released a feature which is called lightweight query profiling, which is enabled by default in 2019, as I said, but you can also enable it in SQL Server 2016 and 17 with a trace flag, right? What you can do with this lightweight query profiling? Well, what SQL Server is doing for every single statement that is running within your SQL Server, I mean your database engine, is gonna get the live query execution plan as well as the estimated execution progress, right? So with the Activity Monitor, we can see everything that is running in our server. We can just simply do right-click, get the actual execution plan, right? And see at which point of the execution it is on, right? So you can see, I mean, this is an estimated value. You can see if your that particular statement or any of the statement is running at 10%, 50%, or 90% of the execution, right? And knowing that, you can take better decisions on what to do. I always like to give this example. You have this important report that normally runs at 4 a.m. in the morning and used to take 1 hour to complete. This particular day of the week, you arrive into your office, you go to the cafeteria, grab your coffee, sit down, you say, oh, today is going to be a quiet day. And right after, you get a phone call from management saying, hey, this important report that we should get in our desk by early in the morning, we still don't get it. You leave your coffee there, and you know that that's going to be one of those days, right? Start seeing, and you see that the statement that the report that supposed to be finished, it's still running, right? There's maybe several reasons why it's still running. For example, plan regression, all those kind of things that we're going to be covering later on, right? But now you can go to Activity Monitor, identify the session ID, right? And check at which part of the execution it's at that particular moment. If it is at the very beginning or if it is at the end. And knowing that, you can take certain decisions, right? I leave it running, I stop it, I fix it, and then I continue running, those kind of things. So definitely Activity Monitor, which it is in SQL Server Management Studio since several versions, right? Now it's kind of empowered because of this feature, lightweight query profiling. Right? Also within Management Studio, Performance Dashboard reports. These are reports that are built into Management Studio, so you can check certain activities or certain information from all your SQL servers, just going into Management Studio and checking this report. Weights, latches, IO stats, table sizes, row count, certain information that is not let's say, you cannot do the whole troubleshooting there, but at least with this report, you will have a better understanding of what is going on in terms of performance. We're gonna see them in action in a minute, right? This is interesting because it is embedded in Management Studio. I remember several years ago, this was something that you have to download separately, put it into your Management Studio, and also you have to go to each of the SQL Server that you want to monitor with this and install certain procedures in order to run this report. Now is everything embedded here, and again, it's part of the Management Studio that you are using today. Then something extremely important is the management, dynamic management objects, DMVs and DMF, dynamic management views or dynamic management function. These are read-only objects that SQL Server has in where it exposes, right, all the performance, runtime, stats, operational, all the information, right, is on this read-only objects. So you can query them all the time, right? They are quite lightweight, right? And you can see exactly what's going on your server. What some of these dynamic management views also have information from, cumulative information. So you can see since the SQL Server was started, right? And let me tell you something. Every single monitoring solution, right, is based on this dynamic management views and function, right? Paid one, free ones, all of them are just querying these objects in order to come up with certain results. Of course, these solutions are combining, joining all this or certain set of these DMVs in order to come up with the information that we are looking at. And there are several categories. And here I've just put some of them, like transactional index, missing index, and query stats and plan. Just some examples on which one we can use, right? So there are ton of them, right? We just put some examples. But again, these are the base of every single SQL Server in order for us to query, to check those DMVs, DMF, and get the information that we are looking for. Next, we have extended events. Well, at the beginning, I mentioned SQL Server Profiler. This is a tool that is part of SQL Server since, well, I don't remember which one, but for sure in SQL Server 6.5, which is one that I was using back then, it was there, Profiler. Profiler is a tool that, again, we said earlier, that is just to see what's going on at the SQL Server and capture certain type of activity within our instance. Right? This is a graphical user interface, and this profiler thing, let me tell you, it's deprecated or discontinued, actually. That means Microsoft will keep it in the product, right? But it's not investing at all anymore, right? So you can keep using it, it's not a problem, but they are not investing in this kind of tooling. Instead, since SQL Server 2008 and 2008 R2, they have what they call extended event. Extended event is a mechanism that allows you to track certain type of events within SQL Server. And this is where Microsoft is investing a lot. They are adding new events for every single major version and also within the cumulative updates, right? So every single feature or or technology that we may have new in SQL Server, they will add these events into extended events so we can use it to capture then and do our analysis. This is a very lightweight technology that allows you to have way more events than what you have in Profiler, right? Because again, Profiler has nothing else, right? And again, it's lightweight. You can send the output into your file system, into Ring Buffer. You can do it asynchronously, and then all this information that gets stored, you can use it to analyze it and find out where your problems are, right? Again, you can use it same as Profiler, but way lightweight, right? And really easy to use. At the beginning, there were more complex because there were no user interfaces. So in order to create the extended event sessions, you had to do everything by writing TC. Right? Now it's way more easy. So here are some of the components of an extended event: package, event, predicate, action, targets, and more. When we will see extended event, you will notice that there are a lot of correlation with Profiler, right? You have the predicates, which are the filters within Profiler, the events, which are also the same events that we have in Profilers. The target is the location in where we're going to store the output of extended event. So it's it's a different technology to accomplish the same in a better way, right? So definitely something to pay attention. And believe me, I use extended event a lot, right? Because they are a really powerful tool. Then we have query plans, right? When you run from Management Studio, you have your store procedure, your ad hoc query, and you get the estimated execution plan, right, from Management Studio. Then the actual execution plan is that after running the statement, you get the actual plan, right? And recently it was added also the live execution starting, where you were seeing exactly you were seeing the plan and the progress within the graphical user interface. So with these query plans, you can analyze and do troubleshooting at the statement level, right? You can also understand if there was some plan change that is impacting in the performance, and you can do a ton of analysis within SQL Server with the plans. Moving a step forward, there is a tool called Plan Explorer, which is, again, completely free, right? That we can download and combine it with Management Studio to get the execution plans, right? Analyze it in a much better way. From Management Studio, you can do it. If the plan is a little bit complex, it's going to be difficult to do it with Management Studio itself. But with Plan Explorer, it's a way better tool to do deeper analysis into query plan. So we will check it later. All right. And then we have some of the tools coming within SQL Server from the models version, in this case, SQL Server 2016. This is Query Store. This is an important feature targeted to performance, introduced it, as I said, in 2016, which allow you to have, I like to compare it with a flight data recorder, right? Like in the plane that is capturing all the information from that particular flight. Well, here you enable Query Store at the user database level, and it will capture all the executions, the runtime statistics, and the query plans, and also the plan changes over time, right? And will store it within the user database. And then Microsoft is providing you within Management Studio a certain set of reports, right, which allow you to understand, right, which are the statement or the procedures that were running for longer, etc., and do certain analysis. What you can do here is see the plan, how it was changing over time, right? You can see it graphically, you can see it in action, you can see this, the changes over time. And something that you can also do is eventually force the plan to use one that was, for your consideration, better in the past, right? So this is Query Store. Let's see some of these things in action, right? So I have my virtual machine here, and let's start with the live query statistics, right? Within Management Studio, I have my query, and up here I have include live query statistics, right? So this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm selecting include live query statistics, right? And when I go here, I run this statement, right? And I see, graphically speaking, the progress of the execution plan. And see down here, I see estimated execution query 19%, right? So I see the progress of the execution all the time. If I go here and I run another one, right? Again, I see the progress and I see how my the plan is moving, right? This is from Management Studio, as I said. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to execute some random workload against my instance, right? This is just generating random workload, right? So it's running multiple procedures at the same time, etc., etc. So I will jump into Object Explorer. I will go to my instance. I will go to Activity Monitor, right? Activity Monitor here. Okay, it's going to take few seconds to start populating all these charts, CPU usage, weights, database IOPS, and batch requests per second. And then down here I have, all the processes, etc. The one that I like is the one at the bottom, which is active expensive queries. It's telling you which are the most expensive queries running right now. I got one, so I will do right click and see here. We have the option, show live execution plan. So when I got this, I see the estimated query progress up here, right? So this is, for example, if your workload is running on from a web server or something like that, or an application server, you will see the progress constantly here, right? And again, you can use the activity monitor for many other things, like check your I/O, your different processes, etc., etc. And this is constantly moving. So this is activity monitor. Then we mentioned about performance monitor and profiler, right? So again, just to present the tool. So what I will do right now is I will open a trace, a profiler trace that I have, right? So in where, I have certain activity that I have on my server in the past. And then see here, I have, when this one just finished to load, yes. Import performance data. When I go here, I will select the trace that I capture with performance monitor, right? It will allow me to select which counter I want to see here. For example, I would like to see processor time, total processor time. Then I want to see, in terms of general statistics, transactions, logins per second, connections per second. What else? Batch requests per second. So I can select all the ones I have. I can select them all if I want, right? Then I can go to the disk and see, okay, tell me the idle disk for all the disks. So when I do this, I see within the same panel and any particular time what was happening on my SQL Server. So let's see that within the profiler trace, I go and I find this statement, right? And I want to see what was happening exactly on the server at that particular time, right? So I see the statement, the graphical information. I see the information also down here, right? And all the counters from Performance Monitor that we capture. Everything here in a single panel. So for example, I see here that there were some peaks. So when I go here, it will also correlate the information that I have from Profiler with Performance Monitor in text here and also graphically speaking, right? If I want to do a deeper analysis, I can just select a range and this will be targeted here, right? So I can move here. Again, it is important to, this comparison is based on the timestamp, so both traces have to be running in parallel at the same time. Then the Plan Explorer, I can, open a plan, right? Again, this tool is completely free. You can download and you can do the analysis of, the query plan. Again, this is using, it's much powerful than what you get from Management Studio, especially if you have to focus on complex execution plans. All right. Let's move on so we start covering all the other components. Well, those were the solutions coming from Microsoft, right, within SQL Server and the toolings, right? Now let's move with the tools coming from the community, right? So here I just want to, emphasize some of the things that we as DBA get. I'm positive that all of you have heard this more than once. Hey, DBA, why my application is so slow? Why my query is taking forever? And something is broken, fix it, right? So, well, what we are trying to accomplish here with what we saw initially and what we'll be covering from now on is how to address all this in the right way. Okay. First community tool, SP Who's Active. I believe that most of you already know it, but I just want to point it out. This is a store procedure created by Adam Mechanic many years ago. He's updating this constantly. It is now in GitHub, so it's completely open source. You can contribute if you want, etc. What is the purpose of SP Who's Active? If you get that phone call, my SQL Server is running slow in this particular time right now. You need to see what's going on quickly, right? SP Who's Active allows you to take a picture of what is happening on the SQL Server right now, right? All the sessions running with a ton of information from each of the sessions. If they are involved in a log, if they're being logged by any other session, or if they are logging other sessions. the usage on 10dB, the amount of read, the amount of write, the SQL text, right? If there is an operation that you can get the progress, like, for example, an index rebuild or a backup or something like that, you can also see the progress of that particular session. You can see when it started, the amount, the elapsed time, right? And the weight information, you can see if it has certain weights involved, and it's really fast. So you can take as many pictures as you want, and you can see what is going on exactly on your server on any time, right? So this will allow you to take this picture and do your first diagnostic analysis with that picture, right? Oh, I have these sessions at the top that are been running for several minutes, and they are blocking other sessions. So let's get the T-SQL code, see why it's blocking. If maybe there is something that we can do in order to alleviate this lock, in order to make the system to run smooth, right? And again, you can run this all the times you want, and you're going to get this picture, which is extremely useful, right? This is a must-have store procedure on all the servers that we will be doing analysis, right? Within the site, there is the full documentation for this. There are certain parameters that you can use to tune it, right? To get more defined, more detailed information or less information, or the one that you would like to capture, right? But just running it like this, SP who's active, right? You're gonna get all the information that you need in order to start your troubleshooting process, right? Something that you can also find within the documentation is a way to, let's say, create task, SQL shop that you may have it running every minute, every 5 minutes, depending on your need, which will capture constantly SP who's active and will be sending the output into a user table. So for the cases in where, for example, you get into the office at 8 a.m. and someone tells you, oh, the server was running really slow at 3 a.m., right? How do I do? I wasn't in front of my computer back then, right? Okay, I go to the user table that was defined for this snapshot that SP who's active was taking. I can go to that particular point in time or range and see exactly what was happening on the SQL server back then. All that is on the documentation. Additionally to SP who's active, I create a version called SPDBA currently exec, stand for currently executed. This is basically a wrapper or a custom-based store procedure based on SP who's active. Back then, when I create this wrapper, was basically to get certain information that SP who's active was retrieving, but also additional information that was useful for the troubleshooting that I wanted to do. Then I decided to release it, and it's also in GitHub, available for everybody to download, use it, and contribute eventually. It's nothing more than a wrapper of SP who's active with certain targeted information that I needed in order to do my troubleshooting, right? So this is SPDBA currently executing. Something extremely useful is the first responder kit from Brent Ozard, right? This is a set of tools that are free, completely free. There are also open source, and there are like an update every month in where you can get the update information. If you enter into the site, you can subscribe, get all the updates and also the update information. This is basically a set of procedures that allow you to accomplish multiple things. First of all, you have this SP Blitz and SP Blitz first, right? With SP Blitz, when you run it, it's going to analyze all your SQL Server health, right? And it will tell you exactly all the finding that it got, right? And it will present a report to you, right, based on certain importance. The most important will be at the top, the less important at the bottom. For example, if you are not doing your backups, if not doing any consistency check, if there is something misconfigured, all this will come up in this report with SP Blitz, right? What is the goal? Have the output of SP Blitz empty, right? That will be the goal. So that means that you run SP Blitz, you get all the recommendation, you go fix them, apply them, right? And then you run it again to do this comparison. What you get with this report is basically the comparison between your server configuration and the best practices, right? And if there is something that is different, it will get you this report for you to fix it. SP Blitz first is particularly if something is happening right now in this specific moment, right? So you can combine the output of SP Blitz first with currently executing, right, to get a better understanding of all the situations, I mean, the problems or the things that are happening in this particular moment at your instance, right, in terms of configuration, bad configuration, and in terms of statement level execution. Then you have SP Blitz Index, right, which provide you with a deeper analysis of all your index strategy. And with that, is telling you not only if there are missing indexes, right, but it's also telling you how you use the existing indexes. If there are duplicate indexes, if there are indexes that are overlapping one to each other, if there are indexes created that are not in use, right? So again, each of these have an extensive documentation in where you can tune to run this for a specific database or all the database or just for a specific table, right? So just running the one as it's come it's going to provide you a ton of information. But if you go to the documentation, you can tune all this in order to get specific information that you may be looking for. Additionally, several versions ago, this is something that Brent Ozark did not continue investing on it, and he deprecated from the first responder kit, right? But you can find it also in previous versions. There is a way to run SP Blitz and SP Blitz first on a SQL shop and store the output into a user database, right? And then, with this Power BI report, you can get, a graphical information on what was happening in your server in any specific time range, right? For example, you see at the top the weight type details. You see, all the statement, all the finding that it has in SP Blitz first and SP Blitz, so you can do, this further analysis. Moving out from first responder kit, there is also the SQL Server Tiger team in Microsoft, which are the ones that are, in charge of the customer relationship in terms of technically speaking, right? And they have created this solution called BP Check. BP Check stands for Best practices checker, right? Again, this is published into GitHub. It's free. You can download and eventually you can contribute it. What you can do running BP check is, again, comparing how your instance is configured versus the best practices and provide this, different with recommendation for you to adjust, right? All the things that are considered that not well configured, right? As you can see, all this solution, there are certain areas that overlap one to each other. One of them are better for certain situation, one of them for other. In some cases, you have to combine the output of one solution with the other. The idea of this presentation is for you to get this quick introduction of each of them in order for you to know them all and use them in the case that you consider. Also, there is another solution from Glensberry, another MVP, which are the SQL Server diagnostic queries. There are a bunch of diagnostic queries that will provide you a really deep report on your instance, right, in order for you to do this troubleshooting. In this case, you can download them, and there is one per SQL Server version, and this includes also managed instance and Azure SQL data. We will see it in action in a minute. Here, you may have one sample report, right, in where it's going to provide information for everything at host level and SQL level configuration, database level, disk level, availability groups, missing index, memory usage, memory tuning, everything, right? So it's one of the one I use the most. And then you have PowerShell. PowerShell is something that for us, the DBAs at the beginning was, what is this? Do we need to learn a new language? But then you see that it's extremely powerful, and there are a bunch of community tools which are going to be extremely useful for you to do troubleshooting, especially if you are not handling only one SQL Server and you have multiple SQL Server distributed in multiple places, right? This is going to be extremely useful. What you can do with that is from the PowerShell interface, right? You can create a script that you can, just prepare something. We will see it, and go to multiple servers and capture all this constantly, right? So here there are some categories of things that you can do. Again, not only for one server, you can do it eventually. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but if you have multiple servers to collect things from all of them, you can do it with this technology. Availability group, information regarding to backup restore, DVCC, log shipping, and just to tell you just few of them, right? Again, with a simple command, you can just go to multiple servers, collect all this, and do your analysis, right? Finally, within Azure Data Studio is this tool that allows you, is let's say, like, the cousin of Management Studio. Is a multi-platform solution running in Windows, Linux, and Mac that allow you to connect to SQL servers, Azure SQL, and also some other relational engines, which is extensively, right? So you can download extension to it and use it to get certain things. And it has also something really important and really useful called the Jupyter Notebook, right? In where you can have a document over there, you can run it into multiple servers, get the result, combine multiple languages, and save the output and share the output with another colleague. So you can do comparison. We're going to see it in a minute, right? all the solutions that I showed you before, from Glenberry, the Tiger Team, Best Practice Checker, the one from Brent Ozar, all of them are coming in both flavors. The one that is in a SQL script, right? And also the Jupyter Notebook, right? So you can do it any way you want. You can use it any way you want. Then we have the solutions, the maintenance solution from Ola Hallengren, another MVP, which has this solution that will allow you to do index maintenance, statistic maintenance, database checker, backups, restore, everything with his solution, right? I will say that this is also one of the most widely used maintenance solution for SQL Server, because again, if you need to start coming up with a maintenance plan for your databases, your instances, your index, etc., here you have all you need, right? So definitely something to pay a lot of attention. Ola Hallengren maintenance solution. Then if you need to do index maintenance, right, there is a solution from another MVP, which is the SQL Index Manager, which is a user interface that you connect to your SQL Server instance, right? It will analyze the index fragmentation level of every single index that you define. I mean, if you define one database, all the databases, one table, everything. And based on the analysis that it does, it's going to come up with a proposal to do index rebuild, index reorganize, and you can run the index maintenance directly from the tool, or you can generate the T-SQL script to run it later from management tool, right? Let's see some of this in action. I believe we are okay with the timing, right? I still have a few minutes or not really. Well, I just move forward. SP who's active, right? I still have, you know, the random workload running, and I will just run SP who's active, right? So what we get here is, you know, every single session that is running on my instance, right, with the session ID, the SQL text, so I can go here and click it and see the exact query that is running, right? I can see if there is a weight involved, CPU usage, 10 dB allocation, if it is involved in a block, read, write, physical read, memory use, the status, etc., etc., etc. I can see also important from which host is running against which database, which is the application name, right, and so on. So I can run this, and you see it's coming immediately, right? So right now the server is quite idle. There is not much running. So, but you know, we run it and we get it all the time. Then eventually you have this parameter health that will give you the entry point on how, you know, read the output and eventually how to call it with different parameters. This is based on the documentation. Important to go to the website quite often, right? Because, you know, if there is any update information, any updated version, it's going to be good for you to have it. And then the one I have, right, SPDBA currently executing is, you know, it's just giving you a reduced subset, right? But for example, one of the main differences is that if there is blocks involved here, it's going to return another result set just for the sessions that are involved in the log, right? Again, you can run it anytime. And then over time, I believe that I add additional parameters to currently executing, which basically gives you certain information related to the host, like the SQL Server version edition and memory information, etc., right? So this is SP Who's Active. The best practice analyzer, BP Checker. Again, you run it. This is going to take some time. We'll do the whole analysis and we'll tell you all the variations between the best practices and your current configuration, right? So you see it's just running. You start seeing a bunch of information here we have from every single database, how they are configured, when was created, collation, compatibility levels, sizes, etc. Then what else we can see here easily? Information related to the backups, right? And it's keep giving you info that you can just grab and analyze. Here, for example, degree of parallelism, and here you have, for example, the messages with warning, right? The MaxDP setting is not recommended for your current processor count. And so again, here a warning related to memory. Important to understand that this is not going to change anything. It's not going to do anything for you. It's just going to provide you with the information for you to fix it. Right? This is not that you run it and boom, it's going to fix your SQL Server. No, it's going to provide you diagnostic information, stat information for you to take the necessary actions. Then, the first responder kit, right? This one will give you SP Blitz. It's going to tell you what I said earlier, right? All the recommendations ordered by certain, importance, and with that, you should take action with the goal to get, this report as clean as possible, right? For example, here, as priority number 1, backups. I'm not doing backups. Database is in full recovery model with no backups. The last known good DBCC check DB was more than 2 weeks older. Transaction log larger than data file, and it's telling you, all the information you need in order to fix. You see that it's also providing you with an URL for you to go on that specific message and get additional information in order to fix it, right? And then you have additional details. What else? Inactive tables without cluster indexes, high number of BLF, triggers, system databases on the C drive, right? Not well configured at all. So again, and you see here the priority, right? The ones that are at the bottom is more like, some cases informational or not as important as the one that we get at the top. So goal here is just to go address each of them, right? In order to get this clean. Then, this is Azure Data Studio, right? With Azure Data Studio, here I have the solution from Glenberry in a Jupyter notebook. Again, we have piece by piece all the queries coming from his diagnostic tool, and I can run it all of them one by one, right? And you have in the document you have all the documentation you need in order to understand what's going on. I can just run this code. It's gonna ask you on which instance, SQL Server instance you want to run it, and when it comes back, you get the output. If you save this document and you send it to another person, you will have the output over there. So it's going to be easy for you to run it and compare it with the ones that you have, right? So here you have, a detailed documentation of each of the queries that you run, a detailed documentation on the output, right? Here is the SP configure, and you can just go run them all, right? Run it one by one. For example, server information and service info. So we just run it and get, all the SQL Server services, the account it used, last backup, etc., etc., etc. So it's a really extensive solution. Again, periodic updates. So I really encourage you to either use the one as a notebook or the one as a T-SQL script for Management Studio. But definitely this is something that time to time you should run it on your instance. I'm not telling you that just go grab everything and put it in your production environment. As everything, the recommendation is test, 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 and test. And when you're fully ready, just move it to production. Here we have information related to the host. So bunch of things coming as diagnostic query. Again, all the solutions that we saw, we have the ones for Jupyter Notebook and the one for Management Studio. I also have in here a solution for DBA tools, right? For example, here in Simple Script, I will run it, and what it will do for one specific host, it will run this command test DBA this speed, and it will return each of the files, and it will return you with a recommendation in terms of read performance and write performance, right? Very good, slow, need attention. So, right, one by one. So again, the beauty of this is that you can have a server list, right? 200 servers, and it just go and run it everywhere. You collect the info, you store it into a location, and then you do your analysis, right? For example, what do I have here? The ones that we have for Glenberry, if you have pay attention, each of the query has a name and a number, right? So here, what you can do, just run this first part. So if I go here and run the first one, which is invoke DBA diagnostic query. When we run this, right, it will pop up with the helper just telling us which of the script from Glenberry we would like to run. For example, log space usage, right? So we do OK, and we just get this one. So this one is combining the power of DBA tool with another community solution from Glenberry, right? Eventually, if you don't want to get the helper and just run one in particular, here we have query names, IO warning. So I just go here, I run this. And again, here I'm running it for only one instance because it's my lab environment, but you can run it for multiple servers. This one got no output. Hardware info, right? So I get the hardware info for this particular instance. So really, really, really powerful. The last one is the index manager, in where you get the index recommendation. I think I am way over with my time, so I'm finishing with the presentation right here. Let me see. Okay, so some resources from Microsoft, but here most important thing, all the references to the scripts that I have provided I will, if you follow me on Twitter, later I will put all this into my GitHub repository, and I will share the location so you can go there and download the scripts and the presentation for you to use it. Additionally, I'm sharing here. Go back. Come on. All the training related to Azure SQL fundamentals, right? So with this QR, you can scan it and go directly to the documentation, the labs, all the training that you need. A reminder about SQL Server 2008 and 2008 R2 completely expired. The support, the extended support, and SQL Server 2012 is in a year, right? So definitely something to consider if you need to consider to do the upgrade. And with that, I'm finished the presentation. If there is any question or something.
Hello, Javier. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. So that's an amazing presentation, like putting all the tools together. So I wanted to tell you that each time you introduced a new, tool, this is what I felt. This is exactly what I felt.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, maybe, some of them are no, some of them not, but the idea is just to go to this brief presentation from most of them, at least the ones I know, the ones I use all the time. So everybody who's watching or who's going to have access to the recording may take advantage of this. As we said at the beginning.
All the sessions were put together, all the, wonderful tools were put everything together into one presentation. And if you watch this presentation, you'll know every product out there which is free for all the professionals to open source tools, and especially I wanted to make sure to tell all of these attendees one more time that Javier has written this wonderful script, and he have open sourced, just like SP who is active. It's SP_DBA_ currently exec. If you go to his, it's on your GitHub repo, right?
Yes.
Please do go look into that. That actually SP_DBA currently exec will actually filter out, and it will check for the SQL Server activity, whatever you need to see. It especially you'll get that information, very useful. Just go ahead and look it, download it, activate it on your servers.
And I am updating it frequently. Right now, I'm about to put in a new version soon.
Awesome. That's so wonderful. Thank you so much. Outsourcing is something like putting all of your energy into it, and outsourcing is such a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So anybody have any questions? Like, I do not see any questions over here in the chat window. Some of the thank yous. Thank you very much for the session. I see the thank yous. I do not see any questions.
Okay, if someone wants to follow up later, again, Twitter, LinkedIn, email, or my blog, just you have the way to reach me. So thank you again for having me here, and it was a pleasure to stay with you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for attending, and it's an honor to have you here today. Thank you so much. So
thanks.
Yeah. Goodbye. So we do have the next speaker ready in line. So I believe, yes, Peter's here. So I'm adding him. Javier, say hi. Hi, Peter.
Hi, everyone.
I hope so. Hi.
Hope you're doing good today.
Hope. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. How about you?
I'm doing good too.
I hope it is stable.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, I hope my internet, my connection is stable.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, and we can hear you very nicely.
Great.
Yep. So, welcome to Malta Data Saturday. We are so glad you are here today. So am
You
I
too.
pronouncing your like first name? How do we pronounce your first name?
It's Bjorn.
It's because I don't want to spell it wrong. But can you repeat that? Sorry.
It's a Scandinavian name. It's called Björn. As I know,
Björn?
you don't
Björn.
pronounce it. Yeah, it's Björn. Yeah, it's correct. Great.
Björn. Yeah. So J is silent there, right?
Yeah.
J is
Yeah, a little bit.
Björn Peters.
Yeah, correct.
At least I'm close, right?
Yeah. Or you may pronounce it like Bjorn.
Björn.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Björn.
Great.
Nice. So welcome, Björn. Thank you so much, all of the all of the attendees for attending this session today. We are going to start out our session. First of all, we would like to introduce Björn Peters with a little small video about you. So let me share the video. Let me share it. Yes. Welcome, Björn.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us today. So I see that you are, you are having many presentations this year about Azure, especially Azure architecture.
Yeah.
So what do you like more about like architecture and how did you get started into the architecture of Azure, and what do you tell to the viewers and professionals like me if they are thinking about moving into the Azure and how to get started learning Azure?
Best step is to try it on your own. Just the first step you have to do is you might get into Microsoft Learn, get into whatever you want to learn about. Is it Azure SQL? Is it Azure infrastructure? Is it even might be PowerShell? Or if you want to try it on your own, deploy your first server or learn using Microsoft Learn, then reading the documentation if you have further questions, and then just try it. Get your free account or get a paid account, pay as you go, and then try it on your own. That's how I am doing it mostly. Try it, fail, get up, and try again.
Wow, that's nice. So most of the DBAs like me have these questions all the time. Oh my God, we are going to Azure. That means, am I losing my job? Because now, as the Azure came up, most of the responsibilities are taken by the Microsoft. itself. So what will be my responsibilities once once we move to Azure as a DBA? What will be my responsibilities?
I don't want to talk about my session, what I want to talk to you later, or what I want to show you later, but there's no change.
Awesome. That is what we want to hear.
Don't be afraid. So
yeah.
It's okay. You have to learn a little bit more about infrastructure. How about connecting your old on-premise infrastructure with the cloud, or you have to how you can connect your application to, for example, Azure SQL Database. But it's still a SQL database and still a SQL Server, so you don't need to learn different stuff. So just how to connect. And okay, what about I will show you later, user management, firewall. Okay, you have to learn a little bit more around just SQL, but as you are already a on-prem DBA, where you have to know how to manage your users in a Windows server, how to manage firewalls, or how to connect from your application, ODBC or something like that, to your server. There's no real difference between on-prem or Azure.
Awesome. So you are a sysadmin first, right, in your career?
This was my first step, yeah.
Yeah, and then you became a DBA, full-time DBA.
Yes.
So how did you feel the transition, and which one you liked the most?
That was an easy one, because I started in an office, in a project office for a customer, on site at the customer, as a hardware technician. And as they have not so much to do for me, I'm just sitting there and get boring. So I just watched my colleagues over the shoulder and looked at them and what they are doing, and I supported them doing inventory, doing documentation and so stuff. And after a year, they asked me, "Hey, do you want to become a sysadmin or a consultant in case of in the project as a sysadmin?" I said, "Yes, okay, of course." And so I changed the sites from technician to consultant or admin, sysadmin. And so I started to manage support with my team, or as a part of that team, I started managing a payment solution with about 40 servers, 20 DBA, 20 SQL Server, 6.5. And yeah, that's how it goes.
Awesome. That's a nice transition, right? Because you know where you are going, and now you are in the Azure. So all of your company servers went to Azure, or are you more interested into the Azure?
No, that step from sysadmin to DBA was 20 years ago. So in between, I changed from a sysadmin to an operational DBA. There I managed a lot of customers. I work for an outsourcing company, and we've done those normal DBA stuff, not just for us. So we expanded our services to our customers, and I learned more about SQL Server.
Awesome.
The last 3 or 4 years, I changed more into. I found out for myself that public cloud might be the future. My company or my employer doesn't saw this in my way, so I tried it on my own. This is why I changed into, or where I moved forward in the past and became a speaker and volunteer and so on. I learned more about Azure, and I was fascinated by the opportunities which I have in the public cloud, and where I have more options to choose from, to get not not only getting a SQL server in a VM, but all those different scenarios which we have now. This was fascinating. So, yeah, I got curious and crazy about this.
Awesome. There is one more question for me. So what are some of the responsibilities of the operational DBA?
Yeah, normal stuff like taking backups or checking why backup is not running, why is there an error message in my error log, and why can't a normal user don't log in, or why is the ODBC connection crashing and the application is not able to connect to the SQL database or something like this. That were my normal tasks, how to do.
And then the
installing.
DBA stuff also, right? At the same time, you, if at all somebody cannot connect or somebody have a problem in the queries, will you also do that stuff, like looking into the queries and everything, right? As a general DBA stuff.
Not that much stuff, but most customers had legacy applications where we are not allowed to change any query or something like that. And they had, I'm just more the infrastructure guy in the past. So yeah, I'm able to, and if the customer asked me to do query performance optimizing or something like this, or looking into his queries, yeah, I might do this, but was not the main part. The main part was building solutions, high availability, doing daily stuff.
Awesome. So migrations, even migrations comes under the stuff like database migrations and then.
Correct. Yes.
Awesome. That's an amazing point. So the other question is, it's out of the IT information. So what is your favorite destination, holiday destination, and why?
That's difficult. In the past, my most beloved travel destination was Austria in the winter because of doing skiing, snowboarding, having fun on the sledge with my son. So I like to be in the mountains.
Wow, that's nice. Awesome. So that's the introduction from you. We are so glad to have you here today. So yeah, anytime you are ready, you can just go ahead and get started. You can go ahead and share your screen.
I tried. This screen moving a little bit here. Which one? This one.
You have a share button at the bottom of the screen.
I have 3 screens, so I have to be sure which one I want to share. So you can see my screen.
Let me add. Yes, you can see it right now.
Okay, great. Yeah, I want to talk to you, as we already said in the interview. I want to talk to you about how you change your skills or what you have to expect if you or your company, your customers moving into the cloud, and how to change from an on-premise DBA to a cloud DBA. And I have already mentioned this, so let me start right here. There is no real difference between on-prem or cloud DBA. So first of all, I have to say thank you to Redgate for sponsoring this event. And as you already might have seen in different or former presentations during Malta User Group, Malta Data Saturday, there are these links to the Malta User Group, Data Platform User Group, where you can find more information of the user on this user group, or getting in contact, or also the YouTube channel where you can at least see this session or the other sessions from this day might be saved there, and you can watch them later on. So as we already said, or as you heard from me, I'm a senior consultant for Microsoft Data Platform and Azure at a German-based, Cologne-based IT company, Kramer & Crew. I work there since May 2019. So, and as you already heard in the introduction, I know the SQL Server since version 6.5. Since about now, it's about 4 years ago, I started organizing the Azure Meetup here in Hamburg, Northern Germany. I'm about 9 years long a past Germany member, where I volunteered, spoke, and Microsoft awarded me due to this community activities as an MVP now in the 4th years. My first year was in the category of data center and cloud and data center management. Due to my PowerShell activities, I wrote a lot of blog posts on PowerShell. I participated in the DBA tools development and so on. So, PowerShell DSC, and that was a lot of fun. But my main interests were in Azure SQL or in the SQL Server environment. So I changed the categories to data platform. Yeah, I have some activities, some hobbies in my spare time. So I'm a father, husband. And as I already said, due to my Austrian winter holidays, my most beloved sporting activities is snowboarding. In the summer, I'm driving, or I'm using to do my cycling activities. Yeah, and most of my spare time is learning about SQL Server, Azure, and all those surrounding stuffs which are available outside. If you want to read my blog post, they are not just German, but also some of them, or most of them, are in English. You can find them at SQLausHamburg.de. So SQL from Hamburg.de. It's just a German URL where you can find me. And as you can see, I got some certifications last year. So as I already mentioned, and the most important part and the main thing I have to tell you about moving your knowledge from on-prem DBA, on-prem SQL Server into the cloud is nothing special. It's just a SQL Server. There are no real differences between handling a database, nothing special about how you have to deploy or how to administrate, to configure your services in the cloud. So there are no differences, and it's the main topic about this, just a SQL Server. Don't be afraid. Try it on your own. Deploy for example, a SQL Server VM, and you can learn from this. I will show you later on in this session how to do this and what are the main differences. Yeah, there are some differences, but see it as it is just a data center movement from on-premise into the cloud. So yeah, let me start about the agenda from my session. Now it will be, I will show you what is in Azure SQL. Azure SQL is the main name of it, or main topic, headline from SQL Server in Azure. So I want to show you how to deploy and configure this, what is about the security around SQL Server in the cloud, how to learn or how to use those features all around, which you might already know from the on-prem environment, like performance, how to get the best out of your deployment, and how to be most available in the cloud. And last but not least, where you can find material, learning stuff, and how to get certified with this learning stuff. So let me start with Azure SQL. Azure SQL is not that new, as you can see in this screen. Windows Azure and the first database service in the cloud was announced 2008, which is really long time ago. The really first Azure SQL database, which were deployed or deployable by customers in a whatever cloud named construct, that was earlier Windows Azure. That Windows Azure was the name of the Microsoft public cloud in the earlier years. And that was later on changed to Azure. And as you can see here, 2012, it's SQL on Azure or SQL Azure and Azure SQL Database. So your first application or first Azure SQL Database would be deployable in 2012. Then it was changed 2014 from Windows Azure to Microsoft Azure. Then we have the development of more services, more features on these databases where you just can, or this is just in the earlier years, you have a normal virtual machine like a Windows server where you can, as usual, deploy your SQL Server on it or install your SQL Server and configure it as it is on your normal and on-premise environment. Or you can just deploy or rent a database from Microsoft where you just get a database. So you can see 2016, they introduced us to SQL Azure Elastic Pools, where you can rent an Elastic Pool where you can put more different databases in it. I can show you this later. I will talk about this later. And 2018, Microsoft announced Azure SQL Database Managed Instance, as most customers ask Microsoft to support or to introduce them to a more on-prem, more virtual machine lookalike service where they want to configure, where they don't want only to rent a database, but they want to have more options, more opportunities to configure the surrounding features, services, configuration items on their database. They want to have a SQL Server agent. They want to, for example, configure max stop, max memory, or even other things which are just available on a pure instance or a real instance. So Microsoft said, okay, let us introduce what we can do, or let us say what we can do for you to introduce you to managed instance where you can rent a normal SQL Server instance with nearly all those options you know from on-prem. You can rent them since 2018. 2019, Microsoft even expanded these services with Azure SQL Database, Hyperscale, Serverless, and Instance Pools. Hyperscale and Serverless are generally available, and the SQL Instance Pools are in a public preview. So there are a lot of things going on in this environment. So if we step forward here, and if you are in the first steps of moving into the cloud, or you're trying to do your first steps in the cloud, you have to be aware of some naming constructions where you get in touch in regular base, or where you want to, what is all in this Azure ecosystem, what words you have to learn, or which topics you have to learn during your journey into the cloud. So the first things you have to learn or you have to know about in the cloud are Azure accounts and Azure subscriptions. You as a person or your company are creating an Azure account, and for example, if you want to create this Azure free account, which everybody can create on your own, you get included a Azure subscription, which is something like a registry number where you can deploy all those services under this or into this subscription. It's just from a top point of view, a billing number or a billing address where everything goes in. I like to name it like a credit card. Your credit card number is your subscription number. So if you want to have another subscription, then will be maybe another credit card number or a banking account or something like this. And the Azure account is, for example, in the case of your Microsoft Azure free account, it will be your email address. So your email address and a subscription, your first subscription, will be combined together. So you have to be aware or write them down in, for example, your key paths, your key storage, wherever you want to note these things down. If you have this, then you will learn first what is the Azure portal. The Azure portal is the first thing, or you have to log into the Azure portal, which I'll show you later, with your Azure account, and then you have to set up or to set your default subscription to be used for any deployment. So the Azure portal is the main single pane of your single point of view, where you can see all your services, where you can choose from all your databases, where you can see every log, every metric, every dashboard, whichever you build in this environment, you can see it in the portal. In the portal included is the Azure Marketplace, where you can choose from all those different services. If you want to deploy an Azure virtual machine from Microsoft, then you can choose it from the Marketplace. If you want to deploy a virtual machine, for example, from a backup third-party company, then it might be available from this third-party company in the Azure Marketplace, and you can choose it. It is pre-configured for their needs, and you can choose it from the Azure Marketplace. And if you step further on with deploying services in the Azure environment, not just during using the Azure portal, you might also get in touch with Azure APIs and CLIs, for example, the Azure CLI or PowerShell commandlets, which you can use to change your deployments, to configure those deployments, to check if they are running, or to, for example, opening the firewall to your environment. So this might be the first difference, the first real difference from your already known on-premise environment or experiences. You have to learn, or it should be better for you to get in touch, get to learn how to use this Azure CLI or even PowerShell. It makes a lot of things more fast or more uncomplicated, so not so complex to deploy these services. Or you can, this is a buzzword for this, or a marketing name, infrastructure as code. You can deploy all your services as code, and then you can replay all your environmental deployments with just one script, and not just by clicking into the portal. So my first advice for you is learn PowerShell, get in touch with PowerShell or Azure CLI. All these APIs and CLIs are contacting the underlying Azure Resource Manager. The Azure Resource Manager is the infrastructure software part within the Azure data centers, regional data center, which have the overview on all the Microsoft supplied provided hardware in the data center. They know where to put your requested deployment, your service, into which rack, into which server, which is, or to get storage from which machine into which environment, and how to connect each other. This is all managed by Azure Resource Manager, which is contacted by API, REST API. And so the REST API is connected to the CLI, or get contacted by the CLI. And the REST API then configures or speaks to the Resource Manager, which is then in response for deploying your services. And as you have deployed services into the cloud, then you have to learn or have the opportunity to get in touch with Azure Monitor and to see what is Azure or what is Microsoft able to provide you for as a dashboard in particular details, where you can see how your virtual machine, how your Azure SQL database is performing. You can dive into all those metrics and logs which you might already know or might be expanded by Microsoft here in the Azure environment, and you can step into all your errors, problems, and Microsoft is providing a real huge amount of data within Azure. So, and first, as you might now you already have deployed or you have got your first experiences with Azure, and you might step a little bit deeper into this. You, for example, have to provide a database in a different environment or a different region. So you have to be aware that Microsoft is not just in Europe, it has data centers all over the world. So you have to know about Azure regions and data center and how they are combined, connected between each other, and which combination are there available for high availability backup solutions or storage solution, which might be replicated from each data center to another. And there are some differences between the regions. And for example, not every service is available in all regions. Microsoft is rolling out new services or updates in some waves. So it might be that, for example, Northern Europe is more up to date than Western Europe, or for example, here in Germany, the two new regions here in Germany are not able to run all these services, like as I lastly noticed, for example, Azure Data Factory is not fully supported or does not have all the services in Germany than in West or Northern Europe. So you have to look into this, what is available in which region and which region might be fitting your needs or the application needs. And according to all this, what I just told here, Microsoft is providing a huge SLA with big numbers, and you have, for example, at least 99.95% availability, for example, for the Microsoft, for the Azure SQL managed instance, and is providing a lot of compliance and trust around all those data centers in the cloud. You can see all these certifications which Microsoft got from all those trusty companies and insurance companies for providing a good environment and secure environment. So the next slide will be about what is Azure SQL and what is Microsoft talking about if they are saying use Azure SQL. This is just not Azure SQL as a SQL server, but it is the most, or the main part which you might get in contact if you are starting to learn Azure SQL or your company wants to migrate into the cloud. This is the easiest way to get in touch with or how to migrate your existing environment from on-prem into the cloud. As you can read here, rehosting and apps requiring OS level access and control. If you or your application really needs the opportunity to have access to the operating system, to the disks on underlying this service, or you might want to put special configuration files in it, or your application needs some requirements directly located on the operating system disk or something like this, then you have to choose a virtual machine with Azure SQL on it, or with a SQL server deployed on it. So you can choose a marketplace item, which I will show you later in the portal. So the next step from a Azure SQL VM into a real cloud service is deploying a Azure SQL managed instance, which is a real instance where you might configure 98% of all configuration items which are available in your normal SQL Server are also available in your managed instance. You have the opportunity to configure instance parameter, and you're just not getting just one database, but you can deploy a bunch of databases. I think it is up to 10,000, to 1,000 databases, which are deployable within the managed instance. And you also can configure the data file layout underlying this, and you can choose them or change this in a managed instance. You have a SQL Server agent within your managed instance, which is not available, for example, in an Azure SQL database. And you can combine two managed instances, for example, for a disaster recovery scenario, or to provide your data within another region or continent. So it is also, for example, for something geo-replication things, which you might use it for. And last but not least, Azure SQL Database, which is also available in different performance classes, like here in this case, pre-provisioned or serverless compute, hyperscale storage, or there are some differences between there are a lot of options available for you to configure the performance class and according to your application needs and to your budget. So you can choose from a lot of things, classes. I will show you this in a moment. Now I just want to compare a little bit infrastructure and platform as a service. The virtual machine, SQL in a virtual machine is infrastructure as a service, and Azure SQL Managed Instance and Azure SQL databases are platform as a services where you just can get a platform service. So if you deploy your SQL Server in a virtual machine, then you can have the normal things or the opportunity to also this is you can, if in case of business continuity, for example, you can use this in infrastructure as a service or in a platform as a service. High availability is, if we are talking about a SQL Server VM, high availability is not included by default, but you have to think about, for example, all the things around which are available in Azure. This is the next topic where you might think about or might learn about in your learning sessions or in your learning journey into Azure SQL, which options are available for your SQL Server VM. For example, a managed instance is high available by default or by design, as I already mentioned, by 99.99. Or the Azure SQL Server database or Azure SQL DB serverless and pre-provisioned database SingleDB or Elastic Pools are, if they are up and running, they are providing you a 99.99% uptime due to the SLA, which is built in within your budget, or you are paying for this monthly. And if we are talking about high availability in this case, for example, in the general purpose machine, there's a performance class called general purpose, or the other one is business critical, which you can choose from. For Azure SQL Database, you are getting 2 read replicas in general purpose. In business critical environment, you get a 4-node availability group cluster, where you have 3 replicas, 1 read scale replica, and it is zone redundant, which is also a high availability feature within the cloud or in the Azure data center. So you are able to, or if one data center region, one data center zone must be updated, fails, crashes, I don't know, the other zone in the data center will be available, so your database won't be down for that critical time, or your application will run further on. So in hyperscale, there is a primary read-write replica, for example, and up to 4 read replicas. So you can see, depending on which service or which database I am deploying here with in Azure, there are different high availability options depending on which service you are deploying. For example, if you're deploying an infrastructure as a service machine here, a SQL Server VM, you have to care about your database backups on your own. In case of, for example, Azure SQL database as a service, Microsoft is taking care of on your SQL on your database backups, and you don't have to care about this. You will be able to deploy to restore your databases point in time on a second base of seconds, which is also included within your monthly payment. So with a little bit more configuration, for example, Azure SQL database, you also be able to use long-term backup retention. You have to deploy an additional storage account, and then you are able to enable that feature on your SQL database, and then it will copy it automatically to this extended storage and save it there for at least what you want to configure there up to 10 years. So yeah, scaling doesn't matter if you're deploying infrastructure as code or platform as infrastructure as service or platform as a service. You are able to scale both services. You can deploy a virtual machine in a starting period of your application or your project, for example, with 4 CPUs and 16 GB of RAM. And then you can see, due to the monitoring events or the performance of your application, you might eventually need more resources in your virtual machine. Then you can scale this up, which takes just a little bit amount of time, about 1 or 2 minutes, to scale to a bigger size of virtual machine. But you can even use your SQL database for resizing. And for example, if you during the night you need more performance for a data warehouse, for example, for loading processes or so on, you might scale it up every evening and scale it down every morning, or vice versa. Database or application isn't needed during the night, then you can resize or downsize your database performance class during the night and scale it up in the morning. This is, sorry for that, available in the cloud. So you are very flexible using your budget, fitting your needs, or application needs requirements. Advanced security, Microsoft is providing a bunch of security features around the cloud, like firewalling, DDoS attack, filtering, prevention. You can see a lot of things in the for example, in the security portal, which is included in the Azure portal, and so on. You don't have to care about versioning. Microsoft, in infrastructure as code, you are responsible for versioning. So if there is this cumulative update, or you want to install a server service pack on your SQL server, then you have to do it. If you deploy a Azure SQL database or managed instance, Microsoft is taking care of this for you, and you don't have to take care of it. As I already mentioned, monitoring, built-in monitoring is also included within your monthly payment, and built-in intelligence also, depending on what Microsoft sees and what you want to configure, if you want to enable it on your own, or if you might want to look into your numbers on your own. So, for example, performance optimizing in statements, statement optimizing stored procedures or something like this might be optimized or recommended to optimized. There is a built-in advisor from Microsoft which is able to tell you what might be best for your application. So next slide is new deployment or versus migration. Do I have to think about new or existing? If you in this pre-migration phase, you have to discover, assess, or which application is running on which database, and you have to assess the workloads and fix the recommendations. There is a tool named Azure Database Migration Assistant, which is able to assess your databases on-prem and then recommend a target service and target performance class. And then it is also telling you which things you have to fix before you can migrate your data into the cloud. Then it is converting this data or the source schema into a new service and so on. So the Microsoft Database Migration Assistant is a really good tool for this. Then the real migration phase, depending on your needs or your application, or you are allowed downtime, you have to think about how to migrate these things into the cloud. If you want to use the Database Migration Assistant, then it is a one-time thing. You have to do it with this tool by clicking on your own, but you have to, for example, if you're using it, you have to delete your data, your schema or tables or your data in the cloud, which you already have pre-migrated into it. Then you have to re-migrate it into the cloud by using Database Migration Assistant, because the Database Migration Assistant is only able to create things in the cloud and do it like a select into target table. And if you want to do it online and like a replication-based thing, then you have to use Azure Migration Service, which is a deployable service within the cloud, which is taking this for you in a steady base and a regular base. You are able to configure the cycles for this. Then on the cut over, you cut your application or your data over and change the connection string. Then the post-migration phase will start, and you have to think about running your application, waiting for the first monitoring data or performance data, then check if everything is running fine, or maybe you must increase or scale up or downscale your application or server needs. So this is how it should go into. You have to optimize everything. So Azure SQL, that's Azure SQL. Security capabilities and tasks. Yeah, your application is, or your Azure SQL DB is able to use Azure Active Directory authentication, or if you sync it into Azure AD or your on-prem AD into Azure AD, which is also available. And hopefully you don't have to do this. But you have to know about, or you should learn about, how to synchronize your Azure AD or your on-prem AD with Azure AD, and use your Azure AD accounts within your databases. Then you have to think about this. Security capabilities. Auditing, data encryption, dynamic data masking is nothing special, which is also available in the normal SQL Server, is now also available in your Azure SQL database. Yeah, security tasks, set up, configure network security. Sorry. You can for example, deploy a virtual network within Azure. And if you want to deploy or connect your on-prem environment to your network in the cloud, for example, you can use a VPN side-by-side connection, or a point-to-site connection, or if you want to use ExpressRoute, then you are able to get a contract with Microsoft and a network provider, which are connecting your on-prem or environment with Azure on high-speed internet or connection, not over the internet. It's just a direct connection between your data center and Azure. So you just have to think about VNet structure, subnet structure, or which application, which service, which virtual machine is able to connect or communicate with each other. So you have to think about some kind of firewalling port connections, which port should be able or should be opened for which service. Yeah, authentication, authorization, like on-prem, normal SQL Server stuff, monitoring security. There is, as I already said, there is a security portal within Azure where you can look at and find your monitoring events or security events which might have happened within your environment. So next step, Azure SQL Database, security networking, configure private link as if possible or not, then allow access to Azure services off, configure firewalls. These are some steps which you have to perform if you are using Azure SQL Database. There is a feature which is called private link on your Azure SQL Database, so you can switch off the internet port of your database and put it, taking the network cable from the internet and putting it into an internal routing device, and your Azure SQL Database is just available from the internal VNet, not over the internet. So yeah, you might use private link for this. If this is not available or not possible for your application, you have to leave the internet port open. Then there are some rules which you might read in this slide that allow access to Azure services off, so that it is not a connection which comes from the outside is not able to step further through this rule. Then you can configure additional firewall rules, network security group rules, which are lying behind this in your virtual network. As you said, as you can read here, configure virtual network rules. This is, for example, if you do not have to deploy a Azure firewall, but in every virtual network environment which you are deploying in Azure, you get a network security group, which is a small so-called a small firewall, like for example, on your SQL on your Windows server, the integrated firewall. Nearly the same for Azure SQL Managed Instance, but Azure SQL Managed Instance network configuration has, or if you deploy a managed instance, you also get a virtual network surrounding this, because Azure SQL Managed Instance has a requirement to be deployed in a special configuration, network configuration, special subnet with routing tables, and you have to learn about how to connect or how to deploy your application into or with a managed instance. Yeah, so follow standards networking practices to enable connectivity. There is, if you are used to firewalls, opening ports in your firewall on-prem, then this is also been needed to be done in the cloud, or nearly the same services, features are available in the cloud. If you want to, or if you have deployed a Azure SQL database, then you have to, and you want to enable it to use Azure AD authentication. So you have to enable or deploy a SQL Server admin within as a service account in your AD and connect it with your Azure SQL database, then it is able to read the Azure, the Azure SQL database is then able to read your Azure AD and can scan it or search in it for your service which you want to grant access to your SQL database. So you have to connect it. I speed a little bit up. This is what I already mentioned, monitoring and troubleshooting performance. Everything is in the portal available, and I will show you this later. This is also, I will show you this in the portal. I have prepared something for you. So automatic tuning with Azure SQL Database. This is a feature which Microsoft implements, I think, at least 3 years earlier. Microsoft has you might know the query store, which is available in the SQL Server, and Microsoft has something like this in the background running for every SQL database, which is deployed here in Azure. And like through this, Microsoft is able to recognize the behavior of your database, of your statements, and might find some issues and might advise you to use in this case, create an index so that your application or your statement might run faster. So this can be enabled or disabled. If you enabled it, Microsoft will deploy this index into your database on its own, but watches it later on. So watching it is watching this performance optimizing thing during the next days. And if it's not working like expected, then Microsoft already also deleted this statement again, drops this index again. So if you configured it, you will get a notice from this. Hey, I've just created a new index for you. And if Microsoft will drop it, you will get a notice again. So let me show you, hopefully. No, backup and restore. I will show you. Let me show you in the portal. This one. Wait a moment. Here. So, okay, we are coming from here. We are logging in. Here you can see my email address. I'm logged into the default directory here, which is my personal account. I have a lot of subscription underlying my account, which can be found here in the subscription folder. You can see I have so-called more credit cards, more subscriptions here. For example, if you have a Visual Studio Enterprise account, or from your employer is a Microsoft partner, you might be able to get such a Visual Studio Enterprise account, or you pay it on your own or whatever. You will get a free account to Azure, and you have a budget. And here it is, for example, this is the rest amount of my monthly fee, which I get here, budget. I think you get 120 euros in your MSDN account. As you can see here, this is, sorry, it's German, pay-as-you-go. This is my pay-as-you-go subscription, where I run my personal things here. For example, I'm using Azure Backup for backupping my personal private environment here. Computer of my son, computer of my wife will be backed up through Azure. This is my monthly payment until now. MVP subscription, MCT, developer test, pay as you go. You can see current cost 0. I'm not using them actually. So if you want to start with Azure SQL, you can select from here. You can see here Azure SQL, or you just type in here Azure SQL, and it will show you your opportunities which you want to choose from. I'm choosing here Azure SQL, and you can see I already have deployed some SQL Server, and you can see here I have a SQL managed instance demo environment. I have a SQL Server Azure SQL DB demo server. This server is just a DNS name, is just an IP address which connects to your database. I can show you here. So if you want to deploy a Azure SQL database, you just have to deploy a server just for your connectivity. You get a server name, dynamical IP address underlying here, and you can just use your SQL Management Studio and connect to this server. And as you can see here, I have underlying this server is a SQL database here, which is called DB Azure SQL DB Demos PowerShell. With PowerShell, I've just created this database with PowerShell. This is why I just named it like this. And here you can see it is online and is a pricing tier standard as 0 with 10 DTUs. DTUs stands for data transaction units, and is a mixture of CPU, RAM, IOPS, how the performance of your database will be scaled. I will show you this later. And here you can see the recommendation. Due to the workload I'm running on this database, Microsoft had found out that there's a missing index for a data table sales order detail here in this case, and it recommends me to create this statement. You can see it here. For example, some details, which columns, with which table. It should be a non-clustered table, and here you can see, if you want to dive deeper into it, create non-clustered index. So you can copy paste it into your Management Studio, but you also can apply it here through this Azure portal. But this is not what I want to show you here. So you just deploy a SQL. If you want to deploy an Azure SQL database, you have to deploy first a server. As I already said, it is just a listener, a pointer, which you can use to connect to. And under this listener, you can find SQL databases. Here in this case, I just have one database, and it is S010 DTUs. If I click on that, the portal changes directly to the plane of my database. And here you can see the utilization of my database, and you can see my workload on this database is really high. It's up to 80% of usage. Okay, this is just a standard S010 DTUs. This is the smallest amount which you can get in this category. And here it is just running some demo workload just to show you the utilization dashboard or performance graph here. And you can see here how much space I already used. And spoken about the pricing tier or the performance class here, you can choose different ones depending on your requirements, depending on how your database is operating. So in the earlier years, Microsoft first started with this three performance classes: Basic, Standard, and Premium. And as you can see here, Basic is just, this is really basic, as the name says. You're really getting nothing for this, but also €4.21 per month, 2 GB of data space and 5 DTUs, which might be enough for developing a basic application. And in this €4, you also get an SLA, a small SLA. You get backup, you get monitoring, you get the auto intelligence for your database or these advisories. And all this is also already included in this service or in this price. Then you can choose from from standard workloads with typical performance requirements. You can see, you can slide it over here. It's up to 3,000 DTUs S12, and then you can increase the storage up to 1 terabyte. But you can see the price is also increasing really high. And if your application needs more performance, you can choose premium. This is for IO intensive workloads. There you can choose from 125 DTUs up to 4,000 DTUs and up to 4 terabyte of data space. Can enable read scale, disable read scale, zone redundancy. Everything's included here. And you can say if you want that high performance on your database with high amount, then you have to pay for that. As many customers also mentioned, what is a DTU? And I can't imagine what is behind that. I don't know. It's more easier for me to understand a vCPU and RAM. Then Microsoft decided, okay, we can do this too, and implemented some things like general purpose or business critical here. Hyperscale is a little bit outside of this performance classes, but in general purpose, you can get known numbers, which you might know from on-premise environment, where you can choose from up to 80 vCPUs and up to 408 gigabyte of RAM, depending on how you slide it here, left to right. You can see 8 vCPU, and according to a CPU, there is attached a fixed amount of RAM. In this case, it is 5.1 gigabit of RAM per vCPU. So if you choose 8 vCPUs, you will get 41 gigabit of RAM and up to 1.5 terabyte. And according to this data max size slider, you see you can get included space for your transactional log. So you don't have to pay for this additionally. Yeah, and if you already have some licenses from on-prem environment, you can choose here. You want to use them in the cloud, then you don't have to pay for the licensing or a smaller amount of licensing costs. And you have to confirm that you have a SQL Server license for software assurance, which are written down in the document or in the legal papers to this. There are some regulatories to this. You have to read about this. If your licenses from on-prem environment are fitting into this, then you can choose from here. But if you can see, as you can see here, you get a 8 vCPU with 1 terabyte, 1.5 terabyte data space. You have to pay nearly 1,000 euros per month. But as I already said, you get monitoring with it, you get backup with it, included security, performance optimization as creating advisories, creating indexes, dropping indexes, or force plans like this. I can show you this here later on. Or you can choose a higher CPUs here. As I already said, you can downscale or upscale, and everything is already included here, like Microsoft licensing for the underlying operating system. SQL Server licenses are also included here. And if you decide to drop this database, the amount of the time of putting this in on your bill, or if you're not using the database, or as you have dropped the database, immediately Microsoft stops the payment for this database. So there won't be available additional costs on your bill for more services or payments here. So this is everything you have to know on this is the most thing you have to know about Azure SQL databases. The same thing is, for example, here on the managed instance. As you can see here, there's no workload on, but you can also see the CPU utilization. There's no workload, so there is no movement in the graph. And here you can see also I have no instance pool because this is a public preview and I don't deploy it in there. I'm in this general purpose machine, I have deployed it with 4 vCPUs and 256 gigabyte of data space. It's deployed in a virtual network with a subnet called managed instance. I'm able to choose the compute storage here. You can change it, upscale it, downscale it, choose from general purpose to business critical. Everything is in there, and you can choose from it depending on your needs or your application requirements. As I also said here, Security Center, Microsoft shows you here in this small plane, Azure Defender for SQL might be enabled. You can see here some recommendations on Azure Security or SQL Server managed instance here, which you might choose from or which you might fix. And then there is a direct virtual, the direct plane for Azure Security Center. Where you have more views, more details, more insights on your Azure security. You can see it's still in the portal, but another tab now here showing 5 subscriptions. And it will show me recommendations, security alerts, inventory, workbooks. You can automate, if there's a security event happening, you can deploy, configure some automatic running workbooks, which might eventually send you or fix it automatically. Yeah, this is Azure SQL, or at least you might deploy a normal virtual machine here where you can say this is my Windows SQL cluster. You have also the ability to deploy a normal SQL Server failover cluster in the cloud. So I switch back to my slides. As I also already showed you, automatic tuning with the Azure SQL database here in this index recommendation Microsoft uses ML in background for this approach, but you might also build something on your own which is because Microsoft get the numbers from the DMVs and the query store, and you might have your own thing already saved there from your on-prem environment. You can use this also in the cloud. Backup and restore. On your Azure SQL database or your managed instance, Microsoft performs a full database backup once a week. Log backups, depending on your workload, every 5 to 10 minutes. Data change rate is the number here, which decided if it is every 5 or every 10 minutes. Then Microsoft performs a differential backup every 12 hours. The backup files might be stored on Azure account with read-only access and geo-replicated storage. So you might be able to, for example, your server is running in West Europe and you want to have your development environment, for example, is in Asia, India, for example, then you can put the backup directly into a storage account in India, and it is faster for them to restore their development environment. Also, Microsoft also performs backup integrity checks. You might be able to restore to a new database, as I already mentioned. Long-term retention up to 10 years of your backups. Based on your needs or requirements, you can choose shorter times, so it's up to. Geo restores of databases is also available if primary region is down, failover group, and so on. And if you want to do a copy-only backup, this on your own needs, and you want to send it to your consulting company or third-party companies, I don't know, wherever you want to send it, you might be also able to take a copy-only backup and restore it on your on-prem environment or on a managed instance or whatever. Last but not least, and I have to hurry a little bit, sorry for that, due to coronavirus, Microsoft extended all the Microsoft Learning Portal activities, so there is more available, more workshops, even certifications are easier to get. So if you want to start with certifying yourself based on Azure Data Fundamentals, here in this case is the certificate DP900. It's the first step in certification. Then the second step might be a certification as associate, which is a little bit deeper into the stuff. You have to know a lot of things more than a fundamental, as fundamental is a basic, as you can see on the star. It is just a basic certification in learning path, and the associate is more into depth. There is additionally the last one, expert, as you can see, 3 stars, name it expert, and if you have chosen the expert path, you can see, you can get more, you have to learn a lot of more stuff. Thank you, Redgate. I have to hurry. I will provide you with these links. I will provide you with the slides. This is where you can find information about SQL Fundamental Learning Path, Azure SQL workshops, online labs. You can deploy everything, and you can choose from ever what you want here. Thanks to Bob and Anna, they had provided us a lot of YouTube videos where you can learn from a lot of other more detailed stuff, where you can find an answer for every question you have. And you can, as you can see here, SQL workshop built by Anna and Bob, where you can learn in your own pace and repeat and build it up on your own, set it up on your own. So these are my links, which I want to provide you here. This is my last slide. I'm through with it. Thank you for listening.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Kudos to you. That's a very wonderful session, giving the overview of where to start and how to start, what will be the responsibilities of a DB in the cloud. And these are the resources that everyone should follow to take at least the fundamentals of the to know the fundamentals of Azure SQL,
yes,
and to take those certifications as well, right?
Sure.
And to do the certifications like AZ900 and then AZ300, and if we have to go to the top level of the certifications, can we learn from these resources that you provided here?
Yes, definitely. Let me show you, sorry, finding the right browser window. For example, if we I start here, I have to look it up. This is my starting point if I talk about certification. And yet here you can see, for example, the DP900, which is Microsoft Azure Data Fundamentals. This should be the first course. Also AZ900, which is the fundamental for Azure, where you might also start with. yes, this is also the page where you can choose, I want to schedule a certification exam for this, depending on your region, prices, and so on. But down here, you can also see the online free course, or the online course or learning path which you can choose from. It's free, and you can see here, for example, Azure Data Fundamental, Explore Core Data Concepts. It's based on 5 modules. And if you choose here, Start, you can see these are the topics which are included. And you can see module 1 takes about 25 minutes, and it shows you describing identification, basic things about this. And there's also a little knowledge check within. So Microsoft, or you are able to check your knowledge which you have learned before in the last 25 minutes. So you can check this later on. And there's another module, depending on 7 units, 16 minutes, 19 minutes, 24 minutes, 15 minutes. This is what you can, as a first step, learn. This is all for free. And if I want to show you AKS MS.
SQL workshops.
Thank you. This is what Anna Hoffman and Bob Ward or Microsoft provides us, like with workshops, where you can also see here are a lot of workshops, learning paths, labs, video series, which you can choose from, so you can get a deeper view, a more insights into what each service can provide you, or which might be the best for you and your needs. And you can see here example codes, reference tools, everything's in here and provided for free. So this is a great opportunity to learn. And as a preparation for taking a certification exam, I recommend to step through everything, try it on your own, try it, start it. Don't be afraid of doing something wrong. You can't do something wrong. Just delete it, try again.
So there are a couple of questions I would like to ask here. So if I create, if we go ahead and create the free account, right? Microsoft will provide us that $200 credit to go ahead and explore everything. So once we hit that 1 month limit, what will happen later?
In your free account, normally the service should shut down as you hit that limit.
1 month limit, right?
Yeah.
But then can I go ahead and do it, create an account with the same account, or should I use a different account to practice more? Because
yeah.
I'm sure I myself cannot learn everything in 1 month.
No. The free account is you will get a. That's a good question. For example, as far as I know, and I remember, I hope I remember. I hope I remember it right. In the free account, included for free and forever, is a Azure SQL database. For example, if you want to deploy a Azure Virtual SQL database, you can deploy it and use it forever. Yes, it's a small amount of performance class, but you can use it for free.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I thought everything will shut down. Because for me, what I'm doing is I'm learning at the same time writing. I'm writing the blog post about it, what I learn. So I was like thinking, after 1 month, will this completely shut down? Should I have to open another account with a different email address? That's what I was thinking about.
No, as far as I know, it's long time ago that I used the free account. But so sorry, this is German. You can use the free account 12 months. You can choose a lot of services for free. You have a budget of 170 euros for 30 days. And Microsoft's asking you after this 30 days, or if your budget is nearly empty, ask you if you want to change this account from a free account to a pay-as-you-go account. So
Got it.
if you decide to get further on, then you can choose, yes, please bill it to my credit card. I want to use it. But yeah, you can also choose another email address, create a free address, I don't know, wherever. And yeah, I don't know if Microsoft is checking in the background your credit card ID, so that they match both accounts and say, you tried once. So
Awesome.
But you can see here it's free forever, and there are more than 25 services which are available for free forever.
Awesome.
These products might be used for free for 12 months, like a virtual machine, which can be used 750 hours a month. It's okay. It's a small B1S machine, but you can use it's a Linux machine, but you can use it for free.
Awesome.
This one is a virtual machine, Windows, also 750 hours. Storage data here. This Azure SQL database. You can use a database with 250 gigabits. You can use them for free, 12 months.
Wow, nice. So there is there are several other services which we can use free forever, just to to know and then explore more. So the other question that I have is, to become an expert in Azure, right? Because many of the work environments, like in my office or several other attendees' office, they did not yet do that transition into the Azure yet. So if they wanted to explore more and learn Azure, and if they want to become a master in the Azure, like doing the expert level certifications, is there anything that no, you should definitely have the work experience to do those expert level certifications, or whether we can use this opportunity of getting this free service from Microsoft, free account, learn everything here, and then do the expert level certifications?
No, I don't think that you might get through the expert certification without experience. So you have to learn, try, work with it, and then became used to everything. For example, the AZ301 or AZ303 is it now? The 303, 304 Azure Solution Expert, Architect Expert. This isn't, you're not able to do this without experience.
Okay, got it.
So you have to be used to, you have to know, for example, in which sequence you have to click those features in the portal to configure your target goal. So
right, so it is linked with the work experience. So I'm just thinking, what about the people like me who are not yet in the Azure, but then they want to learn everything, they are very curious to learn. So maybe we have to start learning, take those basic certifications, and then think about changing the job where the clients are actually using those Azure servers, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, that's in my mind. Actually, that question was always in my mind. Whom to ask? Whom should I ask? So at this moment, I got this nice opportunity to ask you. So thank you so much for giving that clarification.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for taking your valid time for giving this wonderful information. I am sure that attendees would love this information. They'll put the things together and they'll start, the Azure journey. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. And this content is awesome, and you can learn a lot of stuff from this.
Yeah, and there is one more question actually. Renato was asking, any special consideration about running maintenance tasks like check DB stats, reindex on SQL database, since database activity means money?
No, yes, no, two answers. database activity does not really means money. You are paying for the uptime of the database, and as the Azure SQL database, single DB or managed instance or so on, does not have a pause resume feature. If you're not taking, for example, the serverless feature, the serverless performance class is able to stop working, might be get paused, and then at the morning might be resumed. Other services like Azure SQL Database, as I showed you, DTU, managed instance, are not able to be paused, resumed. So you are paying 24 hours per day. And to the other question, if you have to consider all those Ola Halmgren maintenance tasks like CheckDB or index optimize, yes, that should be. Or the CheckDB is running in the background from Microsoft side, but index optimize should be used to, or should be run there from the outside. As you have just a database, there is no option to run this index optimize inside your database, but there are some features in the Azure Automation runbooks where you can, there's also a marketplace where you can search and get them into your workbook, some opportunities to, for example, for index optimize. So you can run this from Azure Automation.
So there is no special money we have to, if you do this, if you run the index operation, then this is, you have to pay this much. There is nothing like that, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
You have to, if you do it like this, Azure Automation, then you have to pay for the automation service and the run time in the automation, but it is a small amount compared to complete SQL Server where you have agent and should run everything on your own.
Right.
But in case you really need or you really want to run index optimize, then you have to think about other ways. Or you can also do it, for example, from your on-prem environment. If you have an on-prem environment, or you have a small virtual machine where you have all your administration tools on it, then you can run it from there. That's also
awesome. And Renato says, great answer. Thank you. Any more questions from the attendees? I do not see any more questions here. So once again, thank you so much. Actually, I would like to say this to attendees that this is the dinner break actually, but after the dinner break, you will be having the quizzes. Let me tell you what those quizzes are. So the two scheduled challenges, dinner challenge and the quiz, will become only one and will be scheduled at 9 p.m. It will happen live on the track 2. So you will be having to go to the track 2 at 9 p.m. We will have a break until there, but track 2 will be active, showing some of the nice stuff over there. And also there is an offline challenge to be completed until at the end of the week, and the winner will get a SQL prompt license. I would like to say that, and then I will be, I'll be taking offline of this broadcast from now on, because later down the day, you will be going and you'll be connecting to the track 2 to get in touch with that quiz.
Great.
Thank you, Peters, once again.
I'm honored to be part of this event.
Yes, honored to have you here.
Northern Germany.
I'm joining from United States.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And
thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.